All right, stand by. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are on a record. Today's date is November 29th, 2022. The time is 9:07 a.m. This is the video recorded deposition of Elvis Chan in the matter of State of Missouri versus Joseph R. Biden, filed in U.S. District Court for the Western District of Louisiana, Monroe Division. This deposition is being held at the U.S. Attorney's Office, Northern District of California in San Francisco. The reporter's name is Belinda Dunlap. My name is Ruslan Gurji. I'm the legal videographer. We're here with the Lexitas Legal. Would the attorneys present please introduce themselves and the parties they represent?
John Sauer on behalf of the Missouri Attorney General's Office in the state of Missouri. I'm joined by my colleagues Ken Capps and Todd Scott, as well as Don Burns and Janine Younes on behalf of private plaintiffs.
I'm Indraneil. My last name is Sur, S-U-R. I'm at the United States Department of Justice, Civil Division, Federal Programs Branch, representing the defendants in this matter.
There is horrible feedback on that from Mr. Sur. Oh boy,
Okay.
that is horrible.
So, there you go. All right. Okay. Any feedback now? Okay, sorry about this. Proceed, counsel.
I am Indraneil. My last name is Sur, S-U-R. I'm at the United States Department of Justice, Civil Division, Federal Programs Branch, and we're representing the defendants today. And some of my colleagues are in the room as well.
I'm sorry, I'm just announcing myself. I don't know if I'm out of order, though. Berger. Lawrence Berger, I represent Elvis Chan.
Is there anyone else? I guess Ms. Younes is unable to, so Mr. Chan, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Elvis Chan, E-L-V-I-S-C-H-A-N.
And what's your occupation, sir?
My title is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Cyber Branch for San Francisco Division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked for the San Francisco Division of the FBI?
I've worked for the FBI for over 17 years.
Have you been in San Francisco the whole time?
Minus 3 years at headquarters.
Was that in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, from 2011 to 2014.
Have you ever given a deposition before?
No, I have not.
Is this your first deposition?
Yes, this is my first civil deposition.
How about criminal depositions?
I have not given criminal depositions before.
Can I just go over a few kind of common ground rules with you? First of all, as I'm asking the question today, can you listen carefully to the question that I'm asking and answer the question that I ask? Can you do that?
Yes.
And if you don't understand the question, could you please ask me for clarification instead of guessing at what my meaning might be and responding to a question that you're not sure it's what I'm asking? Can you do that?
Yes.
And can you and I be careful not to interrupt each other, because that makes the record unclear and life difficult for the court reporter?
Yes.
Also, could you be careful to respond with actual oral responses, not with head shakes and uh-uhs and things like that, just so that the record is clear for example, yes and no, not uh-huh, and not nodding or shaking heads. Can you do that?
Yes.
And in addition, let's both, I think we both are fast talkers, especially me. Can we both make an effort to talk slowly enough today so that the court reporter has a chance to take down what we're saying?
Yes.
Can you describe your educational background?
I graduated from the University of Washington with Bachelor of Science degrees in chemical engineering and chemistry. And then I graduated from the Naval Postgraduate School with a Master of Arts in Homeland Security Studies.
When did you graduate from the Naval Postgraduate School?
Last year, 2021 in September.
Oh, and did you say you got an MA there?
Yes.
Did you do a thesis in connection with that degree?
Yes, I did.
What was the title of the thesis?
Fighting Bears and Trolls, Russian Disinformation Against the 2020 Elections and the Social Media Companies and U.S. Government Countermeasures.
And I'm showing you a document previously marked as Exhibit 1. Is this in fact the copy of that thesis?
Yes, that is a copy of that thesis.
Okay, and you're listed as the sole author of it there on the first page.
That is correct.
Okay, and again, as you noted earlier, this is, I think, dated just over a year ago, September of 2021, correct?
That is correct.
Can you kind of generally characterize what this thesis is about? You know, what's the topic? What are you investigating, researching, or defending?
Objection compound.
You may answer.
Okay, so my thesis, the synopsis of it is I examined Russian malign influence activities, specifically on social media platforms, ahead of and during the 2020 elections. And then I examined the actions taken by 3 social media companies, specifically Google, Meta, which was previously Facebook, and Twitter. And then I also examined the US government's countermeasures against Russian actions.
When you say Google, do they operate YouTube?
Yes, they do.
So your reference to Google would encompass YouTube, investigating these kinds of issues on YouTube as well.
That is correct. And if I may add, when I reference Meta or Facebook, I mean all of the Meta associated products, which include Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp.
Would that include Nextdoor too?
It would not include Nextdoor.
Is that not a Meta app?
It is not a Meta-owned company.
Okay. You referred to, I think, Russian malign influence activities. Can you describe what does that mean?
So in my thesis, there are as a description of 2 types of Russian malign influence activities. I'm specifically talking about online activities. The first type of activity is what is known generally as a hack and dump activity. I think the best example I would have of that is the hack of the Democratic National Committee and the DCCC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, in 2016. Hacking of their servers and then the leaking or dumping of their information on the internet over the course of the 2016 election season. That is one type of Russian malign influence, but I do not focus on that in the thesis. I do reference it. The second type of Russian malign influence that I discuss in the thesis itself is on the social media platforms and on fake news websites that the Russians have created.
And is there a connection between those, like the fake news sites, those get boosted up to social media platforms by the Russians?
Yeah, from my thesis, I was able to determine that the social media platforms were used to direct viewers from the social media platforms to the fake news sites being controlled by Russian state-sponsored actors.
And do those viewers, I take it would include American citizens who are being principally targeted by these activities?
Objection vague.
I'm not sure, but it would be, I'm not sure of who the viewers would be, but whoever would look at the fake Russian accounts and click on the link or be directed to the website. But I do not know who the specific users are.
Does your thesis have evidence that people actually did that? In other words, that people actually clicked through and accessed the Russian fake news sites?
Objection compound.
So my thesis was based on the report of both the social media companies as well as third parties, such as Graphica. So I relied on their analysis of the direct data.
Did their analysis indicate that there had been, in fact, that kind of engagement of viewers of the social media accounts to go through to the fake news sites?
From both the social media company standpoint, the answer is yes, but in general, I was told that it was a quote unquote low engagement from what they could tell. And then from the third party reports, they did not characterize it as much. They said that they believed that viewers could be directed, but they did not say who the amount were or the percentage of any of those viewers.
And did your research indicate a higher level of engagement with the kind of fake social media accounts operated by the Russians than the fake news websites?
Yes, in general, yes.
Let me ask this. You referred a minute ago to U.S. government countermeasures, I believe. Can you describe just generally what sort of U.S. government countermeasures do you discuss in the thesis?
So there were 3 U.S. government countermeasures that I discussed in the thesis. Number 1 was an initiative that the FBI took called the Protected Voices Initiative. That was actually focused on hack and dump operations, and the Protected Voices Initiative was cybersecurity briefings and awareness training provided for all the national level political committees, such as the RNC, the DNC, the RSCC, the DCCC. Briefings were provided by our Washington field office, and then briefings were also provided to the vast majority of the presidential candidates for the 2020 election season. I think there were approximately 24 of those presidential candidates that were provided, them and their senior staff were provided cybersecurity briefings. That was one of the measures that was taken. A second measure that was taken was the information sharing with the private sector companies, where we shared both strategic level information as well as tactical information. And then the third measure I think I mentioned in the thesis was that the CISA Act, the formation of the Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency in 2018, and their ability to provide state, county, and local election officials with both grants, federal grants to improve their infrastructure, as well as with cybersecurity training.
Okay, that was, you said a lot there, and I just want to ask you a few follow-up questions to kind of unpack it. I think you said the second U.S. government countermeasure was information sharing. Is that right?
That's correct. I may have the order incorrect. I haven't looked in my thesis since over a year, but yeah.
Well, let me ask this: information sharing. Is that information sharing between federal agencies and social media platforms?
That is information sharing between the FBI and the. In this thesis, I focus on the 3 social media companies.
So specifically, your thesis focuses on information sharing between the FBI and basically Facebook, Google, and Twitter, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Is there other information sharing that happens by other federal agencies on issues that relate to this?
Objection, lacks foundation, vague.
If you know.
I am generally aware that other federal agencies want to do private sector engagement, but I am not familiar with the frequency of the information sharing or the type of information sharing.
Do you know which other federal agencies do that?
Objection, vague, lacks foundation.
I am aware specifically that CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, does information sharing in terms of elections with the social media companies.
To the extent you know, what kind of information sharing do they do?
All of the information that I have personally witnessed comes through what CISA has called the Industry Working Group. That includes the 3 social media companies I mentioned. And the type of information that they have shared is generally about when the primaries for each state happened, and then to highlight anything that they believe is unique or different from standard or from what is considered normal. For example, like an Iowa caucus is not a normal type of primary. Most states do not run caucuses, so they will highlight something like an Iowa caucus. They will also highlight the election methods that are used in different states, whether it be a paper ballot or an electronic device like a touchscreen device.
And that industry working group, do you personally participate in that?
I have participated in several of them.
How often do they occur?
For the year 2020, I think for the first half of the year, they occurred quarterly. So I think, every 3 months. And then for the last half of the year, I want to say around the June, July timeframe, it moved to monthly.
How about in 2022?
In 2022, I believe they were about the same. It happened quarterly, and then I believe ahead of the midterm elections, they moved to monthly, except due to my conflicting schedule, I believe I was only able to attend about 3 of the meetings this year.
When you say attend, are these all done, by Zoom, or is there a big kind of in-person meeting?
I have attended via video conference, and it's not Zoom. It's typically whatever the private sector companies want to use. So I've seen Cisco WebEx or Blue Jeans. Those are the 2 I remember.
What companies participate in these meetings?
Yeah, several companies participate in these meetings.
Which ones do you recall?
I do recall. I don't know if that's law enforcement sensitive or not. I don't know if the companies want to be disclosed.
Please tell us on the record what companies participate.
Meta?
Elvis?
Yes.
Elvis, is it classified or protected? How do you, what's your understanding of the classification of this information?
My understanding is that this is sensitive information, and that
I'll direct you not to disclose it. We'll have to take it to the judge.
Okay. Is this okay? You realize the government has already disclosed this information in interrogatory responses in this case. Law enforcement.
Mr. Schauer, I'm sorry, somebody was doing some sort of beeping thing. I could not hear you.
You realize this information has already been disclosed by the government in interrogatory responses in this case. And in addition to that, there is no privilege of law enforcement sensitive. There is a law enforcement investigative files privilege that's clearly inapplicable here. And also, are both counsel going to instruct the witness not to answer questions here?
Well, if it's already been disclosed in interrogatories, why don't you ask them based on, given the names that have already been disclosed?
I'd like to cross-verify the information I got from the government from someone who personally participated in the meetings, and I'm entitled to do that.
Counsel, if I may, I believe it would be helpful to have a break at this point to sort this out.
Yeah, we can go off the record.
Okay.
After record at 9:27 a.m. We're back on the record at 9:37 a.m.
So, counsel, where are we? Are you standing on that objection?
I'm going to withdraw the objection. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And as a process point, I'm requesting that one attorney object and instruct the witness in this deposition, not two. Now, I have no problem if Mr. Berger wants to flag something for Mr. Sir, but I understand that Mr. Sir is defending the deposition, not Mr. Berger. So if you got an issue, I don't mind if you guys want to talk about it, but I don't want to have multiple witnesses, multiple attorneys objecting instruction. Can we proceed on that basis from now on?
We expect to do so. There may be some exceptional circumstances that warrant a different approach, but that's how we expect to proceed.
Yeah, I'm fine taking it up. If things come up that raise an issue, we can raise them. But yeah, anyway, all right. I mean, to be clear, any law enforcement privilege is held by the government, not by Mr. Chan in his personal capacity, and Mr. Sir is the one who's there to represent the government's interests. So, in any event, okay, Mr. Chan, or Agent Chan, who do you recall on the social media platform side participating in these industry working group meetings that you've been testifying about from 2020 and 2022?
The companies that I remember attending the meetings are Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Twitter, Yahoo, which may have been known as Verizon Media at the time, Wikimedia Foundation, and Reddit.
You remember any others at this time?
I think I listed 7. Those were like the regular participants that I can remember.
How about on the U.S. government side? What agencies were represented at these meetings?
At these meetings, CISA is the host and facilitator for the meeting. They also invite another component of Department of Homeland Security called Intelligence and Analysis, INA, so DHS INA, I know attends. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, attends. And then from the FBI, there is typically a representative from the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, which you will hear me abbreviate as FIDIF regularly. And then I attend from FBI San Francisco when I am available.
And why are you included in particular?
The reason that I attend these meetings is because the way the FBI works is FBI field offices are responsible for maintaining the day-to-day relationships with the companies that are headquartered in their area of responsibility, which I may occasionally abbreviate to AOR. And all of the companies that have been listed, with the exception of Microsoft, are all headquartered in FBI San Francisco's territory.
Where's Microsoft headquartered?
They are headquartered in Redmond, Washington.
And then on the CISA side in particular, what individuals participate in these meetings?
Typically, there are senior level, what I believe are senior level officials. The two that I specifically remember are Matt Masterson and Brian Scully.
Is that Matt Masterson?
Yeah, Matthew Masterson and Brian Scully are the two regular attendees, and they're usually one or both of them. Either one of them is usually emceeing the meeting.
Brian Scully, do you know him personally?
I know him just through work. I only know Mr. Masterson through work as well.
When you say you know him through work, did you work together on anything other than these meetings?
So we have met, I want to say I've met in person with each of those individuals twice in person, but they're primarily through either the preparatory calls for these meetings that they're hosting or the meetings themselves.
So you work with CISA in preparatory calls for these industry working group meetings?
Yes.
And in that connection, you've met Brian Scully and Matt Masterson, correct?
Yes.
And Brian Scully is involved in kind of leading or emceeing these meetings, is that right?
Objection vague.
Or is he the leader of the meeting when it convenes?
For the 2020 election cycle, Mr. Masterson was he was primarily the facilitator. Ahead of the 2022 midterm elections, Mr. Scully has been the primary facilitator.
Was that because Mr. Masterson left CISA in the intervening time?
Yes.
Do you know where he works now?
Yes. I believe he works at Microsoft now.
Do you interact with him now as a representative of a tech company?
Objection vague.
I have only interacted with him on 2 occasions. One was when he showed up at one of the more recent industry meetings ahead of the 2022 midterm elections. That is when I discovered that he went to Microsoft, and then I asked him to send me his new contact information during the call, and then he sent me an email and provided me with his new contact information.
You work with CISA on these industry working group meetings to help prepare them. What's the nature of your involvement in preparing for these meetings? Do you kind of set the agenda, or what's your involvement?
Objection vague and compound, and implicates the deliberative process privilege.
Let me rephrase the question. Are you involved in preparing for these meetings?
No, I participate in the preparation meetings, but I do not provide any agenda items.
Do you remember anyone else at CISA besides Mr. Scully and Mr. Masterson who participates in these meetings?
I don't recollect any other people's names at this time.
Were there others who participated, but you just don't remember who they were?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Let me, do you still have Exhibit 1 on the screen in front of you, your thesis?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's turn back to that for a little while. And if you could, I'm going to scroll ahead to your abstract on page 5. Can you see that clearly?
Roman numeral 5, okay.
Yes, I see it now.
And can you see it also on the screen share as well as on the iPad? I want to make sure you can see the document both places as we go forward today.
I can see the bottom half of one paragraph, and then, okay, now I see, I see the bottom paragraph of the
Actually, can I direct your attention to this sentence here in your abstract that I'm highlighting? I guess actually for context, if you can see above, actually just focus on that sentence. You say this thesis finds that the Russians shifted their tactics from 2016 to 2020, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And then you say still the US government and social media companies effectively impeded their influence campaigns primarily through information sharing and account takedowns, respectively, correct?
Correct.
What do you mean by information sharing here?
So information sharing is meant, as I mentioned previously, there are 2 types of information that the US government, specifically the FBI, shares with the social media companies. The first type of information is strategic information, which discusses the tools, tactics, or processes, shortened to be TTPs, used by the Russians. The second type of information shared by the US government is tactical information. And when I mean tactical information, I specifically mean indicators or selectors. Both of those are a term of art within the cybersecurity industry. And indicators or selectors include IP addresses, email accounts, social media accounts, website domain names, and like file hash values.
Sorry, say the last thing. What kind of hash values?
File, like electronic file hash values.
Okay, and so I take it the strategic information is kind of high level advice to the social media platforms about the kinds of campaigns the Russians might be conducting. Is that fair to say?
Objection lacks foundation.
I would not characterize the information we share as advice.
Okay, then in that case, it's sort of, is it high-level general information about what FBI understands the Russians are engaging in when it comes to social media influence campaigns?
Objection lacks foundation.
Yes.
And then on the, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I can provide an example if that would be illustrative.
That'd be super helpful. Please do.
Ahead of the 2020 elections, through our investigation of the Internet Research Agency, we discovered that they were trying to set up base, as it were, or set up offices in Western Africa. We shared this type of strategic information with the social media companies. They were able to use whatever detection methods they have to discover that there were Russian troll farms being set up specifically in Ghana and Nigeria.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier that tactical, that would be strategic information.
That would be strategic. To summarize, an example would be, we believe the Russian troll farm, specifically the Internet Research Agency, is trying to make inroads in Western Africa.
Gotcha. And then tactical information would be much more specific. Here are specific, I think you said IP addresses, websites, social media accounts that are actually, FBI has concluded are being operated by the Russians. Is that what tactical information is?
That is correct.
And so is there information sharing from the FBI to social media platforms providing that kind of specific tactical level information?
Yes, there is.
And I think the sentence that I've highlighted in your thesis goes on to say immediately information sharing and account takedowns. Does account takedowns refer to the social media platforms kind of taking down those social media accounts when the FBI identifies them as being operated by Russian actors?
Objection lacks foundation.
So the FBI shares information with the social media companies, no strings attached, so that the social media companies can protect their platforms as they deem appropriate. And from what I have observed and what they have told me, when we have provided them with high confidence of Russian selectors, they have been able to discover fake Russian accounts and take them down.
So you don't control what they do, correct?
I do not control what they do.
But you provide them with information that they don't have about the source of certain, you call them selectors or social media accounts, correct?
Correct.
And when you provide them with that information, they take it and they pull down those accounts, at least sometimes. Fair
Objection lacks foundation.
If I can clarify, what they do is they take the information that we share, they validate it through their own means, And then if they determine that these are accounts being operated by Russian state-sponsored actors, then they have taken them down.
Okay, and that's, I take it, part of the point of your sharing the information with them, right? So that they can assess and evaluate, and then ultimately, if they agree with your conclusion, take them down, correct?
Correct.
In other words, part of the purpose of the information sharing on the FBI side is to have the inauthentic Russian accounts taken down so that they're not influencing political discourse in the United States, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation and calls for speculation.
I would characterize it as the FBI provides information to these companies so that they can protect their platforms as they deem appropriate, and they can take whatever actions they deem appropriate without any suggestion or interference from the FBI.
But my question is a little different, which is my question is, part of the purpose from the FBI's perspective is to give them the tools to assess and potentially take down accounts that the FBI has deemed to be inauthentic, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
You may answer.
So I would say, yeah, inauthentic. So my focus is on Russian state-sponsored, controlled accounts, and so whether the companies take them down or not, it's their own choice.
Right, but is it your purpose in giving them the information that the FBI believes or has concluded that they are Russian-operated accounts? Is it your purpose to equip them to take them down if they end up agreeing with your assessment?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
My purpose is to share the information with them so that they can protect their platforms as they deem appropriate.
In one way they protect their platforms is to take down these accounts, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, that's what you say here in the sentence, right? You say that the US government and social media companies effectively impeded their influence campaigns through information sharing and account takedowns, right?
I said that, you can see I put respectively because it was the US government, specifically the FBI, sharing information, and it was the social media companies doing the account takedowns.
Right, and the joint result of that was in effectively impeding Russian influence campaigns, correct?
Correct.
And that's FIDF's goal, right? To effectively impede Russian influence campaigns, right?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Yeah, my understanding of FIDF's goal is to counter malign foreign influence campaigns.
Does that include effectively impeding their influence campaigns, as you say in your thesis?
Yes.
Does that include doing so through account takedowns by information sharing with social media platforms?
Objection, lacks foundation, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Yeah, I believe you're mischaracterizing. So, like I said before, the FBI shares information with no strings attached and no expectations for the companies. And the companies, they can protect their own platforms.
I'm going to jump ahead to page Little Roman 17. And you see there, Indranil, it's going to be on page 19 of the PDF. You see that?
Yep. Yeah, we're on it.
Okay, and I believe this is the kind of summary section of your thesis. You talk about, in this paragraph here that begins with the U.S. government's response that I've highlighted, do you see that?
Yes.
And you say the U.S. government's response to the Russian influence campaign appeared more robust before the 2020 elections than in the 2016 or 2018 elections, correct?
Correct.
And then in the next sentence, you say the most important actions taken by the U.S. government may have been information sharing with the social media companies to expose Russia's different operations and shut down its accounts, correct?
Correct.
So the information sharing was done, quote, to expose Russia's different operations and shut down its accounts, right?
Correct.
And then its refers to Russia, right? So to expose Russia's different operations and shut down Russia's accounts, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to jump ahead a few pages to page XXII. And Indranil, if you're following on your iPad, that's going to be page 24 of the PDF. There's a reference here in the acknowledgments where you refer to, quote, my colleagues back at headquarters who were in the trenches with me as we work to protect the 2020 elections. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, what are you talking about there, who are being in the trenches with you as you work to protect the 2020 elections?
I'm referring to my colleagues, specifically at the Foreign Influence Task Force, who participated in the meetings with me, who provided briefings to the companies, and who coordinated the information sharing.
And so you said you had meetings with the companies. What meetings did you have?
We had, let me be more clear. I hosted meetings, bilateral meetings between each of the companies I mentioned and the Foreign Influence Task Force. And we would also bring in field offices that had investigations related to malign foreign influence by state-sponsored actors. We would also bring in field offices that had cyber investigations. And when I mean cyber investigations, I mean state-sponsored actors that the FBI was investigating that we believe were capable of hack and dump campaigns that we observed in the 2016 election.
Okay, let me unpack that a bit. First of all, you say there were meetings with social media companies, between FIDF and social media companies during the 2020 election cycle, correct? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, that is correct.
And then do those meetings also continue in the 2022 election cycle?
Yes, they occur at roughly a quarterly cadence.
And then does their cadence increase as elections get close?
Yes, they do.
And that becomes monthly as the election nears, and then weekly, very close to the election?
Ahead of the 2020 elections, that is correct. Ahead of the 2022 elections, we moved it from quarterly to monthly, and then we just had one weekly meeting a week ahead of the midterm elections.
I'm sorry, you said you had one weekly meeting ahead of the midterm election?
We had one meeting a week before the midterm elections.
Oh, and how long was that period of weekly meetings? Was that like the month before or the 3 months before?
No, just the week before the elections itself.
Oh, okay, there was one weekly meeting, right?
Yeah, there was.
Before the election.
Yeah, so there was a monthly meeting in October, and then we had another meeting out of cadence the week before the election. So the end of October.
And then are these meetings going back to quarterly now that the election is passed?
That is correct.
And so you'll have quarterly meetings with the social media companies going forward until the 2024 election cycle gets closer.
That is what I anticipate.
And then as that election gets closer, then they'll move to monthly and potentially weekly a couple of years from now or in the fall of 2024. Is that fair to say?
Objection, calls for speculation.
That is what I anticipate.
Let me ask this, what social media companies are involved in these meetings?
Objection vague.
Currently or in 2020?
Well, let's start with 2020. I'd like to know both. Start with 2020, please.
So for the 2020 elections, we regularly met with Facebook, Google, Twitter, Yahoo, Reddit, and LinkedIn.
Okay, and then which social media companies did you meet with in 2022?
The same companies, and we not on a quarterly basis, but on a periodic basis, maybe twice this year. We also met with Apple and Wikimedia Foundation.
Does Apple operate social media platforms?
They do not.
And why did they get added to the list?
They were added because they are a cloud infrastructure company, and we believe that tactical information, specifically indicators that we shared with them related to foreign state-sponsored actors, might pop up on any screening they do on iCloud.
How about in the 2018 election cycle? Did these meetings happen back then?
Yes, they did, on a quarterly cadence.
Did they ever get to monthly or weekly back then?
I don't recollect. They may have, but I don't recollect at this time.
Let me ask this, what kinds of people are you meeting with at these social media platforms? Is this members of the trust and safety teams at these platforms?
Objection vague.
There are typically two types of people that we meet at these companies. And when I mean types, I mean roles. So as you mentioned, one role of person that we typically meet is a trust and safety or site integrity or cybersecurity, so a security function person or team of people. And then we meet with their attorneys too. So typically there is a security counsel or a trust and safety counsel.
And those trust and safety and site integrity teams, they're responsible for defending those platforms from kind of hacking attempts and things like that, right?
Objection vague assumes facts not in evidence.
That is my understanding.
And then they're also, I take it, in charge of enforcing the terms of service or the content modulation policies at those platforms. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
Let me ask you this. With respect to Facebook, who do you meet with from the trust and safety team?
In what context? Specifically for the FIDF meetings?
Well, let's start with those, and then I'll ask you about other contexts. Yeah, and these sort of quarterly, monthly, then weekly cadence meetings we've been talking about. Who attends from the kind of trust and safety or site integrity group from Facebook?
From the trust and safety side of the house, the people that I typically meet with are Emily Vatcher, Brian Kelly, Mike Divolonsky, Mike Torrey. Those are the senior level officials. They're either manager or director level officials, and typically they have investigators or analysts under them, but that's kind of rotating and on an ad hoc basis, on an as needed basis. I don't recollect the names of most of the analysts.
And do you interact with Facebook employees in other contexts?
Objection vague.
Yeah, the majority of my interaction with Facebook is not in the disinformation or malign foreign influence realm. It is actually for things related to my to the cyber branch, which are specifically cyber investigations.
How about Twitter? Who do you meet with at Twitter when it relates to disinformation and malign foreign influence operations?
The same as with Facebook, I meet with trust and safety / site integrity people, and then I meet with their security councils.
And then what human beings at Twitter from the trust and safety / site integrity group do you meet with?
The head of site integrity until the day after the midterm elections that I met with was Yoel Roth. And his senior manager is Will Newland, but they have both told me they are no longer with the company.
Do you have any new contacts at Twitter now?
I was provided their counterpart in the Dublin, Ireland office, and I believe his name is Aaron Roderick. I have only exchanged like 2 emails with him.
So, but up until quite recently, your principal trust and safety contacts at Twitter were Yoel Roth and Will Newland.
That is correct.
They're both senior or management level officials in site integrity or trust and safety.
That is my understanding.
Anyone else at Twitter that you would participate in meetings that relate to malign foreign influence or disinformation?
Yes, on the attorney side, they regularly had several security councils attend, and the senior official at the time of the 2020 elections was Angela Schurer, but she is also no longer with the company.
Okay. And then how about Google? Whom do you do you meet with at Google about disinformation and malign foreign influence activities?
On the site integrity / trust and safety side, the senior director of that group is Shane Huntley.
Anyone else besides, is that a Mr. Huntley?
Yeah, Mr. Shane Huntley.
And then is there anyone else at Google who you meet with?
Yes, up until recently, I would say earlier this year, the senior attorney that we met with was Richard Salgado, but he has since retired.
Anyone else besides those 2 individuals?
Those are the 2 senior officials. The other officials that I would meet with regularly on the attorney side include Harold Chun and Mike Maffei. I believe both of them are senior security counsels.
How about Yahoo? Who do you meet with on the site integrity or trust and safety side from Yahoo as it relates to malign foreign influence and disinformation?
The head of the group that we met with, they are colloquially known as the Paranoids, is named Chris Keast.
Why are they called the Paranoids?
I believe it was, I'm not sure, but I believe it was a previous chief information security officer who said that it was the job of his team to be paranoid in order to protect their platform.
Are they paranoid in your view?
Objection, calls for speculation.
They are very good people to work with.
Okay. Sorry, tell me their names again.
Chris Keast is the director of that group, and then the senior manager is Saruchi Chen.
Is there anyone else on the trust and safety / site integrity side from Yahoo that you meet with?
There are different investigators that they will have briefing different things, but I don't recollect any of their names at this time.
Okay, and then how about Reddit? Who do you meet with from Reddit on the site integrity, trust and safety side as it relates to disinformation or malign foreign influence?
His name is Tyler Otto. He is the head of data sciences at Reddit.
Anyone else at Reddit who you meet with about those topics?
Yes, his senior manager is named Aaliyah Baldwin.
ALIA.
AYLEA.
All these officials you've talked about from these various social media platforms, Facebook, Google, Twitter, Yahoo, Reddit, these are all people that would have authority over enforcing terms of service at their respective platforms, correct?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony and calls for speculation.
That is my understanding. I don't know if they have the authority, but they will at least inform the decision makers, whoever they may be.
So they'd be directly involved in the enforcement of terms of service for these various platforms. Is that fair to say?
That is my understanding.
And that includes, of course, content modulation of content on the platforms, right?
Objection, vague, calls for speculation.
That is my understanding.
Turning back to your thesis, you talk about being in the trenches with you as you work to protect the 2020 elections. Were there any other steps you took in the trenches other than those, these information sharing meetings you described with those, I think, 7 platforms?
Objection, vague.
Yes. One of the things that I did more frequently was FBI San Francisco's territory includes 16 counties. So I provided them the county registrar or county clerk's offices, their information security personnel, with monthly cybersecurity updates and guidance.
And so that was involved advising county clerks and registrars on how to fend off hacking attempts.
Yes, I would share indicators with them. I would share the same type of information that I shared with social media companies to a more limited extent. I would share strategic information about what we saw foreign state-sponsored actors doing, and then where appropriate, we would share indicators with companies, but these would primarily be IP addresses and domain names so that they could see if they were popping up anywhere on their networks.
I'm going to jump ahead in your thesis to page 17 of the main text. And Indranil, are you following along on your iPad?
I am trying, yes.
I think this is going to be page 41 of page 41 of the PDF. Agent Chan, can you see the screen share in front of you? Well, I've made it a little smaller to make it easier for me to read.
Yeah, I can see there's part of one paragraph and the beginning of a second paragraph.
Can you see there's you refer to DiResta there near the top of the page. Do you see what I've highlighted?
Correct.
Who's DiResta?
Renee DiResta is a researcher at the Stanford Internet Observatory.
So do you know her personally?
I have engaged with her on phone calls.
What were the nature of those phone calls?
The nature of those phone calls were actually related to threats being directed at her, as well as about Russian disinformation.
So threats being directed at her, you mean someone had personally made threats at her, and you were, as an FBI agent, relating to that with her. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that is correct. And the threats would be, the threats were online.
Go ahead, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
The threats were of an online nature that were, that she was concerned may be state-sponsored in nature.
Oh, okay. And that, what was the second thing that you said you engaged with her on?
Just broad conversations about Russian disinformation.
Yeah, what did you say to each other about Russian disinformation?
I was mostly in listening mode, and I would ask her for her thoughts about what she was seeing from the Internet Observatory.
Did you have these conversations in connection with writing your thesis, or was it in connection with your work as an FBI agent in the field?
It was connected to my work as an FBI agent in the field.
When did you talk to Rene DiResta?
I want to say maybe in 2019.
Was that the only time?
Yeah, I can only recollect 2 phone calls that I had with her.
And those would have been in 2019?
Yes.
Do you know why you called her?
She called me on the first call
Why did she call you?
She had been given my contact information by the head of the Stanford Internet Observatory, and she was concerned about Russian actors either providing her or giving her online threats or potentially swatting her.
Okay. Who's the head of the Stanford Internet Observatory?
Alex Stamos.
Do you know Mr. Stamos?
I do.
How do you know him?
I know him from his time as the chief security officer for Facebook.
Was he one of the Facebook officials that you interacted with in your professional capacity as an FBI agent when he was there?
Yeah, when he was there, but he was not, and he left before the 2020 election cycle.
Was he involved in any of the meetings you've talked about where malign foreign influence activities were discussed?
He was involved in a few, but he left it to the people that I mentioned who reported to him.
So when did he leave Facebook?
I can't remember, but it was ahead of the 2020 election cycle.
So before, you think he would have left before 2020 began or during 2020?
I think he left well before 2020. I think he left after the midterms, but I can't remember.
You mean the 2018 midterm?
I'm sorry, yeah, the 2018 midterm elections.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with Mr. Stamos since he left Facebook?
Yes, but not about Russian disinformation.
Generally, what have they been about?
Cybersecurity and trust and safety.
What is trust and safety?
Trust and safety is protecting platforms from hacking and, primarily hacking.
Have you had any discussions with him about protecting platforms from, malign foreign influence activities?
No. Not since the, before the 2018 midterm elections. Not in his current capacity at the Stanford Internet Observatory.
Lower down on the page, you see I've highlighted a reference to Professor Kate Starbird. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know Kate Starbird?
I do not know her personally.
Have you ever talked to her, to your recollection?
I have never talked to her.
Okay, so you only reference her research in your thesis, but you never talked to her.
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the Stanford Internet Observatory and the University of Washington teaming up on something called the Election Integrity Partnership?
I am generally aware of that.
What do you know about the Election Integrity Partnership? What is
Objection
it?
vague.
My knowledge is just general, so I knew they partnered on election integrity, and I knew that there was research involved, but that's the extent of my knowledge.
How do you know that?
I think I read it somewhere in a news article.
Have you ever talked to anyone involved in the Election Integrity Partnership?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you have any involvement in it?
No, I would have known. So no, not that I'm aware of.
How about any other federal agencies? Are you aware of them being involved or working with the Election Integrity Partnership?
I am not aware of any other federal agencies.
And then would that include the FBI? Do you know if the FBI has had or it is involved in any way with the Election Integrity Partnership?
I do not have any knowledge of that. However, I know that my colleagues at FBI headquarters regularly meet with researchers much more frequently than I do.
So is it possible that your colleagues at FBI headquarters meet with Alex Stamos,
Objection calls for speculation.
if you know?
Not to my knowledge, because since Alex Stamos is at Stanford and Stanford is located in FBI San Francisco's territory, it is common courtesy to ask the field office to broker the meeting or to at least make them aware that they're coming into the territory. So I'm not aware of any of them meeting with Alex Stamos.
What researchers out there in California are you aware that they've met with other than Mr. Stamos?
I am aware that they have at least had discussions with a researcher at University of California, Berkeley, Professor Hani Farid.
How do you spell that?
Hani, and I believe his last name is Fareed, but it could be Farid. I'm not sure.
Any other researchers you're aware of them meeting with?
That's the only one in my territory that I'm aware of them meeting with.
How about Kate Starbird? Do you know if they've ever met with her at FBI, at FINIF's headquarters?
I am not aware.
I want to jump ahead in your thesis to page 25. And Indranil, it's page 49 of the PDF. Earlier, Agent Chan, you testified that there's kind of two kinds of Russian influence operations that you discussed in the thesis. I think you referred to hack and dump operations, right?
That's correct.
And that's a reference to hackers reaching into a computer network, stealing data, and then kind of publicizing it, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then here you also refer to attempted hacks on actual voting systems, but you say that that's not the focus of your thesis, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
And then here, I think in this next paragraph, where you refer to online social media influence campaigns, that's what your thesis actually focuses on and discusses, right?
That is correct.
At a high level, can you describe what sorts of online social media influence campaigns have been conducted by the Russians?
So, broadly speaking, they have, and when I mean they, I mean the Internet Research Agency and other Russian state-sponsored actors have created fake social media accounts, and they have either generated disinformation themselves, or they have amplified existing content from current users of the social media platforms.
So they generate their own disinformation. What does that entail?
So they make their own content.
Okay, so can you give us a specific example of what that might look like?
Like they will make their own Facebook postings. They will copy other people's Facebook postings, and they will. I mean, when I say content, they try to find what are the hot button or current issues in the news around the time frame they're looking at, and then they will try to either generate content themselves related to that, or they will amplify existing content.
Okay, so they might say suppose there's a hot button issue, and they'll create some inflammatory Facebook post and push that out into social media. That's one thing they do.
Yes.
And I take it the goal there is they're trying to get ordinary, real people on social media, including Americans, to kind of interact with or engage with that content, right?
Objection, vague, calls for speculation.
That is my understanding, is that in general, the Russian government and the Internet Research Agency want to sow discord in the American online environment.
And so the goal there is to have, they post messages that they anticipate will be divisive and try and get Americans to engage with them, right?
Yeah, that is my understanding.
And engagement, I take, can mean multiple things on a social media platform. That might mean reading the post. That'd be a form of engagement, right?
Yes, yeah. So the companies, I use the company's definition, and when they say engagement, they mean different things as well. Like you said, viewing is one of the types of engagement, and they will let us know, hey, Elvis, you shared this IP address with us. We found these accounts, and they had low-level engagement. And when I ask, what is low-level engagement, they will typically characterize it as, oh, there was, a dozen views.
Okay. Whereas a high-level engagement might be 1 million views, right?
Yes.
Or 100,000 views might be a high-level engagement, fair to say.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then, liking or disliking a post is another kind of engagement. Is that fair to say?
For the Facebook and Instagram platform specifically.
Yeah, and then doesn't Twitter have a kind of function that you can kind of express approval or disapproval in that way?
Yeah, I believe so.
What's that? Do you know what that's called?
I can't remember the name for it.
But it's the equivalent of liking something on Facebook. You can, like a tweet, essentially. Is that fair to say?
Objection, vague.
I would assess them as being similar.
Yeah, and then there's and then obviously reposting it is another form of engagement, right?
That is correct.
And also there's reposting it with commentary as well, right?
That is correct.
I take it these are all forms of engagement that these social media influence campaigns that you're referring to in the thesis are kind of designed, or at least they're trying to get people to do that, regular, kind of real users, not bots. The Russians are trying to get people to engage on their divisive content, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, so it is my opinion that, based on what I know, that is what the Russians are attempting to do.
And I take it from your thesis that they met with mixed success in these efforts, right? In some of their efforts, they were highly effective in getting high levels of those kinds of engagement, whereas others, it would kind of fizzled. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would say it was hit and miss.
And I think in your thesis, you talk about how in 2016 they had high levels of success, right? Because there were essentially no countermeasures taken by social media platforms.
That is correct.
And I think you cite examples of situations where there are Russian-originated content with hundreds of thousands, or I think you talk about millions of Americans interacting with it, liking it, disliking it, reposting it, and all that. Is that fair to say?
Objection, compound.
That is for the 2016 election cycle.
And then I take it there was some engagement in the 2018 and 2020 election cycles, but probably not quite as much as in 2016, right?
That is correct.
How would you kind of characterize the levels of engagement, the various forms of engagement I've talked about, reading it, liking it or disliking it, reposting it or reposting it with commentary? How do those levels of engagement in general with the kind of Russian malign content, what levels were those at in 2016 and 2018?
Objection, compound.
Well, on page 35, I give one example where you can see how IRA-controlled accounts and the numbers of users they reached. And so on page 35, you see that table, right? So those are the types of numbers. And then After that, when we compare it to 2020, it's less. So those are the numbers that were, provided. I think these, I footnoted, but it's from the special counsel's report.
I gotcha. That's from Robert Mueller's report.
That is correct.
And that indicates that there were really a very high level of number of users reached. For Facebook, 126 million users reached by 2016 Russian messages, fair to say?
Yes.
And I take it, some subset of those people are reading it, or at least clicking on it to read it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so the number of users reached, my interpretation is that is views.
Gotcha.
Views, yeah.
And then some of them, we just don't know how many, but some of them would have liked it or disliked it, fair to say?
Yeah, I have no idea how many would have liked it or disliked it.
And then some may have reposted it, right?
They may have, but I don't know.
And then that Twitter figure shows, what is it, about 1.4 million Twitter users were reached by these activities in 2016.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to flip back to page 29. You've got this kind of graphic a picture of Hillary Clinton with a black kind of X painted on her face. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I take it this is an example of something that it's actually Russian originated content kind of masquerading as something posted by an American, right?
Yeah, that is an example.
And this is the sort of thing that would have resulted in engagement by users?
Objection, vague, calls for speculation.
Well, from this one, there appeared to be 763 reactions.
You know what reactions means? Is that liking and disliking, or is that something else?
I'm not familiar.
So that might mean liking or disliking, but it might also mean reposting.
Yeah, I don't know.
So at least 763 people for this example did something more than just reading it, right, or viewing it.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what a reaction means. It could just mean viewing it, but it could mean taking some further action.
And then next to that, 76 people commented on this, right?
Yes.
And then those comments are people presumably saying something, whether they agree or disagree or just want to say something about this kind of political ad, fair to say?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what the nature of the comments are, but your characterization is probable.
If the account, suppose you talked about account takedowns earlier. If this account that posted this ad is taken down, do all those comments get taken down with it?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know.
So you think that the comments may stay up with the account gone?
To be honest with you, I do not use any social media.
So you don't know if the comments kind of remain floating out on Twitter when the underlying picture of Hillary Clinton with a black paint on her face is taken down.
I do not know.
Turn to the next page of your thesis, page 30. Here in this subsection A, you talk about the IRA social media activities, right?
Correct.
Okay, and the IRA is the Internet Research Agency, right?
In this context, correct.
Yeah. Not in the Ireland separatist context. Just generally speaking, you describe what the IRA is in this context.
Objection, vague.
So in this paragraph, I describe the 3 lines of activities that I observed the IRA doing in terms of malign influence campaigns.
Okay, and the first one you say is they made and maintained fake user accounts and pages on social media platforms that covered a range of political issues, right?
That is correct.
And that's a bit like what we've already been talking about, where I take it they're creating fake accounts and pages and trying to gather American viewers to review and engage with their content, right?
Objection vague, cause for speculation.
That is my assessment.
And it says, for these accounts and pages, the IRA employees generated organic content to ingratiate themselves with online communities and amplify or steer the themes discussed in those communities, correct?
Yes, that is what I wrote.
So they're trying to influence online conversations involving real American citizens, right?
That was my assessment and is my assessment.
And so that, I think it would involve the kind of active engagement that we talked about a minute ago, not just reading what they say, but maybe reposting it, commenting on it, and having a higher level of engagement than just viewing it, right?
Objection compound or cause for speculation.
That would be my understanding.
You go on to say, second, and this ties back to something I think you foreshadowed a minute ago, IRA employees used social media bots, i.e. computer programs which control social media accounts, to amplify existing content, right?
That is correct.
What is it to amplify existing content?
It is to do the things that you had mentioned. Depending on what the social media platform were, they include things like liking it or reposting it.
So social media bots, those are kind of fake accounts, right? That don't have real human beings behind them. Is that what that means?
Yes, they are controlled by computer programs.
And so sometimes they'll have like a fake picture so it looks like a real human being, but actually it's just a computer program, right?
That is correct.
And so these social media, I take it the IRA generated social media bots to go out there, find the divisive messages that the IRA wanted to sort of amplify and had them engage with those posts, correct?
Objection compound or cause for speculation.
I wouldn't say they generated the bots. In general, people rent bots.
That's interesting. How do you rent a bot?
In the cybersecurity industry, there is a role called a bot herder. So someone who develops malicious software and finds unprotected devices and infects them with malicious software, also known as malware, and then they will advertise on the dark web that you can rent a botnet for a botnet of a certain size for a certain amount of money, and that is what I'm assessing the Internet Research Agency did.
Gotcha. Okay, so do you know for sure whether they generated their own or bought them on the dark web?
No, I'm not sure how they acquired them. I was just I didn't feel comfortable saying they generated their own. Somehow they were able to get control of a botnet and then use them to amplify.
And then amplify, I take it that means things like liking and reposting and taking steps like that make it, is that fair to say? It's liking, reposting, stuff like that. Is that right?
Objection vague, cause for speculation.
Yeah, that would be my assessment.
Okay, and so I take it the Russian bots go out there and they find the divisive messages that the Russians want to push, and then they amplify them by having fake user accounts like them or retweet them or repost them on Facebook. Fair to say?
I don't think the bots do that themselves. The bots don't have any intelligence. I believe that a human being, an actual internet research employee, would find divisive content or users who had lots of followers and then deploy the bots to amplify those users' messages or content.
And part of this, I take it, is the bots, the fake accounts, having their own followers, trying to collect their own real followers, right?
In my experience, the bots typically don't care how many followers they have. Their primary job is to amplify other content.
Oh, gotcha. So in other words, suppose, when you say other content, this is content that wasn't originated by Russians or the IRA, but is generated by American citizens with views that the IRA likes or wants to push, right?
Objection vague, calls for speculation, assumes facts not on evidence.
By other content, I mean content not generated by the bots. Because
That's what you mean.
bots will generate their own content, but it's usually nonsense talk or just like random images, but that's what I meant by other.
Right, and then I think that's what you referred to in the previous sentence as organic content, right?
Yeah, organic content, I mean that it is actually generated by Internet Research Agency employees.
Oh, okay. So existing content in this sentence that I've highlighted is different than organic content. Existing content is stuff that's already out there on the social media platforms.
That is correct.
And that'd be stuff that can be posted by other users or come from any other source, but
Yeah.
it's just stuff that they like and they want to push those messages, right?
Objection vague, compound.
Yes, I mean not generated by the Internet Research Agency. That is what I mean by other content.
If a bot that's operated by the Internet Research Agency were to repost like an American citizen's tweet or Facebook page, and then that bot account were taken down or shut off, would that reposting or amplification of that message then go away?
Objection compound and hypothetical.
If you know.
I don't know.
So if suppose there's John Smith, who's a American citizen who posts a aggressive pro Second Amendment message, and the Russian bot identifies that as something to amplify and retweets it. And then the Russian bot account is shut down. There's an account takedown. Does that retweeting of John Smith's pro Second Amendment message go away from Twitter if there's no account there anymore to retweet it?
Objection hypothetical, calls for speculation, assumes facts not on evidence.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happens to the retweet.
Counsel, if I may, are we at near a natural breaking point? We've been in this session for now approaching 1 hour and a little bit past that. Might we take a break if?
Yeah, now is as good a time as any.
Okay, thank you.
Off the record.
Okay.
Off the record at 10:45 a.m. Back on the record at 10:58 a.m.
And then Agent Chan, sticking to page 30 of your thesis, I want to direct your attention to this next sentence where you say, third, IRA employees covertly purchased online advertisements from social media companies to enhance their organic content and drive online traffic to the sites controlled by them, right?
Yeah, that is what I wrote.
Yeah, and you agree with it, right?
Yes, you will see the footnote that it was by Professor Howard, but I agree with it.
Okay, and then, so the idea is they would purchase ads that would drive traffic by real people to their sites, basically their accounts and their websites as well, right?
Yes, this is in the 2016 election context.
Okay, so why is that? Does something different happen in 2018 and 2020?
Yes. From my meetings with the companies, they shared with me that they had changed their policies to do more intensive validation of people trying to purchase political advertisements.
And so it was harder for them to buy ads, basically, in the later election cycles.
That is my understanding.
But either way, the purpose here is for them to be driving or achieving engagement by real users, right?
Objection, vague, calls for speculation.
Yes, I believe the purpose was for the Internet Research Agency, who were comprised of Russian citizens, to drive engagement.
Gotcha. And if you skip ahead a couple more pages to page 32, do you see these ads that you've identified in your thesis in figure 3 and figure 4?
Yes, I see those ads.
And then these are, I take it, you talk about how they have like left-wing content that's actually designed to depress voter turnout among minority communities, right?
This was what the research that I reviewed said.
Yeah, and you look at figure 3. Well, let me ask you this. You talk about the research you reviewed. You also are personally involved in this, quote, in the trenches, right?
Objection, vague, misstates the record.
Can you clarify that question?
Let me ask this. Is the research, you said this is what your research indicated. Is the research in your thesis consistent with your experience as an FBI agent who deals with disinformation and malign foreign influence campaigns?
So the research, to include this reporting from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, as well as what was conveyed to me by the social media companies, was this content. I would otherwise not know, because I mentioned to you, I do not go on any social media platforms myself.
So, but your understanding, for example, is figure 3 is Russian-originated content. Your understanding of that is based on information obtained from the social media platforms or from other federal government officials, correct?
Yeah, this information is specifically from the HIPSI report that I cited in the footnote.
Gotcha. And just looking at this, for example, in figure 3 on the right, there's a Black Matters ad, correct?
Yeah, figure 3, Facebook political ads targeting black voters.
And that one indicates that 223,799 people had liked it, right, on Facebook?
Yes, that is what the image on the right says.
And so that'd be a high level engagement based on what you said earlier, right?
I would not consider 223 views as being high.
No, is it 223,799?
This one, I see 223, and then I see a slash, 99 people like this.
Oh, is that what that means? I thought that was a 7. So you say, what is, do you know, how do you read that?
Yeah, I read that as 223 viewed it, and 99 of those 223 like it. That is how I interpret this.
So that'd be a low level of engagement, correct?
That is how I would personally characterize it.
And then below there in figure 4, there's a secure borders ad on the left with a no invaders allowed sign in front of the border. You see that one?
Yes.
In that one, it looks like 134,943 people liked that, correct?
Yes.
And if that ad were taken down because it was identified to be part of a malign foreign influence campaign, all those likes would disappear from Facebook as well, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation, assumes facts, not an evidence.
Yeah, I do not know what happens to the likes if the ad disappears. But I know that the ad disappears.
But you think that likes may stay out there floating in the social media platform, not addressing anything that's still there?
I don't know. I don't know what happens.
A like is a way of expressing. A like is a way of expressing approval of something, right? It's basically saying, I agree with this, or I like it, right?
Yes, but I don't, what I'm saying to you, Mr. Sowers, I don't know what happens to those likes.
Like this, or I like it.
Well, for example, if you're a user,
It's unstable. Sorry, we're having a difficulty hearing you, Mr. Sauer. There may be a connection problem.
I mean, I'm fine.
What?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Chan.
Okay.
So I don't know what happens. So for example, if you are a user and you like this ad, I don't know, does it stay on your account? Or I don't know if it disappears from your account. And I don't know what happens on the ad itself. So I don't know. I don't know the mechanics of how online advertisements for these platforms work.
Can you look at the ad to the right of that, the pro Second Amendment ad that says defend the second?
Yes.
Can you see at the bottom it says 96,678 people like this?
Yes.
Would that be a high level of engagement?
I would characterize that as high.
And it's your testimony that you don't know what happens if that ad is pulled down to all those likes. You
I
think
do-
it may continue to appear on people's individual feeds.
Yeah, I do not know what happens to the likes.
Jumping ahead a couple pages, I think this is the page that you referred to earlier. You talked about how there was a very high level of engagement by the IRA in 2016, right?
Yes. All right. Where it says the sheer magnitude of the IRA social media campaign, that sentence?
Correct?
Yeah. Yes, that is what I wrote.
To clarify for the record, this is on page 34 of the thesis?
Yeah, that would be page 58 of the PDF. And Reneel, do you see where we are?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a bottom paragraph there. The sheer magnitude of the IRA's social media campaign targeting the United States was unparalleled in the digital age. Right, Mr. Chan?
That was my characterization of it.
And the research indicated that the IRA had uploaded 1,000 videos on YouTube. Do you know what the level of engagement for those videos was?
I don't. You can see from the citation that I'm citing research done by Renee DiResta and her team.
Gotcha. And that research indicates that the IRA had, quote, reached a significant number of American users, 59% on Facebook, 19% on Instagram, and 2% on Twitter, right?
That is what Renee DiResta and her team found.
So 59%, and this isn't just sort of bots. She found that specifically as to American users, in other words, real social media platform human beings, real people using social media platforms in America, right?
That is what I recollect. And this is in the context of the 2016 elections.
Correct, and that's 59% of Americans on Facebook were reached in some way, had some level of engagement with IRA originated content. Fair to say.
That is her calculation.
And you cite it as a reputable source in your thesis, right?
Yes, I do.
And do you know how much of that is, obviously we talked earlier how there's different kinds of engagement, like reading, liking, reposting with commentary, commenting. Do you know how much of that is that reaching of American users breaks down into those various categories?
I do not. I was not able to find that level of detail.
Okay, next page, you referred to table 1 before on page 35 that points out that 126 million American Facebook users were reached in some way by content, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was able to extract that from the report.
Right below that, you just refer again to the second line of effort where they amplified real user accounts whose identities, behavior, and content align with their strategic goals, right?
So yes, you can see I cited the Mueller report, the special counsel's report.
And then you go on to cite a Clemson University study indicating that over 100,000 real people had their postings amplified by IRA-controlled social media bots, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you don't know what happens to those amplifications when the bots are detected and shut down?
I do not.
I think in the thesis you talk generally about how there was virtually no reaction by the social media platforms in the 2016 election cycle to this Russian activity. Is that right?
That is correct.
But that changed, I take it, in the 2018 and 2020 election cycles, at least to some degree.
That is correct.
How did it change?
What I was told, what I was told by the companies was that they used both technology as well as human beings to moderate or protect their platforms.
Okay, and then can you break that down for me? On the technological side, what did they tell you they did?
So they tell me that they use different detection methods. The shorthand for that is algorithms, but they will not get into any of the details about the algorithms. And we have probed them to ask for details, but it has never been shared with us.
You say you probed them to ask about the details. What did you ask?
I can't remember exactly, but we would ask, for example, what are the parameters that you use to develop the algorithm, or what are the factors that you use? And they would not share any of that information with us.
Why did you want to know that? Did you want to ascertain if the algorithms were effective, or why would you ask them a question like that?
The reason that I would ask that question is so that we could make sure that we were sharing the most effective and actionable type of information with them.
Explain that to me. If you know how their algorithm operates, how does that help you share actionable information?
So for example, if a platform doesn't need a telephone number for an account, then providing them with Russian telephone numbers would not be useful. Or if providing them with an email account is not something that the platform saves, then that would not be useful. So those are two examples.
But they just tell you we use algorithms to detect kind of Russian originated content, but they tell you nothing about how the algorithms operate.
That is correct.
And when did these conversations occur? Where you're asking them about their algorithms and they're declining to provide information? Did they occur in those weekly, monthly, and quarterly meetings we talked about earlier?
I would characterize it as occurring early in those quarterly meetings in the 2017 timeframe. And after we asked the different companies and found that none of them were willing to share in those earlier meetings, we stopped asking.
And then you mentioned I think you mentioned human beings involved in their activities. Tell us, what did they tell you about that?
In general, what the companies tell us is the technology or the algorithms will flag specific content, and certain content that looks like spam is, I believe, taken down. However, if something is flagged but requires a higher level of decision making, that is when it is sent to a content moderator.
So a human being, a content moderator, would be looking at like an account that was flagged by an algorithm as potentially involving malign, inauthentic activity and take a closer look at it.
That is correct.
Did you discuss with them what standards their content modulators use to figure that out? How do they make their judgment calls?
Objection compound.
So, in response to your question, we would just broadly ask them what their terms of service or community standards were.
So how do you know then that they had human beings involved in enforcing reviewing and enforcing the terms of service with respect to particular content?
Through the discussions that we had at the meetings.
And what you've been saying, is this true of all the platforms?
I do not know. I am specifically thinking of 2 platforms that use human being content moderators.
Which 2 are those?
I'm specifically thinking of Facebook and YouTube.
How about Twitter?
I don't know if they use human. I don't recollect discussing that with them.
How about the others? You mentioned, I think, Yahoo and Reddit, Instagram. Do they use human content moderators?
I don't recollect discussing that with them.
You mentioned their terms of service. Did you ever discuss with them what their terms of service are or should be? Did you ever make recommendations that they change terms of service to make them more effective in addressing malign foreign influence activities?
Objection compound and vague.
I will answer the last part of your compound question, which is no, we never told the companies to modify their terms of service or community standards.
Do you know how they developed their terms of service or community standards?
Only from what they discussed with me in those meetings.
What did they say to you in those meetings?
So,
Objection vague.
So in those meetings, we would not discuss them. We would ask them, what are your terms of service related to detecting Russian troll accounts? And then they would share with us. The 2 terms that come up regularly are coordinated, which I interpret to mean across many accounts, and inauthentic, which means the user is pretending to be someone they are not. And so those were the 2 primary terms of service violations that I remember being discussed.
What does coordinated mean?
As I mentioned before, it was activities across multiple accounts. The similar activities across multiple accounts.
How does that violate terms of service?
So in the cybersecurity context, you will have a botnet that will push ads, for example, Canadian pharmacy ads, to hundreds and thousands of users. That is coordinated behavior that is illegal, because if you wanted to push ads on a platform, typically you have to purchase online advertising.
Gotcha. And then what was the second category you mentioned of provisions of terms of service that these activities would violate?
Inauthentic.
Yeah, and what is inauthentic?
Inauthentic is a user pretending to be someone they are not.
And I take it that you've got that in these Russian malign foreign influence activities, right?
Yes.
We've been talking about Russia principally because that's your thesis, but do other countries try and do these kinds of disinformation, malign operations on social media platforms as well?
Objection vague.
Yes.
What countries are involved in them?
The two countries that we focus on are China and Iran, outside of Russia.
Are there any others?
Not to this,
Objection, Counselor. We're at the law enforcement privilege
I'm going to
aspect of
withdraw the
this.
question.
Okay.
I don't concede the privilege applies, but I'll withdraw the question if you guys, yeah. It just generally speaking, you mentioned to Iran and China, and frankly, they're also referred to in your publicly available thesis. Are the sorts of activities that they engage in similar to what Russia does in the way of generating fake accounts, generating inauthentic content, and trying to get Americans to interact with it?
Objection vague and compound.
in my experience, the Chinese state-sponsored activity and the Iranian state-sponsored activity share similarities to the Russian state-sponsored activities.
We were talking, pivoting back to what we were talking about a minute ago, you talked about how there are two general categories of content modulation policies: coordinated activity and inauthentic activity, that gets cited most frequently to remove this content. Is that right?
In my personal experience, yes.
And your personal experience is based on these meetings and conversations with representatives of the social media platform. That's correct.
That is correct. You broke up on me, but I believe that is correct.
I'm sorry. Yeah, again, if you can't hear, I'm hearing you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Now I can.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do they, when you have these information exchanges, you provide the social media platforms with tactical information, which includes, identifying specific accounts and or not users, but specific accounts and URLs that you've concluded are Russian originated, right?
Could you repeat the question? You've been breaking up on me.
Should we go off the record?
Off the record at 11:22 a.m.
Agent Chan.
One second, sorry, stand by. We're back on the record at 11:27 a.m.
Agent Chan, circling back to where we were a moment ago, I wanted to ask you, when you have these information sharing sessions with various social media platforms, you testified earlier that you give them tactical information, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and tactical information includes identifying specific social media accounts, URLs, and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how often has that happened? I know in your thesis you refer to 4 publicly available instances where there was that kind of information sharing. How often does it happen that the FBI will give a list of specific tactical information for the social media platforms to consider?
I'm going to object on the basis of the law enforcement privilege, and you can answer without, insofar as you can, without disclosing any particular investigation.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want to know any particular URL, but just generally, how often does that happen?
I would say in general, it happens between, 1 to 5 times per month from different investigations.
Okay, and then how many Oh, gotcha. Okay, and then how many? And does this actually occur at these meetings we've talked about, or are there separate communications where you pick up the phone and call the site integrity people and tell them here are some bad URLs?
So,
Objection mischaracterizes the record, compound.
If you know.
From my understanding of your question, we will typically share information either right before or after one of our quarterly meetings. That is pretty standard. Otherwise, we will just share information from different investigations as deemed appropriate by the field offices running the investigations and FBI headquarters.
So, so it'd be both. I take it there'd be in every quarterly meeting you might identify, or you do identify tactical information about foreign originated URLs and user accounts, correct?
I don't know if it happens at every single quarterly meeting, but I would say most of them.
And then, apart from the quarterly meetings, I think you said 1 to 5 times a month there'd be a communication of that nature through another channel, right?
Correct. What I would typically do is send an email to the recipients at the companies and inform them that I would be using a secure file transfer application within the FBI that is called Teleporter. And then the reason I would send them a heads up email is because the Teleporter email with a link looks like spam. So I don't want them to think it's spam.
Okay. And that Teleporter email, if they open it, contains tactical information for them to consider, right?
The Teleporter email contains a link for them to securely download the files from the FBI.
And the files contain tactical information that identifies malign foreign originated URLs and social media accounts and things like that, right?
Yeah, different types of indicators.
When you say different types of indicators, I think you said earlier, refers to those specific URLs and social media accounts, right?
Yeah, those are 2 of them, but they also apply to IP addresses, email accounts. You had just mentioned 2 of the types of indicators, but I wanted to reiterate that there are a broad range of indicators that we share.
Does that Teleporter communication explain and provide an explanation of the FBI's basis for thinking that those are bad accounts or bad indicators?
In general, it will typically provide a very short summary, maybe a sentence or 2, that will say, we assess that these accounts are being controlled by the Internet Research Agency, and then provide a list of accounts. Or we assess this IP address is being used exclusively by the Internet Research Agency from this time period to that time period. That is a typical type of information sharing.
Typically, how many accounts or URLs or other indicators would be identified in a communication like this?
It varies from one account or one selector to many, like a whole spreadsheet full of them.
Can you estimate, for example, in 2022, can you estimate how many specific indicators have been flagged for social media companies?
I can't really estimate that number. I can estimate that during 2020, I shared information with the companies between 1 to 5 or 1 to 6 times per month.
And there could be anywhere from 1 to a very large number, a whole spreadsheet full of indicators that you'd be flagging, fair to say?
That is fair. And when I say large, maybe hundreds, but not thousands. I don't ever recollect anything in the thousands, but maybe hundreds.
And that happened 1 to 5 times a month in 2020, correct?
Yes.
How about in 2022? Did it also happen that frequently?
In my recollection, maybe 1 to 4 times a month.
And then there would be a similar range of the number of indicators flagged in each incident.
I would say for the 2022 cycle that we would not have in the hundreds. At the most, it would be in the tens, in the dozens.
And do you send these out to all the social media platforms? I think you mentioned 7 or 8 that you regularly meet with. Do they all get these teleporter communications flagging bad indicators for them?
I would.
Objection, mischaracterizes the record, vague.
I would say in general that the companies I mentioned to you before would receive these. However, there would be some occasions that it would be company-specific information that we would not share across all the companies that I've previously mentioned.
So sometimes it would relate to all of them. Sometimes it might be just a Facebook issue or a Twitter issue or something like that. Fair to say?
I would say most of the time we would share with that list of companies, and few of the times we would share with just one company or 2 companies.
Okay. Do you ask them to kind of report back to you on whether they take any action on those?
Objection, vague.
The typical language we would use is, we would appreciate any information you're able to share back with us about this information, and if you were to take any actions based on this information.
And do they typically comply with that request?
Objection, vague.
I would say sometimes. I would say at every quarterly meeting, we try to follow up to ask if information we shared has been relevant if we have not received a response yet. However, the companies either say they don't have anything additional to share, or they did not find anything based on the information we shared.
So sometimes they'll report back and say, hey, thanks for providing this information. We've taken down some of the accounts or something like that. That happens sometimes, you say?
That is correct. And when it happens, I will document it. And the reason for that is because that helps us fine tune the information that we're sharing.
And then I take it sometimes they don't tell you what they did with it, right?
That is correct.
But then I take it at every quarterly or monthly meeting, you usually follow up and ask them, hey, did you take any actions on these reports we made, right?
We try to at every quarterly meeting.
And I take it they don't always answer that question, fair to say?
They'll always respond, but they'll say, sorry, we don't have anything to share.
Okay. Do you know why they're reluctant to tell you whether they took things down or not?
Objection, vague, calls for speculation, mischaracterizes the record.
I don't know why. I focus on when they do let us know about actions that they've taken.
When you say you focus on that, what do you do with that information?
I document it, and then I relay it back to the field office or the squad where that information came from.
And do essentially all these communications kind of pass through you because you're the relevant field officer in San Francisco where these companies are located?
I would say I'm one of the primary passers of information. However, we have agents on the different cyber squads and our private sector engagement squad who will also relay information to the companies.
Who are those agents who relay this kind of information about sort of problematic content on their platforms to social media?
Oh, I'm sorry. The type of information that is relayed by the cyber squad.
I apologize for interrupting. Your internet is really bad again. I didn't catch the beginning of what you were saying. That is to you, Mr. Chan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I will proceed. Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Question, who are those agents who relay this kind of information about sort of problematic content on their platforms to social media?
So the question is, who are these agents who do that? I would say for that sort of information, it's not specifically about, quote, problematic content. It is specifically about cyber investigations, which are different from malign influence investigations.
Let me rephrase the question, focusing on disinformation and malign foreign influence operations. Are there any other FBI officials besides yourself who are involved in communicating those kinds of concerns to social media platforms outside the context of the quarterly meetings you've talked about?
Yes. I have squad supervisors who are GS-14 level employees who share information to the companies as well.
I'm sorry to interrupt. The videographer is suggesting that we go off the record for technical reasons.
Okay.
Off the record at 11:40. Back on the record at 11:43 a.m.
Mr. Chan, I think you were saying you have two GS-14 officials who also communicate with social media platforms about disinformation, correct?
That is correct.
Are those people who report to you in the San Francisco office?
They report to me directly.
Other than those individuals, are there any other FBI officials who, to your knowledge, communicate with social media platforms about disinformation?
Yes, the agents on those two supervisor squads.
And I'm sorry, what are the two supervisor squads? Are they located in San Francisco?
Yes, they are. They are located in the San Francisco field office.
Are those agents that also report to you as the ASAC?
That is correct. They report to the supervisors who report directly to me.
And those supervisors are the GS-14s that you just talked about, right?
That is correct.
How about outside the San Francisco field office? Are you aware of, well, just a second, how many agents are we talking about there in total who engage in these communications with social media platforms about disinformation from the San Francisco field office?
I would say the two supervisors that I already mentioned, and 4 agents on one squad and 1 agent on another squad.
What kinds of communications do they have? Do they just send the teleporter links, or do they get on the phone and talk to social media platforms? What's the nature of their communication?
So both of the things that you said. So they will give them a heads up if they need to relay information through teleporter. And both of those squads have active investigations where they share unclassified strategic level information with the companies.
So they would share both strategic and tactical information.
That is correct.
And then would they be involved in following up to find out if the tactical information was acted on?
Yes, they would.
And that might apply to you, the 2 GS-14s, and the 6 field agents on the 2 squads you referred to.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then how about outside the San Francisco field office? Are you aware of any other agents who, are you aware of any other FBI officials who communicate with social media platforms about disinformation?
So I am only aware of the FBI officials or employees who we invite to provide briefings at the quarterly meetings.
And that includes people from the FIDF in Washington, D.C.
That is correct.
Does Laura Deanlow, she's the head of the FIDF, right?
Currently, she is the section chief and head of the FIDF.
And does she come to all of those meetings?
I would say in the 2020 election cycle, she had not been promoted yet, and she was the unit chief for the China unit, and I would say she attended most of those quarterly meetings. Since she has been promoted to be the head of the FIDF, she has not attended as frequently. I believe she's only attended one set of meetings this year.
What level of people do attend? You know, what sorts of people attend those meetings?
So Laura Deanlow would be the highest ranking FBI official to attend. She is SES level. I would be the second highest level attendee as a GS-15. And then everyone else would be below my grade, ranging from GS-14s to perhaps GS-10 agents.
How long do these meetings last typically?
We like to keep a tight agenda, and so it will typically last 1 hour.
And about how many people would attend on the FBI side? Or do attend on the FBI side?
I would say from the Foreign Influence Task Force, between 3 to 10. However, typically only 1 to 2 people from each of the 3 units speaks. And then we would usually have 1 field office comprised of 2 representatives. Between 1 to 3 field offices attend. So 1 to 2 representatives from each of those field offices.
So I can't do that math in my head, but it's north of 10 frequently.
Yeah, if you do the math, it could be as high as a dozen.
And then how many people typically attend on the social media platform side?
I would say a similar amount. I would say for the 3 larger companies, specifically Google/YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, it would be equal numbers or higher numbers than the FBI.
When you provide tactical information to the social media platforms, in other words, lists of social media accounts, URLs, and other things of that nature, how do you verify that those actually are inauthentic accounts and not actual real accounts by real people?
Objection implicates the law enforcement privilege. I will ask that the witness answer only in generalities without disclosing the details of any particular investigation.
Understood. So the FBI, as the lead law enforcement agency and domestic security agency for the federal government, has 2 types of authorities. One, which you're very familiar with, Title 18 criminal authorities, and all of that entails subpoena, search warrants, 2703D orders is one way that we acquire information for our investigations. On the national security side, we have Title 50 authorities, and then the authorities from the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, from the Patriot Act, from Executive Order 12333, that allows us to gather national security intelligence. And so broadly, we're able to use both types of techniques to gather the intelligence that we need to, and then there is in the case of the national security side, there is a declassification process that has to take place before we are allowed to share information with the social media companies.
Let me ask you this. You had cited an example earlier where, for example, a teleporter message was sent with a spreadsheet with hundreds of accounts back in 2020. You remember talking about that?
Yes.
How sure are you that every single one of those accounts is actually an inauthentic, kind of Russian-originated account, as opposed to, actually a real account of somebody who's got a Facebook or Twitter or YouTube account?
Objection, compound.
Within the U.S. intelligence community, as you're familiar, there are different levels of confidence in terms of the information that we are reviewing in a product, and we only share information that we have high confidence is attributed to a foreign state actor.
Is high confidence always correct or usually correct in your experience?
In my experience, it has always been correct for the selectors that we have provided. I do not remember an instance where we have provided selectors where any of the social media companies have said, Elvis, this is actually U.S. person information.
So you're not aware of ever getting feedback from them where they said you guys accidentally identified real users?
That is correct.
Do they always tell you, let me ask you this, how many of the ones that you flagged do they take down?
I couldn't even estimate that number.
How about as a percentage?
I couldn't even estimate. And let me tell you, part of the reason is because we may share, for example, one account with them, but then they may find 10 connected accounts and take all of them down. And they don't always tell us when, how many accounts were taken down. Sometimes they will tell us. Sometimes they will tell us, thank you, Elvis, we were able to detect this information and took all of the accounts down. And when we ask for the specifics, they don't necessarily tell us all the time.
But, okay, but it sounds like sometimes your reports lead to more takedowns than the accounts you flagged, fair to say?
Yeah, that is correct.
How confident are you that they are not, kind of making mistakes and taking down real user accounts?
Objection, cause for speculation, lacks foundation.
So this is just my personal opinion, obviously not based on being able to see any of their data. In my experience, they take account takedowns very seriously because this affects their bottom line. So no social media company wants to take down a large number of accounts because one of the things they base their ad sales on is how many users are on their platform. So in my opinion, they take it very seriously. And I would say that to the best of their ability, they are very careful before doing account takedowns.
And I think that ties back into something you said earlier, which is in 2016, they really didn't do any account takedowns. Fair to say?
That is correct.
And I take it they may have had we may be speculating here, if do you know if that was because they have a financial incentive to leave those accounts up because it increases their ad revenues?
Objection, cause for speculation.
I wouldn't even begin to speculate. I don't know why.
Let me ask you this. Why did things change in your view? I take it in 2018 and 2020, there were many more account takedowns, right? So there are two parts to your question. Why do I think they did it? I can provide you with my personal opinion. Okay.
I believe pressure from Congress, specifically HPSI and CISI, may have had a part of it. And then also because I believe that they felt that this may have damaged their brands, but that is my personal opinion.
Well, let me ask you this. You say pressure from Congress, and you mentioned HPSI and CISI. What are HPSI and CISI? Are those committees?
I'm sorry. HPSI is the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and CISI is the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence.
Starting with the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, what kind of pressure did they put on the social media platforms to, engage more aggressively in account takedowns?
They compelled, I don't know if they compelled, they requested the CEOs for the companies that I mentioned to testify in front of their committee.
And so they kind of brought in Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey and Sundar Pichai and had them testify in front of Congress.
That is correct.
And that happened once, or that happened multiple times?
To my knowledge, that happened more than once.
And you believe that kind of scrutiny and public pressure from Congress, in your view, motivated them to be more aggressive in the account takedowns?
Objection, lacks foundation, cause for speculation.
That is just my personal opinion.
Yeah, what is the basis for your opinion? Has anyone in a social media platform ever made a comment to you that would reflect that view?
I would say yes, and the types of comments that I've received are that staffers from both of those committees have visited with those companies, and while they would not reveal the types of discussions that they had with these House and Senate staffers, they would indicate that they had to prepare very thoroughly for these types of meetings, and that it was, they indicated that it felt like a lot of pressure.
And they as representatives of social media platforms?
Yeah, the social media companies that were visited.
What social media companies were visited by these HIPSI and SISI staffers?
To my knowledge, it was the three companies that I've mentioned, which include Facebook, Google, and Twitter.
And Facebook, Google, and Twitter employees all told you that they experienced these visits from congressional staffers as exercising a lot of pressure on them.
That was how I interpreted their comments.
And then you infer from that their changes in takedown policies resulted from that kind of pressure from Congress.
That is my personal opinion. If I can add, I think some of what was discussed, I'm interpreting some of what was discussed, but what the staffers would come and talk to us either before or after they met with those three companies. And so what was discussed with us was legislation that they were thinking about doing, and then asking for our opinion.
When you say legislation that they were thinking about doing, what do you mean?
Legislation that either HIPSI or SISI was thinking about doing.
So HIPSI and SISI, these committees on intelligence, their staffers would be communicating to the social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and Google or YouTube, that they intended to try and pass legislation?
So I inferred that because that is what they discussed with me personally.
That's what the social media platforms, discussed with you, correct?
No, that is what HIPSI and SISI discussed with me when they were coming to these meetings.
Were you in on these meetings? Like, were you included in the meetings with the congressional staffers?
So I and FBI San Francisco personnel would meet with the congressional staffers, typically before they met or after they met with the social media companies. And the reason for that is because they wanted an FBI opinion about what they had heard from the social media companies.
I got you. What did they, first of all, when did these meetings occur? Was this in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020? What time frame?
I can't recollect, but they felt like an annual occurrence after 2017.
And the congressional staffers would tell you in advance, we're going to meet with the social media companies and tell them about legislation we want to advance, correct?
No. What they would say,
sorry.
Is they would tell us, we plan to meet with these 3 companies. And what have you been doing with these 3 companies? And then we would share like the cases or that we would be working on. We would be in a classified setting, so we would be able to speak more freely about the types of investigations that were the most prominent or the most active on our side, that they were either their platforms were impacted in some way. That would be the nature of our discussion with the staffers. But I would not meet with the staffers and the social media companies. The staffers had separate meetings with each of the companies.
Okay, and then after those meetings, the staffers would come to you and ask your opinion about potential legislation?
That is correct.
What sort of legislation?
I'm going to object. The deliberative process privilege extends not just to the executive branch, but also to executive Congress communications within the government. So if you can answer at a level of generality that avoids disclosing the particularities of any deliberations. If you cannot, then instruct you not to answer.
Okay. I cannot discuss it in general terms.
Well, let me ask you this, just generally, did the legislation relate to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act?
I'm going to stand by the same objection on the grounds of deliberative process privilege.
Yeah.
The deliberative process privilege does not apply, quote, when there is any reason to believe that government misconduct has occurred. The judge, by ordering this deposition, has already concluded there's potential First Amendment violations in this case that need to be explored, so the privilege does not apply.
We're at the pleading stage on the First Amendment violations, and the judge has not ruled on any particular privilege question. So I will continue to assert and ask that the witness not answer the question on the grounds of the deliberative process privilege.
Let me ask you this. The social media platforms talk to you. People from the social media platforms talk to you as well, right?
Yes, I talk with the social media platform personnel regularly.
And I think you said earlier that they had kind of made statements to you that indicated that they felt that these meetings, these annual meetings with congressional staffers, put a lot of pressure on them, right?
That was my interpretation of their comments. I don't recollect any of them using the specific word pressure, but that was how I interpreted our conversations.
What congressional staffers were involved in these meetings?
They would be senior level staffers. I'm sorry, I can't remember any of their names, but typically it would be, the delegation would include a senior level staffer, I think a director level, and then one of their attorneys, like the committee counsel or a senior counsel for the committee, and then there would be 1 to 2 other like line level staffers.
So there'd be maybe 3 to 5 staffers total who would come to the meetings.
That is correct.
You know who at the 3 social media platforms you referred to attended the meetings?
So I was told by the staffers that they met with Facebook, Google, and Twitter.
But then you actually talked to some people from Facebook, Google, and Twitter who were at those meetings, right?
Yes.
Who were they? For Facebook, for starters.
For Facebook, I would typically talk to Steven Siegel. He's a director on their attorney side.
Anyone else at Facebook that was involved in the meetings with congressional staffers?
He would be the one that I would talk to mostly, that I can recollect.
And specifically, he was involved in those meetings, right?
He led me to believe that he was involved in those meetings from our discussions.
How about Twitter? Do you know who at Twitter was involved in those meetings?
I would have discussions with Yoel Roth and Angela Scherer.
How do you spell Angela Scherer?
Angela, common spelling, Scherer, Sherrer. She is
Anyone else?
she's no longer, well, neither of them are at Twitter anymore.
There's some turnover there.
Yes.
Anyone else at Twitter?
Those would be the two senior officials that I'm aware of.
How about Google?
I would say, in my experience, it would be Richard Salgado.
Anyone else besides Richard Salgado?
I believe on some occasions, Shane Huntley would attend.
Anyone else at Google?
I can't recollect at this time, but those would be the two most senior officials attending those types of meetings.
Let me ask you this, connecting these two things, did you observe that after those meetings where the congressional staffers came out and met with Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, that Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube changed their practices and became more active in account takedowns?
No, I would not connect those two events. What I would say is after 2016, at the end of 2016 and the beginning of 2017, after those initial congressional hearings, and even prior to those congressional hearings, in my experience, the companies did not seem to be aware of the activities going on in their platform, but after they became aware, they became much more active in trying to combat it.
I'm going to pull up your thesis again, and hopefully it won't cause audio problems. Can you see that?
Can you let us know what page you're on?
Yeah, this is on page 42. See down there, that's page 42, and then that would be page 66 of the PDF.
Okay, I can see one whole paragraph and parts of two paragraphs.
Can you see here at the top of the page where you refer to the Internet Research Agency's influence campaign in 2016?
Yes.
And then you say that the companies allowed the IRA free rein to achieve the relevant elements of the Kartopolov framework in 2016, right?
Yeah, that is how I characterize that.
And that's a reference to, free rein, them engaging in no account takedown activity at all, but letting the Russian inauthentic content be freely disseminated on their platforms, right?
That is correct.
And then you go on to say, however, later on, intense pressure from U.S. lawmakers and the media would eventually force the social media companies to examine what had taken place on their platforms and strive to ensure it did not happen in the future, right?
Yeah, I wrote that, and you can see that the footnote says I'm referencing the HIPSI report on Russian active measures.
So you're actually referencing HIPSI, the congressional committee that sent these staffers out to have these meetings that we just talked about, right?
That is correct.
You still agree with that statement that intense pressure from U.S. lawmakers and the media forced the social media companies to examine what had taken place and strive to ensure it did not happen in the future?
Yes, I wrote that statement, and I agree with it.
And that's consistent both with the footnote at 185 that cites the congressional reports, as well as what you said earlier about, calling the tech CEOs in to testify in front of Congress and these meetings out here in San Francisco, right?
Yes, that is my personal opinion.
I want to jump ahead to page 46 of your thesis. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, see here on page 46, page 70 of the PDF.
Facebook stated it took a series of measures.
No. Now,
Ms. McCann, I had no idea what you just said there.
I read the first sentence of the second paragraph.
right, if I could direct you, can you hear me now?
Yes.
directing your attention higher up, at the very top of the page, you say, Facebook and Twitter appeared to be the most detailed in sharing their changes and the most public about account takedowns, right?
That is correct.
And their changes, what are those? Is that a reference to substantive actions and policy changes to address malign foreign influence?
Yes. Yeah, it was
And your
substantive.
footnotes there, I think, refers to changes that they actually made to their content modulation policies, right? Their terms of service.
That is correct. When I refer to substantive actions, I'm referring to.
Mr. Chan, I can't understand you at all. Are you, Mr. Sauer, are you having difficulty hearing him as well?
I couldn't hear then, I can hear now, so maybe if he repeats the answer.
Okay, can you scroll back to the sentence you were on, Mr. Sauer? Oh, I wanted to clarify that the substantive actions refers to like the technology detection methods, right? That is one of the substantive actions. And then, as you mentioned, yeah, the policy changes specifically to their terms of service or community standards.
You cut out there. It's your bandwidth. I don't know if it's because the document is up again, but what I heard is, as you mentioned, policy changes specifically to their terms of service, and then you went like a robot.
And community or community standards.
Gotcha. So the policy changes are changes, the substantive changes are they're using algorithms to detect inauthentic content, right?
Correct. That is what I'm referring to.
And then the policy changes are actually changing their terms of service to make things, to clarify that certain things actually violate their policies and can be taken down, right?
Correct.
So those are kind of more robust or more aggressive content modulation policies that they've adopted in this time frame, right?
Yes.
And you go on to say in the next page, Facebook and Twitter appeared to be the most detailed in sharing their changes and the most public about account takedowns, right?
That is correct.
And the changes they shared that they had both include the policy changes, the changes to their terms of service, right?
Yes, they were very public in blog posts about terms of service changes they made, and they were very public in announcing or providing transparency reports, I think is their term for it, where they would...
I apologize, Mr. Chan, you were actually frozen there. I have this part of your answer. Answer, yes, they were very public in blog posts about terms of service changes.
And providing reports of account takedowns of foreign malign influence.
So in addition to notifying the FBI that they had taken stuff down, they would provide a public report saying, hey, we took down all the a certain number of accounts in the last quarter. Is that what they would do?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you go on to say a possible reason could be that Facebook and Twitter faced more congressional scrutiny than Google, as their senior executives testified before Congress on 3 separate occasions before the midterm elections. Is that right?
Yes, I do cite a news article. However, I do share the opinion of that article.
And that's consistent with what we just talked about a moment ago, which is that one way that these social media platforms experience pressure was Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey had to go testify in front of Congress multiple times. And you infer from that may have led to their changing their terms of service to be more robust and to prevent certain kinds of content from being posted. Fair to say?
Objection, mischaracterizes the record.
My personal opinion is that Yeah, my personal opinion is that political pressure from Congress was a contributing factor.
And on the next page, page 47, you talk about there were a significant number of takedowns, right? In 2018, Twitter announced the takedown of 3,613 IRA-associated accounts.
Yeah, I see that at the bottom of the first paragraph on that page.
Do you have any way of knowing if all of those were actually IRA-associated or if some of them might have been authentic accounts?
So I only know what Twitter has told us.
Jumping your head in your thesis to a couple pages, to page 49, you talk about how something provided politicians with the occasion to exert pressure on companies to make constructive changes to their platforms, right?
Yeah, that was my assessment.
Yeah, and in other words, this is, again, another way of saying something we've been talking about, that politicians, namely members of Congress, pressured the social media companies to make changes to their platforms to address malign foreign influence, correct?
That is correct.
And you described it as constructive changes, so by and large, you approve of the policy changes and substantive actions that were taken after 2016, correct?
Objection, Lax Foundation.
The reason I said it was constructive was that it appeared the social media companies were able to detect and counter foreign malign influence operations on their platforms, which I believe was constructive.
And do you think it's constructive that they are better equipped to engage in account takedowns?
That is correct, as compared to 2016 and prior.
And you think it's a positive development between 2016 and 2018 that 0 accounts were taken down during the 2016 cycle, but 3,613 Twitter accounts were taken down in the 2018 cycle, correct?
Yeah, the higher number is better than 0, in my estimation.
Because by and large, you believe that malign foreign influence accounts should be taken down from Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and so forth.
Yes, that is my belief.
In the next paragraph of the thesis, you talk about the Global Engagement Center. What exactly is that?
So, as I mentioned, legislation established the Global Engagement Center within the State Department, and based on my understanding and review of reporting about the GEC, they were primarily focused originally on countering foreign terrorist organizations' propaganda.
And then did their mission change to address malign foreign influence?
Yeah, I would say it has now, in my experience, it is now including malign foreign influence as well.
When you say your experience, do you interact with the Global Engagement Center in your professional role?
Yes, ahead of the 2020 elections, I engaged with the regional representative. He was based here in San Francisco.
Who was that?
His name was Sam Stewart.
Was that Samarudin K. Stewart?
Yeah, that's his full name.
What were your interactions with him?
I would have periodic phone calls with him. He would meet with the social media companies separately from me. And from what he told me, it seemed like he primarily met with policy individuals. I rarely, if ever, meet with policy individuals. As I mentioned to you before, I typically meet with the trust and safety individuals and then their associated attorneys.
Did he discuss with you the nature of the meetings he had with the policy individuals at social media platforms?
I would say only broadly he discussed different initiatives that they have. And these initiatives include different types of software made by vendors that they would pilot to see if they could detect malign foreign influence on social media platforms. And then he would also share information from State Department employees who were at embassies around, boots on the ground type of information from the embassies we have around the world. That is the type of information that he would share with me and let me know that that was the type of information he was sharing with the companies.
And that first piece of it is kind of interesting because it sounds like that connects to what you said earlier about the substantive actions taken by the social media platforms. They adopted computer programs or algorithms to try and detect inauthentic foreign activity, correct?
Yes, in my estimation, they use that type of technology to detect and either knock down or flag malign foreign influence activity.
It sounds like Mr. Stewart was, based on your description, kind of offering them access to the sorts of tools they might be able to use to detect it, correct?
Objection, cause for speculation, mischaracterizes the record.
So I don't know what outside vendors any of the social media companies use. I do know that the Sam Stewart from the Global Engagement Center, he would provide webinars to me from these different types of vendors, and then the vendors would just come and share results that they had.
When you say results, are these vendors who prepare computer programs to detect, inauthentic activity on social media platforms?
That is my understanding.
And I take it you participated in some of his presentations?
I would say I went to 2 of those webinars just to see what they were like. However, based on my viewing of those 2 webinars, I did not think it was useful from a law enforcement standpoint.
Would it be more useful? In other words, the more useful audience would have been the social media platforms who might use such programs.
Objection, vague.
I believe that is why Sam Stewart would share that type of information. But the reason I did not find it useful was because as a law enforcement agency and a domestic security service, I am focused on the malign foreign actors themselves and the activities, and what these companies and applications did was just look at the content and activities from a surface level. So I would be concerned that that sort of application might accidentally pick up U.S. people information, and so that is not something that I think would be useful or relevant to the FBI.
And so your concern was that the GEC's kind of computer programs that they were making available to social media companies might be over-inclusive and misidentify authentic accounts as inauthentic activity.
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, and mischaracterizes the record.
So, if I may respond to your question, so the State Department is primarily a foreign-focused agency, and so in their estimation, I believe that in their estimation, their tools would be deployed overseas, where I believe they do not have the same type of legal training that I do, specifically about First Amendment protections. And so, they're overseas in embassies, and their analysts are overseas in embassies, and so they don't have the same sorts of concerns that I would working at the FBI, is my personal opinion.
Okay, and those concerns specifically is that it would raise a First Amendment concern if a real user's account got accidentally taken down because the State Department provided a computer program that was over-inclusive.
Objection, mischaracterizes the record and calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah, So I don't think the State Department was providing these programs to the companies. I think the State Department was just providing a venue where different vendors could show off their products. I don't think they endorsed or did not endorse these products, but they provided, and it wasn't just for the social media companies. They would invite all sorts of audiences to include researchers, employees from State Department counterparts, so typically Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They would provide, these were open to the general public, but I believe the audience that they were going for were State Department equivalent personnel, social media companies, and researchers. That's just based on what
I want to go off the record.
Off the record at 12:27.
Ready?
One sec. We're back on the record at 1:20 p.m.
Agent Chan, I just want to direct your attention back to your thesis, Exhibit 1, for a few more questions. And let me know if you have difficulty hearing me. Here, I'm on page 61 of your thesis, which is page 85 of the PDF. And here you discuss the case of Peace Data, which was a website, right?
Yes, that is correct.
What exactly was Peace Data? Was that a Russian-originated website?
Yes.
2020 election cycle?
Yes, for the 2020 election cycle, that was a website created by the Internet Research Agency.
And it was intended to sow kind of disinformation and discord among kind of left-leaning voters in the United States, right?
Yes.
And then here in this sentence that I'm highlighting, you say third, Reuters broke a story about the IRA posing as Peace Data staff to hire unwitting freelance journalists, including Americans, to write articles for the site, right?
That is correct, and I cite the article.
Right, and then you go on to say that the Carnegie Endowment determined that at least 20 freelance journalists, which includes Americans, had been duped into writing articles for the Peace Data outlet, right?
That is correct.
Those articles were posted on that website, right?
That is correct.
And then that website, I take it, got taken down as a result of the revelation that it was a Russian-originated site, right?
I do not believe it was taken down. I believe it was just discredited. I haven't checked it, but it was up for a while.
And this is one of those sites that you described as achieving fairly low engagement early in the deposition.
Yeah,
is that right?
That is correct.
And was the FBI involved in the investigation of the Peace Data?
Objection, vague.
So the FBI shared information with the companies that it believed the Internet Research Agency was standing up two websites. One was Peace Data, and the other was called NAEBC, which is an abbreviation for Newsroom for American and European-Based Citizens. So they were supposed to be complementary news websites, but we did tip the social media companies to both of those sites.
Did the social media companies, to your knowledge, act on that information and take actions to restrict social media postings about those involving those sites?
What they conveyed to me was that they identified accounts that were foreign associated, so Internet Research Agency associated, that were directing users on those platforms to the Peace Data website as well as the NAEBC website.
And so they identified, did they take action against those accounts?
I believe they did.
Okay, so this is a situation where in the 2020 election cycle, the tactics have evolved and the Russians have now created a website hired Americans to write for the website and post articles on it, and then are using fake accounts to direct ordinary users to the content on that website. Is that right?
Objection. Assumes facts, not on evidence.
Yeah, so you have summarized one of the shifts that I noticed in my thesis.
Gotcha. And the FBI was the organization that flagged this for social media companies as the Peace Data site as a Russian originated site, correct?
Yes, that is my recollection.
Okay. So, and then you talked about the NABEC site, right? That's NAEBC, right?
Correct.
And that was a more right-wing site that the Russians originated.
Correct.
And then just turning 2 pages ahead in your thesis to page 63, you have a sentence here about the NABEC site that begins, lastly, Graphica determined that the IRA used various social media accounts to engage with real users and convinced them to post on the NABEC site, which met with some success, correct?
Yes, I wrote that, and I was citing the Graphica team report.
And so it's your understanding that the NABEC site also included content drafted and written by real users that had posted on that site.
Yes, based on the Graphica report.
So it's a bit like the Peace Data site where they'd hired freelance journalists, including Americans, to post on the site. Here they've induced social media users to post their own thoughts on that site, right?
That is correct, but we do not know the nationality of the users because it wasn't mentioned in the source that I used.
You don't know today whether those were Americans or foreigners who were posting on that NABEC site, right?
I do not.
The NABEC site was designed by the Russians for Americans to read, right? Or Americans and Europeans, is that right?
That is my assessment.
And in fact, the NABEC stands for Newsroom for American and European-based citizens, right?
That is correct.
And higher on this page, you describe these people who have posted on the site as unwitting co-optees. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And so you have a situation where there's a kind of, intermingling or blending of the inauthentic Russian content with essentially authentic user-generated content, right?
Objection. Vague or ambiguous.
Yeah, so I characterize those individuals as unwitting co-optees.
And did the FBI flag the NABEC site to social media platforms as a kind of Russian-originated source as well, right?
That is correct.
Did you also flag social media accounts that were engaged in directing people to those sites, both Peace Data and NABEC, to the social media platforms?
Objection. Vague or ambiguous.
No, not to my recollection. From my recollection, we provided those two websites to include the URLs, and then the companies were able to discover Russian-controlled accounts that were used to try to redirect users to those websites.
And the social media companies told you that they had found them, and did they say they'd taken action against those accounts?
Yes, they said that they had taken down those accounts.
Jumping ahead to page 70 of your thesis, which is page 94 of the PDF. In table 5 here, you've got a summary of Facebook takedowns for 2020, right?
Yes.
And you have a grand total of 825 accounts taken down from Facebook and Instagram pages or platforms, right?
That is correct.
And so I think part of your thesis points out that Facebook was much, much more active in the 2020 election cycle in removing malign foreign influence accounts than it had been in 2016, right?
That is my assessment.
And in your thesis, you only cite the 4 publicly cited in media reports instances where the FBI had flagged stuff to Facebook and other social media platforms, right?
Yeah, that is correct, because that was, I was writing the thesis for me personally, and I was not representing, if you look at the caveat on the first place, I was representing my personal views and not necessarily the views of the FBI regarding this thesis.
But in your capacity as an FBI agent, you're aware of a lot more than 4 instances where the FBI had flagged accounts, right?
You are correct. You are correct.
In fact, I think you said it was 1 to 5 instances per month in 2018 election cycle, or sorry, 1 to 5 instances per month in the 2020 cycle, and 1 to 4 instances per month in the 2022 cycle, correct?
That is correct. And the reason for that is because that information is not publicly available, so I could not use it in my thesis.
Understood. And then of these 825 accounts from Facebook, do you have any idea, ballpark, how many of those were the result of takedowns? How many of those takedowns were the result of information provided by the FBI?
Unfortunately, I do not. I would love to have that statistic, but I do not have that.
No, you kind of asked them for that, and they haven't told you, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Gotcha, okay. But it's some subset of those, because you've been told on multiple occasions that they've acted on information you provided, right?
That is my assumption.
Next page, you talk about in 2019, Twitter announced 2 takedowns of 422 accounts, which made 929,000 tweets, right?
That's correct.
If you look at the figure on that page, it looks like the topics relate to the 2018 midterms, MAGA, release the memo, and other subjects. Is that right?
That is correct.
Release the memo is some trend that's designed to appeal to conservative voters, right?
Honestly, I can't remember.
In any event, do you know how many of these 422 accounts and 929,000 tweets that were removed were the result of FBI information?
I do not.
But it's some subset of those, but they haven't given you the precise numbers. Is that fair to say?
That would be my assumption.
And then the next page, again, there's a reference to in Twitter announcing 4 sets of takedowns with 1,233 accounts as well. Same question. I take it that some of those are due to the FBI, but you don't know how many.
Objection calls for speculation.
I would assume that some subset of that amount was due to information we provided, but I do not know the exact number.
And at some level, you know that some are, because Twitter's told you for at least some occasions, yes, we acted on your information and took down problematic accounts, right?
That is correct.
Let's jump ahead to page 76 of your thesis. You have a discussion of some meetings here at the bottom of the page. You see where I am? On September, you talk about how the U.S. government was more engaged ahead of the 2020 elections, right?
Yeah. I said the government appeared to be more engaged with social media companies.
In fact, based on your actual experience, were you more engaged?
I would personally characterize it as being more engaged. However, I could not discuss that in a thesis.
Gotcha. This next sentence, you say September 4th, 2019, Facebook hosted an election security meeting with FBI, DHS, and ODNI, right?
That is correct.
Were you at that meeting?
I was at that meeting.
Who else was at that meeting from the FBI?
I specifically remember 2 attorneys being at that meeting, but they're both GS-14 attorneys from the FBI.
You don't have to. Don't tell me their names.
Yeah.
Anyone else from the FBI?
No, I believe Yeah, I was the only non-FBI. I'm trying to remember if any FIDF employees came. Actually, yes, I believe one employee from FIDF came, but I'm not completely sure.
You know who it was?
Yeah, he's another GS-15. It would be the unit chief for the Russia unit.
How about from DHS? Were those CISA individuals?
I definitely remember Matt Masterson being there, but I do not remember if Brian Scully was there. Oh, I also remember the director of CISA, Mr. Krebs, was there as well.
So Krebs, Masterson, and possibly Scully were at that meeting.
Krebs and Masterson for sure, and I can't remember if Scully was there.
Okay, what was discussed at this meeting?
It was just an overall meeting to discuss election security, and I think, in my opinion, Facebook held the meeting because they wanted all of the relevant federal government components in the same room to share what the federal government agencies intended to do to ensure the safety of the 2020 elections.
Okay, and you go on to the next page to say that the other companies attending the meeting included Google, Microsoft, and Twitter, right?
Yeah, and you can see from the footnote, those were the only companies who were mentioned in the article.
Were there other companies there since you attended the meeting?
Yes, there were other companies there.
Which ones?
I specifically remember Yahoo was there.
Any others?
Not from my recollection.
Were the individuals from the social media platforms at this meeting, were these people from the site integrity or trust and safety teams?
Yes.
So those are the people on the social media side who have responsibility for enforcing content modulation decisions and enforcing terms of service.
That is,
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
that is my understanding.
Was content modulation discussed at all? Or was disinformation discussed at this meeting?
Objection, vague or ambiguous.
From my recollection, the social media companies were focused on discussing disinformation, and the FBI was really focused on the actors who were involved, specifically the Internet Research Agency.
So this was an information where disinformation was discussed and removing disinformation from platforms.
So the social media companies discussed that. We, the FBI, did not discuss that.
What did CISA discuss at this meeting? Mr. Krebs or Mr. Masterson or Mr. Scully, if he was there?
From my recollection, CISA just discussed what their role was and is in securing election infrastructure and supporting election officials.
Did they talk about disinformation?
I do not remember them talking about disinformation.
How about ODNI? Did they talk about removing disinformation?
No, they did not. ODNI, from my recollection, provided an unclassified overview of 3 specific nation states that they were concerned might try to conduct malign influence campaigns against the US elections in 2020. These include Russia, China, and Iran.
You go on to say in August 2020, the New York Times broke a story revealing that the private sector companies working with the U.S. government had expanded to include the Wikimedia Foundation, Verizon Media, Reddit, Pinterest, and LinkedIn, correct?
That is correct.
So let me ask you this. Were there other meetings other than this one on September 4th, 2019 with these other companies?
I don't remember another, outside of the CISA hosted industry group meetings, I don't remember another meeting that had all of the companies together.
Okay, and so the CISA hosted meetings, that's the, I think we talked about the very beginning of the deposition, the industry, what does CISA call it, the industry what meeting?
I can't remember, but yes, those were the meetings I was referring to.
And so you believe this, this New York Times story that refers to Wikimedia, Reddit, and Pinterest and so forth is a reference to the CISA-hosted industry meeting that you just testified about earlier, correct?
That is only my assumption.
Okay. And those meetings you attended some, but not all of them, I think you said.
Yes, that is correct.
Was disinformation discussed at those meetings, the CISA-led industry meetings that included all these social media platforms?
Yes, from the disinformation content was shared by the social media companies. They would provide a strategic overview of the type of disinformation they were seeing on their respective platforms.
And then what did the government say at those meetings?
Objection, vague or ambiguous?
As I mentioned before, CISA primarily discussed actual election logistics to include, the dates of state primaries, the methods for which ballots were cast. The FBI, we just provided strategic unclassified overviews of the activities that we saw the Internet Research Agency doing. And ODNI, to my recollection, did not provide any substantive overviews at most of the meetings, except for to provide general assessments about nation-state level threats.
I'm going to jump ahead to page 94 of your thesis. See that? And that's on page 118 of the PDF.
So we're Part B, Part B, recommendations.
Oh, right above.
Okay.
I think we're still at Part A. At the top, you say many factors are at play when trying to measure the effects of Russia's influence operations, right?
Yes.
And then you say first-order effects include real users interacting with inauthentic content, right?
Yes.
And so interacting with inauthentic content, that includes reading it, liking it, commenting on it, potentially reposting it and reposting it with commentary, correct?
Yes.
And those are all first-order effects of Russia's influence operations, right?
That is how I defined first-order effects.
Gotcha. And Russian bot amplification of divisive organic content is what you list next, right?
Yeah, I also define that as a first-order effect.
And so you define, and that refers to the Russian bots basically being used to amplify, that is, like or repost or retweet content that other users have already posted, right?
That is correct.
And then a third first-order effect to identify is IRA-controlled accounts communicating directly with real users, right?
That is correct.
And so they'd be expressing certain messages to those users, and those users would be responding to these inauthentic accounts, right?
Correct.
Jumping ahead to page 99. You make a recommendation here for the U.S. government to establish a national counter-information operations center as an interagency fusion center and focal point for countering disinformation campaigns, right?
So that is a personal recommendation that I made, and if you look at the footnote, this was one of the recommendations of the U.S. Cyberspace Solarium.
Okay, and so you kind of agree with what they had recommended, right?
Yeah, that is my personal stance, not necessarily the stance of the FBI.
You go on to say, in April 2021, you talk about how that commission, the one whose recommendation you agree with, envisioned a center that would allow the relevant U.S. government elements to work alongside social media companies to combat disinformation, right?
That is correct, but I'm also citing a report.
And combating disinformation here would include the sort of stuff we're talking about already today, which is flagging inauthentic accounts and having them removed, right?
Objection, vague or ambiguous, mischaracterizes the record.
Yeah. So my intent was, and what the commission also envisioned was closer to real-time sharing of information. So right now, we are limited by the declassification process, the approval process for us to be able to get information in a form that can be shared with the social media companies. However, if some of these social media company employees were to carry security clearances, they could be discussed at least on an informal basis at a higher level, a higher classification level.
And I take it that communication could happen much more quickly under this recommendation, right?
Yes.
And that could therefore result in quicker action being taken by the social media platforms against inauthentic activity on their platforms.
Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, that would be my opinion.
And then the next sentence you say, in April of 2021, the ODNI announced it was establishing a foreign malign influence center. Do you know anything about that foreign malign influence center other than the public report that you cite?
Unfortunately, I do not.
So you don't know if they have something like you're recommending already in place where people with security clearances on the government side and the social media side can convey information to each other more quickly?
So I am not aware of any such center being housed at ODNI at this point.
You jump ahead to page, or I'll jump ahead to page 104. Here, just towards the end, you commented that although the focus of this thesis was Russian disinformation campaigns, domestic disinformation operations also featured prominently ahead of the 2020 elections, correct?
Can you tell me what you highlighted again?
Oh, sorry, here I am. Although the focus of this thesis was Russian disinformation campaigns, domestic disinformation operations also featured prominently ahead of the 2020 elections.
Yes, I wrote that, and I was citing a report from the Atlantic Council.
Did you have any involvement in looking for domestic disinformation campaigns in the 2020 election cycle?
Objection, vague, mischaracterizes the record.
In the context of the FIDF meetings, no.
Or how about in any other context?
During FBI San Francisco's 2020 election command post, which I believe was held from the Friday before the election through election night, that Tuesday at midnight, information would be provided by other field offices and FBI headquarters about disinformation, specifically about the time, place, or manner of elections in various states. these were passed to FBI San Francisco's command post, of which I mentioned to you before, I was the daytime shift commander. And we would relay this information to the social media platforms where these accounts were detected. And so I do not believe we were able to determine whether the accounts that were posting time, place, or manner of election disinformation, whether they were American or foreign.
But you receive reports, I take it, from all over the country about disinformation about time, place, and manner of voting, right?
That is, we received them from multiple field offices, and I can't remember, but I remember many field offices, probably around 10 to 12 field offices, relayed this type of information to us. And because DOJ had informed us that this type of information was criminal in nature, that it did not matter where who was the source of the information, but that it was criminal in nature and that it should be flagged to the social media companies, and then the respective field offices were expected to follow up with legal process to get additional information on the origin and nature of these communications.
So Department of Justice advised you that it's criminal and there's no First Amendment right to post false information about time, place, and manner of voting.
Objection on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and work product issues.
Just testify to it. That's waived. He just told him he just described what DOJ said, and I'm asking for specificity.
I'm putting the objection on the record.
You may answer.
That was my understanding.
And did you in fact relay, let me ask you this, you say manner of voting, were some of these reports relating to voting by mail, which was a hot topic back then?
From my recollection, some of them did include voting by mail, and specifically what I can remember is erroneous information about when mail-in ballots could be postmarked, because it's different in different jurisdictions. And so I would be relying on the local field office to know what were the election laws in their territory and to only flag information for us. Actually, let me provide additional context. DOJ public integrity attorneys were at the FBI's election command post at headquarters, and so I believe that all of those were reviewed before they got sent to FBI San Francisco.
And so those reports would come to FBI San Francisco, where you were the day commander at this command post, and then FBI San Francisco would relay them to the various social media platforms where the problematic posts had been made, right?
That is correct.
And then the point there was to alert the social media platforms and see if they could be taken down, right?
It was to alert the social media companies to see if they violated their terms of service.
And if they did, that they would be taken down?
If they did, they would follow their own policies, which may include taking down accounts.
Yeah, in fact, or how about taking down posts as opposed to the entire account?
I think it depends on how they interpreted it and what the content was and what the account was.
Do you know what the? Do you know whether some of those posts were that you relayed to them were acted on by their content modulators?
Objection vague or ambiguous.
So from my recollection, we would receive some responses from the social media companies. I remember in some cases they would relay that they had taken down the post. In other cases, they would say that this did not violate their terms of service.
What sort of posts were flagged by you that they concluded did not violate their terms of service?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I take it they would all have a policy against just posting about the wrong time that the polls open, right? Or the wrong date to mail your ballot.
That would be my estimation, but I do remember, but I can't remember the specifics of why, but I do remember them saying that certain information we shared with them did not result in any actions on their part. But I can't remember the details of those. They were not frequent, but I do remember that they occurred.
So in most cases, when you flag something, it was taken down.
In most cases, let me rephrase that. In some cases, when we shared information, they would provide a response to us that they had taken them down. Not.
Gotcha. In some cases, they did. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would not say it was an 100% success rate. If I had to characterize it, I would say it was like a 50% success rate. But that's just from my recollection.
And the success rate would be the number of times it got taken down based on the number of instances you reported.
The success rate would be that some action had been taken because it was a terms of service violation.
Gotcha. Did this command post, this kind of activity of relaying these reports of election-related disinformation, did that occur through this election command post in 2022 as well as 2020?
Yes. So to restate, the election command post for 2020, from my recollection, occurred from the Friday before the election through Tuesday at midnight. And then for the midterm elections, we only stood up the command post, I believe, from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. of election day.
So why was it operating longer in 2020?
Based on our experience in the 2018 midterms, where there was a very low volume of information that needed to be coordinated, we assessed that we could do with an actual command post on Tuesday, with people on call on Monday and on Wednesday, who, if needed to, could report and activate a command post. This is specifically for FBI San Francisco.
And this command post was chosen to be, I mean, it addresses nationwide election-related disinformation, right?
So every field office, every FBI field office was mandated by FBI headquarters to stand up a command post at least on election day. And FBI San Francisco was responsible for relaying any time, place, or manner disinformation or malign foreign influence information to the social media companies, as well as accepting any referrals from the social media companies.
So FBI San Francisco had the special job of referring concerns to social media companies.
Objection, vague or ambiguous.
Yes, and the reason for that is because the majority of these social media companies are headquartered in FBI San Francisco's territory.
I'm going to move to a different exhibit. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear.
Well, I spent a long time on my thesis.
Both researching it and testifying about it today. Let me, I'm showing you an exhibit. Hang on a second. I'm showing you, can you see this exhibit?
Yes.
Defendants amended objections and responses on interrogatories.
Counsel, to clarify, this is Exhibit 6, is that right?
Yeah, we're having to go out of order, so we're jumping to Exhibit 6 because they're pre-marked. And I just emailed you this one, but it ought to look familiar. I just want to jump down here to page 37 of these interrogatory responses. Down here at the bottom of the page under DHS, see this paragraph that begins with a bullet point.
I see the sentence that starts, a recurring meeting usually entitled USG-industry meeting.
Yes. Yeah, that paragraph states a recurring meeting usually entitled USG industry meeting, which has generally had a monthly cadence and is between government agencies and private industry. You see that description?
Yes.
The CISA organized meeting that we've talked about multiple times already, is that usually entitled USG-industry meeting?
Based on my recollection, yes.
Okay, so that this interrogatory response appears to be referring to meetings that we've already talked about today.
That is correct. The CISA facilitated meetings.
It says government participants in this meeting have included CISA's election security and resilience team, DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, the FEI's Foreign Influence Task Force, and so forth, right?
Objection lacks foundation.
I'm just asking you if that's what it says.
Yeah, this is what it says, and I remember sharing from my memory with you that those were the participants. I forgot to mention DOJ, National Security Division, but I do remember that they sometimes had participants.
And I take it you participated in some of these meetings, but not all of them.
That is correct.
When did these meetings happen? What years? Here it just says these monthly cadence meetings occurred. When did they actually happen?
Objection lacks foundation.
I can't remember exactly, but I believe they started happening before the 2020 election, but I can't remember how far before the 2020 election.
So they were, I guess CISA organized these meetings, I think you said earlier.
That is correct, and I was just an attendee.
And CISA organized the meetings gearing up towards the 2020 election, is that right?
For these USG industry meetings, yes.
Were hack and dump operations discussed at these meetings? Or hack and leak operations?
Yes, they were.
And tell me what was discussed about them at these meetings.
The context of hack and dump was what was the FBI and CISA doing to prevent hack and dump operations. So from the FBI side, I think I already relayed to you that we had the Protected Voices Initiative. And then I can't remember the specifics, but CISA also discussed its cybersecurity awareness efforts as well as grants efforts with the state, county, and local level election officials.
Did anyone at these meetings tell the industry participants to expect a Russian hack and dump operation or hack and leak operation shortly before the 2020 election cycle?
Objection lacks foundation.
From my recollection, I remember that the FBI warned that or someone from the FBI warned the social media companies about the potential for a 2016 style DNC hack and dump operation.
What exactly did you say to the social media companies about that?
Essentially what I just told you.
You said that there might be a Russian hack and dump operation.
So what I said was, although we have not seen any computer intrusions into national level political committees or election officials or presidential candidates at this time, we ask you to remain vigilant, about the potential for hack and dump operations or something to that effect.
Did you specifically refer to the 2016 hack and dump operation that targeted the DCCC and the DNC?
I believe I did.
Did you provide any basis to the social media platforms for thinking that such an operation might be coming?
My basis was that it had happened once and it could happen again.
Did you have any other specific information other than that it had happened 4 years earlier?
Objection insofar as the answer calls for law enforcement privileged information. You can answer, if you can, without divulging the law enforcement privilege as to any particular investigation.
Okay, through our investigations, we did not see any similar computer intrusions to what had happened in 2016. So although from our standpoint, we had not seen anything, we specifically I, in an abundance of caution, warned the companies in case they saw something that we did not.
So, did you ask the companies if they had seen any attempts at intrusions or unauthorized access?
This is something that I regularly ask the companies in the course of our meetings.
Did you ask them in these meetings?
Not at every meeting, but I believe I asked them at some meetings.
And did you repeatedly warn them at these meetings that you anticipated there might be hack and dump operations? Russian-initiated hack and dump operations?
Objection vague, assumes facts not on the record.
So repeatedly, I would say, can you ask your question, like, what do you mean by repeatedly? Like 100 times, 5 times?
Well, did you do it more than once?
Yeah, I did it more, yes. I warned the companies about a potential for hack and dump operations from the Russians and the Iranians on more than one occasion, although I cannot recollect how many times.
Did anyone else at the FBI talk about Russian hack and dump operations?
From my recollection, other senior officials, to include Section Chief Demlow, likely mentioned the possibility of hack and dump operations.
You remember Section Chief Demlow mentioning it?
I said that I believe she mentioned it on at least one occasion.
What did she say?
Essentially what I said. We all said essentially the same thing, which was...
We all... Go ahead.
Which was because the Russian government had hacked a political organization in 2016, that if they were able to do so again for the 2020 cycle, they would likely do it.
So you told the social media companies that a hack and dump operation was likely.
Objection misstates the record.
Let me recharacterize it. I said potentially, as opposed to likely.
Okay, did Ms. Demlow say likely?
Not to my recollection. I think she said potentially as well.
You said we all.
We all, meaning myself and Ms. Demlow.
Were there any other FBI agents at these meetings?
There were.
Who?
There were GS-14 or under grade employees.
From the San Francisco office or elsewhere?
Both.
Both? Okay.
I'm sorry, let me be more precise. During the quarterly meetings, there were multiple FBI agents, as I'd previously mentioned, from both the FBI San Francisco field office as well as other field offices at these meetings.
Okay, so I think we're talking about two different sets of meetings, because we started talking about the USG industry meetings, right? Organized by CISA, correct?
Oh, okay. You are correct.
But then there were also the monthly and the quarterly, then monthly, then weekly meetings between FBI and social media platforms, right?
That is correct.
At which of those sets of meetings were the potentiality for Russian hack and dump operations discussed?
At the FBI-led meetings with FIDF and the social media companies.
Okay, how about at these USG industry meetings? that were organized by CISA? Were Russian hack and dump operations discussed then?
I would say less frequently, but what was discussed was the potential for Russian hack and dump style operations.
Okay, and who was that raised by FBI or was that raised by others or both?
I can't recollect, but I would say I know at least the FBI mentioned this, specifically in the context of the 2016 DNC hack.
So the FBI would be you and Ms. Demlo, right?
Among others.
So others would have raised it as well at these USG industry meetings?
Others from the FBI attended those meetings.
Did those others raise the issue of Russian hack and dump operations?
I can't recollect.
Do you know whether they did or they didn't?
I know that I did.
Later, Mr. Sear, I'm going to ask for the identities of those participants, but I can ask him now on the record under oath, or are you going to agree to give them to me in a private communication? Will you agree to do that?
Just to be clear, are you're looking for names that are below the SES level?
Yes, I want the identities of every FBI official who was at the USG industry meetings referred to in this interrogatory response in 2020.
I'd have to discuss with the clients, obviously.
All right, and then I'm asking them now on the record, who was there? Name the FBI officials who were there, regardless of their levels.
Well, I'm sorry. When you say regardless of the level, can we provide you a part of the name on the record and part of the name off the record?
I mean, if you're willing to give me the information, which you did not just agree to, I don't have to ask him on the record. We need the information. You don't want it on the record. Will you agree to give it to me? You said I have to discuss with my clients. I can't reconvene this deposition. I need the information. You can agree to give it to me, or I'm going to ask him now. It is not subject to a protective order. You
Okay.
ask for one, not get it.
If I may, counsel, a break would be appropriate, so we can.
Go on.
I'm sorry.
We can go off the record.
Okay.
Off the record at 2:11 p.m. Back on the record at 2:34 p.m.
Back on the record, Mr. Chan, after some discussions off the record, you testified earlier that at these 2020 meetings between the FBI and social media platforms where the risk of a Russian hack and leak operation was discussed, they were attended by you and Ms. Demlo, right?
That is correct. On some occasions. I don't think either of us has attended all of the meetings in the CISA hosted USG industry meetings.
And then there were also the quarterly, monthly, weekly cadence meetings involving just FIDIF and the social media platforms, right?
That is correct. And other FBI field offices, to include FBI San Francisco.
And the risk of hack and leak operations were raised at both sets of meetings, both the CISA organized USG industry meetings and the FIDIF organized direct meetings between the FBI and social media platforms, right?
Yes.
Okay. As to the first sets of meetings, the CISA organized USG industry meetings, other FBI officials besides you and Ms. Demlo attended when Russian hack and leak operations were discussed, right?
That is correct.
Who?
So from my recollection, and I don't know who attended which meetings, but I remember being in meetings with the following people. Brady Olson, William Cohn, Judy Chalk, and Luke Giannini.
Can you say the last name again?
Giannini.
Spell, please.
I am not sure, but I believe it is Giannini.
And then the second name was William Cohen. Is that Cohen?
Cone, Cone,
Like the shape.
like an ice cream.
Any other FBI officials at that set of meetings where Russian hack and leak operations were discussed with social media platforms in 2020?
Those are the only people I can remember.
Okay, then I'm talking about the other set of meetings, the FIDIF FBI meetings with social media platforms with the quarterly, then monthly, then weekly cadence. What FBI officials attended those meetings where Russian hack and leak operations were discussed?
So it's the exact same set of names that I recollect. But I cannot remember what days, or which meetings that they attended, because William Cohn and Wayne Brady both work in the same unit, and I can't remember if they both attended or if one attended but another didn't. So I can't remember when. I do remember that at some point these individuals have attended the FBI bilateral meetings with the social media companies.
And you say the names are Brady Olson? Is that correct?
Yes. Olson.
William, is that Olson?
Maybe, or it might be Sen. I can't remember. It's one of those spellings.
William Cohn. Is that right?
Yes.
Judy Chalk. Is that right?
Yeah. Chock.
And then someone Giannini, right? What was that person's first name?
Luke.
Luke. Is that Luke?
I think his full name might be Lucas, Lucas, but I refer to him as Luke.
Where are all those people from FIDIF in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Okay. What are their titles? Do you know?
I do know. So I believe, the first four are unit chiefs, and then Luke is an assistant section chief.
And then what are they unit chiefs of? Are they chiefs of like the Russia unit and the Iran?
Correct. So.
And then which one's the section chief, did you say?
Assistant section chief. It was Luke. Excuse me?
Is that the number 2 person under Ms. Demlow?
Yes. That's Mr. Giannini.
So it's these meetings.
I apologize. You kind of cut out there. You said something about Giannini.
Yes, Mr. Luke Giannini is the assistant section chief at the Foreign Influence Task Force.
So at FIDIF, these meetings include, in addition to you, the number 1 person at FIDIF, Laura Demlow, the number 2 person at FIDIF, Mr. Giannini, and then at least 3 section chiefs at FIDIF, correct?
No, that's not correct. Ms. Demlow is a section chief. Mr. Giannini is an assistant section chief, and then the other individuals are unit chiefs.
Gotcha. Did anyone other than you or Ms. Demlow discuss the possibility or prospect of Russian hack and leak operations at these meetings from the FBI?
I can't recollect if others said it, but I know that is something that I would say regularly.
You said that regularly in these meetings?
Yes, not every meeting, but some meetings.
And does that apply both to the USG industry meetings that had many participants?
I would say for the bilateral FIDIF meetings, I would have said that because those would have been one of the types of malign influence campaigns that I would have been focused on. For the DHS USG meetings, I was more of an attendee and not as active a speaking participant.
Did anyone else at those meetings, the USG industry meetings organized by CISA, address the risk or prospect of Russian hack and leak operations?
I believe they did, but I can't remember who would have said it.
Did anyone it would have been anyone in the FBI?
It may have been.
Which one of these people is the head of the Russia unit?
Mr. Olson, and then after him, Mr. Cohn.
Did Mr. Olson or Mr. Cohn ever address the risk of a Russian hack and leak operation?
I don't recollect.
How about Ms. Demlow?
I don't specifically recollect, but I believe that is something that she would have mentioned.
You think she raised it at some point in these meetings?
Yes.
What did she say about it, to your recollection?
It would have been that the FBI is concerned about the potential for hack and leak or hack and dump operations from foreign state-sponsored actors, something to that effect.
Did you discuss within FIDIF that risk before you raised it with the social media platforms?
Objection. An internal deliberation of that sort would be subject to deliberative process privilege, attorney-client privilege, and other privileges.
Did anyone at any time discuss it, with that prospect with you, or did you raise it on your own?
Same objection you can answer insofar as it doesn't involve internal discussions within FIDIF or discussions with counsel.
I would say in general, the FBI had internal meetings or discussions, or at the very least emails, coordination before the CISA hosted meetings.
And so there'd be internal discussion within the FBI before the CISA hosted meetings?
Yes, about what agenda items would be discussed during the meeting.
In the course of those discussions, did anyone suggest to you that you should raise the risk of a Russian hack and leak operation?
Objection, as I said before, calls for internal deliberations, which would be covered by the deliberative process privilege, by the attorney-client privilege, and other privileges, including law enforcement.
Yeah, I will reiterate, in general, we would have internal discussions about what would be discussed in the CISA hosted meeting.
More specifically, did anyone suggest that, let me ask you this, you raised it at these meetings, right?
I know that I have raised it at the meetings.
Did you do that on your own accord, or did anyone else suggest to you that it should be raised?
Objection, as before, it's covered by multiple privileges, and I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer on grounds of deliberative process privilege, attorney-client privilege, and law enforcement privilege, among others.
Are you declining to answer the question, sir?
I am reiterating that I recollect mentioning the potential for hack and dump operations during the CISA hosted USG industry meetings.
Did you do that solely on your own accord?
Same objection as before.
That doesn't ask for any communications. Did he do it solely on his own accord? Are you instructing him not to answer that question?
I cannot recollect.
Okay, I think we're gonna make a record on this. Okay, I'm asking you, did anyone within the FBI discuss or suggest with you that you should raise the prospect of Russian hack and leak operations with social media platforms in 2020?
I do not recollect. In the context of the USG industry CISA held meetings, I do not recollect.
How about in the context of the bilateral FIDIF social media platform meetings? In that context, did anyone suggest it to you?
So in that context, depending on what was being briefed, without getting into the specific investigations, certain, as I mentioned previously, certain nation-state actors, the FBI deemed as potentially being capable of conducting hack and leak operations. So at the beginning of the meetings, I would preface and say something to the effect of, we are going to provide you a briefing on this group. because they have the potential to conduct hack and leak operations like the Russians did in 2016.
Did anyone suggest to you that you should raise that concern to the social media platforms at any time?
In the context of the FIDF meetings with the companies, I flagged that concern because I was generally responsible in coordination with FIDF for coming up with the agenda for those meetings with the social media companies.
So are you saying, what's your answer to my question? Did anyone suggest to you in the context of the FIDF social media company meetings that you should raise the concern about a Russian hack and leak operation?
I do not recollect. However, I would have flagged that comment on my own for the reasons that I just stated to you.
So it's something that you would have done on your own, but someone might have also suggested to you to do it. Is that fair to say?
They may have, but I don't recollect at this time.
Returning to the USG industry CISA organized meetings, do you recall anyone discussing with you at any time the prospect of Russian hack and leak operations in connection with those meetings?
Who do you mean?
Anybody? Did anybody on Earth talk to you about raising Russian hack and leak operations on those meetings?
Oh, do you mean from the social media companies or from the government side? Because in either case, I don't recollect.
Okay, how about anyone outside the government? Did anyone outside the government ever discuss the prospect of Russian hack and leak operations with you?
I do remember during the CISA-hosted USG industry meetings that the social media companies would ask the FBI if they were aware of any hack and leak operations. And I remember that we would say, ahead of the 2020 elections, that we were not aware of any hack and leak operations, but that there was always the potential for there to be hack and leak operations.
Did the FBI tell the social media companies that there would be a specific risk of a hack and leak operation shortly before the election in 2020?
I believe that we did mention that as a possibility shortly before the election, perhaps in the August or October timeframe.
So you mentioned that there was a risk that a hack and leak operation could happen in October.
So to be specific, what we mentioned was that there was the general risk of hack and leak operations, especially before the election. However, we were not aware of any hack and leak operations that were forthcoming or impending.
Were you involved in the investigation of the 2016 DNC hack and leak operation?
Objection vague.
What do you mean by involved?
Well, were you in any way involved in that investigation?
Yes.
What was your involvement?
I was the supervisor for a squad that had an investigation associated with the hack of the DNC and the DCCC.
And what was your role in that investigation? What did your squad do?
I was the supervisor for the squad that ran one of the investigations associated with the 2016 DNC hack.
What did your squad do in that investigation?
I'm going to object on the law enforcement privilege grounds. If you can answer the question without discussing any particular investigation files or contents, you can answer.
Before you say that, I'm going to read some case law into the record. The law enforcement privilege protects, quote, investigative files of an ongoing privilege investigation. That's from Coughlin against Lee, 946 F. 2nd, 1152, 1159, 5th Circuit, 1991. the privilege quote is bounded by relevance and times constraints, and it lapses either at the close of an investigation or at a reasonable time thereafter based on a particularized assessment of the document. I'm talking about an investigation that happened 6 years ago. Is it your position that you can assert law enforcement privilege with respect to that? That's my first question. Second one, before I'm not finished yet. Second one is the documents relating to emails relating to his involvement in this investigation are publicly filed in the docket of the case United States against Sussman. So there's been a waiver of that by those being publicly filed in any event. So now I'm going to repeat the question. What did your squad do when it came to the investigation of the DNC hack and leak operation?
Can I confer with my counsel before I answer this question?
I want an answer to the question.
Yeah, so let me just clarify on the objection based on law enforcement privilege. I understand your position about the public disclosure, but since you're not limiting your question to what was in the public record, there are cases that describe the application of the law enforcement privilege to techniques that have future application, including future investigations. So I don't think that the mere fact that it's that your question is about a past investigation will cause the extinction of the law enforcement privilege concern.
Well, why doesn't he answer the question in general terms? That won't get into specific law enforcement techniques. I'm not really concerned about those. Will he answer the question in general terms?
So, based on the case law that you cited, the information that I have would be protected under the first, because this is an existing and active investigation.
So you're saying that the 2016 DNC server leak investigation is an active criminal investigation?
What I am saying is that the investigation of the individuals associated with the DNC hack of 2016 is an existing and active investigation.
I thought they had been indicted on other charges later. Are you saying that there's still an active and pending criminal investigation of the 2016 DNC hack?
I am not saying there is a pending investigation of the 2016 hack itself. However, there is active investigations on the individuals involved with the 2016 hack. That case has not been adjudicated. The individuals are indicted. They have not been arrested. They have not been going through the judicial process. This is an active investigation.
I'm showing you a collective exhibit that we pre-marked Exhibit 23. Do you see this document?
Yes.
Okay, these are the emails, some of your emails that are publicly filed in the case United States against Sussman. Do you recognize them?
I'm sorry, may I ask, counsel, have you sent this to us?
I'm emailing it to you right now. Obviously, we're getting a little out of order here. Looking at these emails, does this refresh your recollection of what your involvement was in that investigation?
Counsel, may I ask that I receive the email first so I can pull it up on the iPad so that Mr. Chan can see the exhibit that you're talking about?
Can you see it on the screen share? The email's en route, so.
Okay, we have this PDF. May I ask which page you're on?
Let's start at the top page. Do you see that? One on the screen share.
Uh, 8:32 a.m. October 4th, yes.
Yes, I see this email.
And you're being copied on emails lower down from Michael Sussman and Perkins Coie. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I have been CC'd. The email is to another DOJ official.
And then you forwarded that along to two FBI officials, Patricia Rich and Delynn Hamill. You see that?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Sussman was emailing or copying you on an email about sharing information on a rolling basis?
Because I was involved with, I oversaw the squad that was responsible for one of the investigations of the 2016 hack of the DNC, and Mr. Sussman was their legal representative.
Which squad did you oversee?
I oversaw the Russian cyber squad at FBI San Francisco.
And the Russian cyber squad was it involved in trying to analyze the DNC server to see how it had been hacked?
Yes, that is correct.
And you oversaw that effort?
Yes, I managed the squad responsible for one of the investigations of the DNC hack.
What did that squad investigate the server?
We did a triage investigation of the server and then sent it back to headquarters to do a more complete investigation of the server.
What's a triage investigation?
Triage in the cybersecurity context is to try to extract indicators. As I mentioned before, indicators could be email accounts, IP addresses, other types of electronic indicia that we could serve legal process in order to move our investigation forward.
Did you find any indicia of that when you investigated the server?
I believe we did, but I can't recollect the specific selectors that we discovered.
Subsequent to the 2016 investigation, did you have further communications with anyone involved in that investigation about the possibility of a recurrence in 2020?
Can you repeat that question?
Subsequent to the 2016 investigation of the hack of the DNC server, did you have any communications with anyone involved in that investigation about the possibility that a hack and leak operation could occur before the 2020 election?
Objection vague. I will also object on the grounds of law enforcement privilege. You can answer to the extent it doesn't implicate any particular investigation.
Yeah, so I do not remember discussing the potential for a 2020 election with any of the FBI personnel because they had moved on to different roles.
How about people outside the FBI?
Well, Sean Newell, who is the email recipient on this, is a deputy chief at DOJ National Security Division. And he would have been one of the senior officials I would have consulted with.
Consulted with about what?
About potential Russian interference in the 2020 elections.
Did you consult with Sean Newell about the potential for a Russian hack and leak operation?
I'm going to renew the objection based on the law enforcement privilege and ask that you not answer insofar as that would disclose the contents of any individual investigation.
Yeah, my recollection was that being the deputy chief at DOJ, NSD, Sean Newell would have overview of multiple FBI investigations and would have a broader perspective than my perspective from the field office level. And so I would regularly just ask him in general how things were going and if they were seeing anything that would be impactful to us at FBI San Francisco.
So did these conversations with Sean Newell occur in the lead up to the 2020 election?
I don't remember having many conversations with Mr. Newell during the lead up to the 2020 elections.
When did the conversations with Mr. Newell occur?
They would have, I can't recollect specifically. I regularly had conversations with Mr. Newell outside of the context of Russian disinformation campaigns targeted at the 2020 elections. Because Mr. Newell, as the deputy chief, oversaw all of DOJ's national security cyber investigations.
Did Mr. Newell ever tell you that he expected there might be a Russian hack and leak operation before the 2020 election?
Objection on grounds of law enforcement privilege, also attorney-client privilege, given the functions of Mr. Newell in this context. I will ask that the witness answer only without referring to attorney-client communications, which I think in this context you can't. So.
What I can broadly say is that we discussed national security, cyber investigations in general, sometimes about Russian matters, sometimes about other nation-state threats.
Let me ask the question more specifically. Prior to the 2020 election cycle, did anyone suggest to you that there would be, or that there might be, a Russian hack and leak operation prior to the 2020 election?
So I'm going to object on the grounds of law enforcement privilege and attorney-client privilege, among other privileges. You can answer insofar as it doesn't disclose the contents of any particular investigation.
So
pause there. Okay. I want an answer, and I want to know whether you're withholding information in response to your client's instruction. He keeps instructing you conditionally, and then you keep providing vague responses. I want to know, are you in fact withholding information from me in response to my question as a result of that instruction? Did anyone discuss that with you? Yes or no? That does not get into the content of any communications. Just want to know, did anyone discuss with you the prospect of a Russian hack and leak operation before the 2020 election?
So no, I do not recollect. And the reason for that is I don't recollect any specific person discussing that with me. However, based on both my experience as well as my knowledge of active investigations, I would have believed, and as my own assessment, I believe that there was the potential for hack and leak operations ahead of the 2020 elections. I believe that there was the potential for hack and leak operations ahead of the 2022 elections, and I believe that there is the potential for Russian hack and leak operations ahead of the 2024 elections.
And in particular, you relayed that belief to the social media platforms on multiple occasions in 2 sets of meetings in 2020, correct?
That is correct.
And that includes the USG industry meetings organized by CISA, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And it includes the FIDIF organized meetings with the individual social media platforms, correct?
Yes.
Did the social media platforms respond to that, your communications, and indicate they were taking any steps with respect to Russian hack and leak operations?
Objection, vague.
So in general, I believe that the companies were actively looking for hack and leak operations. And I don't know the types of technology that they use, but I believe they tried to use detection methods that would find whenever hacked materials were put or uploaded onto their platforms.
Did they ever tell you that they were taking any action with respect to any content posted on social media because of a concern about a hack and leak operation?
So, from my recollection, I can't remember which social media companies, but some social media companies adjusted or updated their terms of service or their community standards to say that they would not post any hacked materials. And I believe the reason would be due to privacy issues of the victim. But I can't recollect which company said that.
When did those updates occur, do you recall? Before the 2020 election?
Before the 2020 elections, but I can't remember when. And I believe the impetus was in case there was a 2016 style hack and leak operation.
So, and was that a concern that you raised to them specifically, that there might be a recurrence of a 2016 style hack and leak operation?
So I have raised that concern, but I believe independently they had similar concerns.
And in the same time frame you were raising that concern, some of them updated their terms of service to prohibit the posting of hacked materials.
I believe so.
Did you ever discuss updating their terms of service with them or suggest it to them?
I never suggested it to them. The only context we would bring up terms of service is that we wanted to know if they had changed their terms of service or modified it, and we wanted to know what they had changed.
And did they advise you that they had changed it to reflect the ability to pull down content that results from hack operations?
Yes.
And that occurred at some time after you had been raising these concerns with them?
Yeah, sometime after 2016, but before 2020. So unfortunately, I can't remember when they would have updated it, but I do remember learning about their terms of service updates.
During 2020, do you recall anyone at the FBI discussing with you the prospect of a hack and leak operation?
I believe that we internally discussed the potential for hack and leak operations, and so I regularly was in communication with Cyber Division of the FBI, as well as with the Foreign Influence Task Force, to see if they had heard of anything that I had not heard of. So I would say the people that I engaged with, everyone was vigilant, but no one, I believe that in general, people at the FBI were concerned about the potential for hack and leak operations, but that we had not seen any investigations that led in that direction or that would lead us in that direction.
Who were the people at the Cyber Security Division that you referred to?
So at Cyber Division, I can't even remember the individuals now. And the reason for that is they tend to rotate out. They rotate out every 18 months.
How about FIDIF? Who are the individuals at FIDIF that discussed the concern with you?
So it was the three individuals that I've mentioned to you. I'm sorry, the four individuals that I've mentioned to you specifically: Ms. Demlow, Mr. Olson, Mr. Cohn, and then Mr. Giannini.
And then did all of those people express to you a concern about the possibility of a Russian hack and leak operation?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
From my recollection, we all shared the same concern for the potential of there to be a hack and leak operation.
Did you have any basis for that other than the fact that one had occurred in 2016?
Our basis for that was the hack and dump operation in 2016, as well as our knowledge of the skills of the Russian hackers who were involved.
Any other basis besides that?
No, those were the two primary reasons driving our concern.
In 2020, did you ever discuss the possibility, or did anyone discuss with you the possibility of a Russian hack and leak operation before the 2020 election from outside the FBI other than legal counsel?
I believe that the companies would regularly ask if the FBI was aware of any hack and leak operations. And ahead of the 2020 elections, we were not aware of any hack and leak operations. However, as I mentioned, we would provide briefings about nation-state groups that potentially had the capability of conducting hack and leak operations.
Okay, and other than the social media platforms, anybody else discuss that with you?
Not to my recollection. Not to my recollection.
You said up, as if you thought of something.
Up because we'd already mentioned the FBI employees, we mentioned the social media companies. And then the reason I said is because technically Microsoft is not a social media company.
Did Microsoft discuss it with you?
They discussed their concern during the CISA hosted USG/industry meetings.
What did they say?
I can't recall exactly, but they shared the same sentiment about being concerned of a potential for Russian hack and leak operations.
Who said that?
The individuals from Microsoft, his first name is Jan, Jan, but I can't remember his last. I can't remember his last name or even how to spell it.
Is it Antonaros?
Maybe.
Something like that.
I definitely remember his first name was Jan, and he had a last name that I'm not familiar with.
That begins with an A-N-T.
That doesn't sound familiar. It feels like it was a Scandinavian name, like Stevrud or something. I don't know why, but for some reason I thought it sounded Scandinavian.
Is any other social media platform discuss these things in the USG industry meetings?
Objection vague.
Do any other social media platforms discuss the prospect of hack and leak operations or hack and dump operations in the USG industry meetings?
I would say not to my recollection, because the primary individuals who spoke from the social media companies were the three companies that I've previously referred to you, which is Facebook, Google, and Twitter, and then Microsoft. Those were, from my recollection, the four companies that spoke the most frequently. If individuals or representatives from the other companies spoke, I don't recall what they said.
Did Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube/Google representatives address this issue at all of the prospect of hack and leak operations?
So during the CISA USG industry meetings, I believe that those companies regularly flagged this as a concern, and at each meeting, or at least at most meetings, they would ask if the US government had any information about potential hack and leak operations.
How about other government agencies outside the FBI at these meetings, the USG industry meetings? Did any of them discuss the risk or prospect of Russian hack and leak or hack and dump operations?
So from my recollection, CISA would discuss it from the standpoint of cybersecurity. Namely, if an organization or individual has good cybersecurity, that will minimize the risk of being hacked. So that was their standpoint. So they were focused on cybersecurity and infrastructure protection.
Who's they? What individuals were saying this?
So, as I mentioned to you before, the only individuals I remember who regularly spoke at these meetings were Mr. Masterson and Mr. Scully.
And those individuals discussed how to defend against hacking operations.
Yes.
And did they specifically say that they anticipated or there was a risk that there might be Russian hack and leak operations before the 2020 election?
I don't specifically recall, but that sounds like something that they would have the same concern or similar concern that I have.
And you believe they expressed that concern at these meetings?
I do not recall any specific situations where they did, but that I believe is something that they may have discussed.
And that would include both Mr. Masterson and Mr. Scully, to your recollection?
Yes.
Were you aware in 2020 that the FBI had Hunter Biden's laptop in its possession?
Objection lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Did you know it at the time?
I was only aware when news media outlets posted it or published it.
Was Hunter Biden referred to in these meetings in any way?
Hunter Biden was not, in my recollection, Hunter Biden was not referred to in any of the CISA USG industry meetings.
How about in the FITF social media company meetings?
From my recollection, at one meeting with Facebook, after the regular agenda had been completed, one of the Facebook analysts asked if the FBI had any information they could share about the Hunter Biden investigation. And to that, I recall Ms. Demlow saying that the FBI had no comment.
Would that have been before or after the big news story broke on October 14th of 2020?
Objection lacks foundation.
I'm not certain, but I believe that it would have had to have been after the news story broke because I don't know if it was publicly known then.
You remember you remember it sometime in 2020, a Facebook analyst asked the FBI to comment on the status of the Hunter Biden investigation?
That is correct.
And you believe that this occurred after there'd been, a New York Post article about the contents of the laptop that you referred to. I think you referred to earlier, you finding out about it that way, right?
Yeah, I only found out through news media. I have no internal knowledge of that investigation. And yeah, I believe that it was brought up after the news story had broke.
And so what did the Facebook analyst ask Ms. Demlow? Did they ask, hey, we have the story, like, can you confirm it, or what did they ask?
Yeah, they just, I can't remember the exact question, but I believe the investigator asked if the FBI could provide any information about the Hunter Biden investigation.
Did they refer to the laptop in particular that had been the subject of the news stories?
I can't recall.
And what did Ms. Demlow respond?
She said no comment. She said something to the effect of the FBI has no comment on this.
Did she indicate why the FBI declined to comment?
Yes, it was because at the time, I do not believe that we had confirmed that it was an active, at the time, we had not confirmed that the FBI was actually investigating Hunter Biden. And so she did not have the authority to say anything or to comment about it.
Did she know at the time that the FBI had the laptop and that the contents had not been hacked?
Objection calls for speculation and implicates the law enforcement privilege. So,
Did she know that, to your knowledge?
So I have no idea. I never asked her and she never told me.
Did Hunter Biden come up in any other meetings with social media platforms during 2020?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you recall any mention of Hunter Biden at any meetings with any social media platforms?
No, it stood out because that Facebook meeting was the only one where an individual from one of the companies even asked about it.
And you're confident that Hunter Biden did not come up in any other meetings between federal government officials and social media platforms in 2020?
I am confident that I was not a party to any meetings with the social media companies where Hunter Biden was discussed outside of the one incident that I told you about.
That was the one where it's an FITF Facebook meeting where the analyst asked Ms. Demlow and she refused to comment.
That is correct. That is correct.
I'm going to show you a new exhibit, Exhibit 8. Council, I've just emailed it to you too, and I'll pop it up on screen share. It'll be familiar to you. You see this this document here?
It says the declarations of Yoel Roth.
Yeah, do you know Yoel Roth?
Yes, I mentioned him to you previously. He was the head of site integrity at Twitter.
And that's the, it says there in paragraph 2 that that's a trust and safety department, correct?
Well, it says it's a site integrity team which assesses content posted to Twitter to determine whether it violates the company's policies. So, yeah, in general, that would be construed as a trust and safety role.
So in other words, he has responsibility for content modulation at Twitter, or at least did at the time of this declaration.
Yes, I believe so.
And in fact, you're familiar with him in that role, which he had until very, very recently, right? Just a couple weeks ago, right?
Until the day after the election.
I'm going to direct your attention to paragraph 10 of this declaration. You see it where it says in paragraph 10, since 2018, I have had regular meetings with the ODNI, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers regarding election security. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's paragraph 11.
Paragraph 10.
I'm sorry, paragraph 10. Yes, I see that.
Do you know what regular meetings he's referring to in that paragraph? Is that the CISA organized USG industry meetings, or is there other meetings as well?
I am not sure, but from my interpretation of this document, it would be in the context of the CISA hosted USG industry meeting, because I never hosted a meeting with those U.S. government components.
So let me ask you this. Are you aware of any meetings involving Twitter with ODNI, DHS, the FBI, and other social media platforms?
Only in the context of the CISA hosted USG industry meetings.
So the only meetings that you're aware of that this paragraph 10 could be referring to are those USG industry meetings that we've been talking about, organized by CISA.
That is my belief.
Paragraph 11, during these weekly meetings, the federal law enforcement agencies communicated that they expected hack and leak operations by state actors might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollections of the communications at the 2020 USG industry meetings organized by CISA, that state actors, I take it he means foreign governments, might perpetrate hack and leak operations in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election?
Yeah, so the weekly meetings would have occurred, like very shortly before the election. Like we did not switch to a weekly cadence until maybe 6 weeks from the election, around then, maybe 6 or 8 weeks. It was a very short weekly meeting. And I do believe, as I mentioned previously, I don't remember who. I do remember myself mentioning a concern for that, but it was mentioned that there was the potential for hack and leak operations.
And so that first sentence you agree with, basically, that people did say that to Twitter in these meetings, that foreign state actors might do a hack and leak operation in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election. Is that fair to say?
Yes, during the CISA USG industry meetings.
And you're saying those obtained a weekly cadence in the 6 to 8 weeks before that actual election in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and in those meetings, I take it likely in October, was that relayed to Twitter and the other industry participants?
I can't remember specifically, but it would have made sense for the meetings to definitely have occurred on a weekly basis in October, ahead of the elections in November.
And did the federal officials in those meetings convey that they expected that hack and leak operations might occur shortly before the election, likely in October?
So I wouldn't have used the word expected. I would have used the word concerned about potential hack and leak operations. And the reason I say that is because we were not aware of any hack and leak operations that were pending.
Okay. He goes on to say in the next, well, let me ask you this. Did you express that concern would be, quote, likely in October?
I would say possible in October.
He refers to the federal law enforcement agencies, plural, in that sentence. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did other federal law enforcement agencies, other than the FBI, also convey an expectation or concern that Russian hack and leak operations would occur shortly before the 2020 election?
Not to my knowledge.
So the only agency you recall conveying that information is the FBI?
The only federal law enforcement agency I remember conveying our concern was the FBI.
How about any other agency?
As I mentioned, I believe CISA would have had the same concern as the FBI.
And that was relayed through Mr. Masterson and Mr. Scully, I think you said, correct?
Correct.
Any other agencies or federal officials raise those concerns other than you, Ms. Demlow, Mr. Masterson, and Mr. Scully?
I believe that the senior election official from the ODNI would also have flagged that as a concern, because that was a concern across the entire U.S. government.
Who's that?
At the time, the senior election official was Shelby Pearson.
What did is that Mr. or Ms.?
Ms. Pearson.
What did Ms. Pearson say about that concern to the social media platforms in these meetings?
I don't recall what she exactly said, but the sentiment would have been similar to what I've already conveyed, which is I was concerned about the potential for hack and leak operations. However, we were not aware of any pending hack and leak operations, and I believe she would have shared the same sentiment.
Do you remember anything specific about what she said?
I don't.
Mr. Roth in the affidavit goes on to say, I was told in these meetings that the intelligence community expected that individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking attacks, and that material obtained through those hacking attacks would likely be disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. Do you see that?
Yes.
You remember that occurring, that people in the intelligence community relaying that they expected attacks on individuals associated with political campaigns, and that the material obtained would be disseminated over Twitter?
So my recollection is different from Mr. Roth's. Not that the intelligence community expected that individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking attacks, but that there was the potential for individuals associated with political campaigns. And the reason I say that is because I and the individuals that I work with at FIDF, we were not aware of any successful hacks into any political organizations or campaigns at the times of these meetings.
How about in the intelligence community? I take that maybe refer to ODNI.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Roth accurately describing what they said in these meetings?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know what Mr. Roth meant, but what I'm letting you know is from my recollection, I don't believe we would have worded it so strongly to say that we expected there to be hacks. I would have worded it to say that there was the potential for hacks, and I believe that is how anyone from our side would have framed the comment. And the reason I believe that is because I and the FBI, and for that matter, the U.S. intelligence community, was not aware of any successful hacks against political organizations or political campaigns.
So you don't think that intelligence officials described it in the way that Mr. Roth does here in this sentence in the affidavit?
Yeah, I do not believe that the intelligence community would have expected it. I said that they would have been concerned about the potential for it.
How about the second half of the sentence here where he says that he was told in these meetings that material obtained through those foreign hacking attacks would likely be disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter? Do you recall that being discussed in the meetings?
Yes, so if you're going to break it up into two parts like that, if there were a successful hack, that is what the intelligence community and I both think would happen.
Did you relay that to them, that if there were a successful hack, they would likely relay the hacked materials over social media platforms, including Twitter?
Yeah, I don't remember if I relayed that, but I do agree with Mr. Roth's statement that if there was a hack, that would be a method to disseminate the information.
And that particular concern was relayed to social media platforms in these meetings?
Yes, you are correct.
He goes on to say in the next sentence that these expectations of hack and leak operations were discussed throughout 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was that in fact true, that all throughout 2020 there were discussions of these concerns about hack and leak operations?
So I would not have used the word expectation. As I characterized it to you before, we regularly discuss the potential for nation-state actors to conduct hack and leak operations. And we provided briefings on the specific nation-state actors that we believe who were potentially capable of conducting these types of operations.
And that would include Russia, I presume?
Yes.
And so in the briefings you provided to them, you briefed them on your understanding that Russia was capable of conducting those hack and leak operations?
Yes.
And you briefed them on your concerns that those might occur in the 2020 election cycle in connection with those briefings as well, correct?
Yeah, from my recollection, might is a more appropriate word than expected.
So you feel like you said might, and Mr. Roth feels like he was told they were expected. Is that fair to say? Well,
he wrote that, or in this deposition he provided, he said expected, but I don't remember the language being so strong from me or from any FBI officials.
I want to direct your sentence to the next sentence. He says, I also learned in these meetings that there were rumors of a hack and leak, that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. Right? Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember, what's he referring to there, to your recollection?
So, from my recollection, the social media companies, to include Twitter, would regularly ask us, hey, what kind of content do you think the nation-state actors, the Russians, would post? And then they would provide examples, and like, would it be X, or would it be Y, or would it be Z? And then I and then the other FBI officials would say, we believe that the Russians will take advantage of any hot button issue. And I do not remember us specifically saying Hunter Biden in any meeting with Twitter.
So Mr. Roth says in his sworn declaration he learned in these meetings, and I take it we're still talking about these weekly meetings, USG industry, CISA organized meetings. He learned in these meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden, right? That's what he said in his sworn declaration, right?
Yes, I see that that's what he said.
And do you have any reason to doubt the veracity of what he said?
I would interpret what he said differently. And so,
how would you interpret what he said when he says he learned that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden? What do you think he's referring to?
Objection calls for speculation.
in my estimation, we never discussed Hunter Biden specifically with Twitter. And so the way I read that is that there are hack and leak operations, and then at the time, I believe he flagged one of the potential current events that were happening ahead of the elections.
You believe that he, Yoel Roth, flagged Hunter Biden in one of these meetings?
No, I don't believe he flagged it during one of the meetings. I just think that, so I don't know, I cannot read his mind, but my assessment is because I don't remember discussing Hunter Biden at any of the meetings with Twitter, that we didn't discuss it. So this would have been something that he would have just thought of as a hot button issue on his own that happened in October.
So you think that where he says he learned in the meetings that there were rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden, you don't recall any basis for that actually being discussed in the meetings?
That is correct.
In paragraph 12, he goes on to say that on October 14th, 2020, he learned from media coverage that the New York Post had posted articles to its website that morning containing emails and other personal materials found on a hard drive that allegedly belonged to Hunter Biden. Do you see that?
Yes, paragraph 12.
And that's a reference to the news articles that you referred to earlier, correct?
Correct.
It's your testimony that those news articles were the first time that you became aware that the FBI, or that you became aware of Hunter Biden's laptop in any connection.
Yes, I don't remember if it was a New York Post article or if it was another media outlet, but it was on multiple media outlets, and I can't remember which article I read.
And before that day, October 14th, 2020, were you aware of Hunter Biden? Had anyone ever mentioned Hunter Biden's laptop to you?
No.
In the next paragraph, Mr. Roth says, the site integrity team preliminarily determined that the information in the articles, the New York Post articles, could have been obtained through hacking based on, among other things, the type of material, the sourcing described in the articles, and the information security community's initial reactions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what he's referring to in that last bit where he talks to you about the information security community's initial reactions?
Objection calls for speculation.
I do not know.
Do you know if what is the information security community?
So I don't know specifically that reference that he's using, but there's, my assessment is that he's talking broadly about the American information security industry, but I don't know.
Does that include the FBI?
Objection calls for speculation.
So I don't know. However, I do not believe that involves the FBI. To me, when I read that, this is the first time I'm reading that paragraph, it sounds like he is talking about the private sector information security community.
He goes on to talk about how Twitter ended up essentially blocking the articles from being shared on its platform and suspending the New York Post's Twitter account. Are you generally, without getting the details, are you generally familiar with the fact that Twitter took steps to reduce the distribution of the Hunter Biden laptop story on its platforms?
Yeah. The extent of the information that I learned was exactly what you just described. I have no other knowledge of that.
Okay, so I'm here in paragraph 17. He says the site integrity team blocked Twitter users from sharing links over Twitter to the applicable news, New York Post articles, and prevented users who had previously sent tweets sharing those articles from sending new tweets until they deleted the tweets that they determined violated Twitter's policies, correct?
So that is what he wrote, but I was not aware of the specific details of the actions they took until you just read that paragraph to me.
Do you know whether anyone at Twitter reached out to anyone at the FBI to check or verify anything about the Hunter Biden story?
I'm not aware of any communications between Yoel Roth and the FBI about this topic.
Are you aware of any communications between anyone at Twitter and anyone in the federal government about the decision to suppress content relating to the Hunter Biden laptop story once the story had broken?
Objection, Lax Foundation.
I am not aware of Mr. Roth's discussions with any other federal agency. And as I mentioned, I am not aware of any discussions with any FBI employees about this topic as well. But I only know who I know. So I don't, he may have had these conversations, but I was not aware of it.
How about, you mentioned Mr. Roth, how about anyone else at Twitter? Did anyone else at Twitter reach out, to your knowledge, to anyone else in the federal government?
So I can only answer for the FBI. To my knowledge, I am not aware of any Twitter employee reaching out to any FBI employee regarding this topic.
How about Facebook? Other than that meeting you referred to where an analyst asked the FBI to comment on the Hunter Biden investigation, are you aware of any communications between anyone at Facebook and anyone at the FBI related to the Hunter Biden laptop story?
No.
How about any other social media platform?
No.
How about Apple or Microsoft?
No.
Counsel, if you've concluded with this exhibit, may I ask, or may I suggest that a break would be appropriate? We've been in this session now, I think, for an hour and 8 minutes.
I'm okay with that. Want to go off the record?
Off the record at 3:43 p.m. Back on the record at 3:57 p.m.
Do you know Peter Strzok? S-T-R-Z-O-K?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I know that he was a deputy assistant director at Counterintelligence Division, and the capacity that I worked with him in was related to the Yahoo hack, which also occurred in 2016, and our office did the investigation for that hack.
What was the Yahoo hack?
At the time, the Yahoo hack was the largest data breach in American history, where 500 million Yahoo users' credentials were stolen by Russian intelligence service officers.
You worked on that investigation with Peter Strzok?
So I oversaw the squad that ran the investigation. So I oversaw the investigation, and Mr. Strzok consulted with me because he was concerned, he had counterintelligence concerns about the investigation.
What were those concerns, generally speaking, without getting into specifics?
Well, broadly speaking, U.S. government employees, current and former U.S. government employees, as well as other government officials, have used Yahoo and still use Yahoo, and he was concerned that Russian intelligence officers would be able to figure out the personal Yahoo and AOL accounts for current and former U.S. government officials.
Did you have multiple interactions with him in the course of that investigation?
I would say Regular, like maybe once a month, maybe.
Over the course of how long?
Over the course of about 6 months.
Would these be phone calls, or do you have in-person meetings with him?
These would be via classified Skype or Link, if you're familiar with that Microsoft product.
So they'd be video conferences that were in a secure link.
They would be voice conferences. There was video capability, but the FBI culture is not to use video conference.
Have you talked to him since then?
I have not. And yeah, I only spoke to him in the context of the Yahoo investigation. And he was interested, in the extent of the damage, like our intrusion investigation to determine if we could tell if the Russians were aware of which accounts belonged to U.S. government officials.
So these interactions with him occurred in the year of 2016. Is that right?
I would say spanning between 2015 to 2016.
So this would have been the same time frame that he's involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation?
I do not know when that investigation took place exactly, but I would say that I had engagement with him in the late 2015 to early 2016 timeframe.
Do you know anyone associated with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation?
No, not to my knowledge.
How about Lisa Page?
So Lisa Page is an attorney, an FBI attorney for the Office of General Counsel. She was on many of the calls. I don't know if she was on all of the calls, but she was on at least some of like the once a month calls that I had with Mr. Strzok.
Was she, so she was on, so you talked to Mr. Strzok and Ms. Page at the same time in connection with the Yahoo investigation?
Yes, and my understanding was that she was, I don't know this for a fact, but my understanding was that she was a senior attorney in the counterintelligence division, and that she would be privy to the types of, or she would need to know about the types of communications I had with Mr. Strzok about the extent of the damage.
Did you have any communications with Ms. Page after 2016?
Yes, but not while she was working at the FBI.
What communications were those?
She currently works for a private sector company, and I have regular communications focused on cybersecurity matters with her current company.
What company is that?
The company is Twilio.
And you know her now and communicate with her in her work at Twilio?
Yes.
And do those communications relate to hacking?
Yeah, to cybersecurity in general, and to potential hacks against the Twilio platform.
Have you communicated with her recently?
Objection vague.
I would say the last time I communicated with her was maybe, I can't recall exactly, but maybe 2 months ago.
How often do you talk to her?
Maybe on a quarterly basis.
Have you ever discussed with Mr. Strzok or Ms. Page the prospect of a Russian hack and leak operation?
No. Not, the only investigation that I ever discussed with either of them was the Yahoo hack investigation.
Do you know anyone else associated with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation?
No, but I do want to add, during those meetings that I had with Mr. Strzok, Mr. Jim Baker, who was our general counsel at the time, would attend some of those meetings as well.
Mr. Baker would attend the meetings you had with Mr. Strzok about the Yahoo hack?
Yes, at least some of them.
Who else would attend those meetings?
Just the three of them. It would be the three of them getting a status update from me. They would be getting a case update from me.
A case update about the Yahoo investigation?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss any hacking issues with Mr. Baker?
Not outside the context of the Yahoo hack.
Do you believe that kind of Russian, malign, foreign influence activities affected the outcome of the 2016 presidential election?
Objection, cause for speculation.
Quite honestly, I don't know if they had an impact.
In your thesis, you talk about how, I think on multiple occasions, you talk about how that election was decided by about 78,000 votes in 3 key swing states, right?
That is correct. So I wanted to highlight that there was the potential, but unfortunately, if you read my thesis, I could not conclusively say whether it had an impact, but it potentially could have had an impact.
So your thesis's conclusion was that potentially Russian malign foreign influence operations may have affected the outcome of the 2016 presidential election.
Yes, but that we would never know conclusively.
And I think you also cited statistics suggesting that something like 59% of all Facebook users had been reached by Russian malign social media content during that election cycle.
Yeah, I cited that from one of the reports. That is correct.
I'm going to show you a new exhibit, so give me a second to email it to your counsel. Can you see this exhibit labeled Exhibit 9 that I've posted on the screen share?
I see it on there, but I don't see it on counsel's iPad yet.
Well, just as preliminary matter, you see that it's dated October 28, 2020, and it states Tech CEO Senate testimony transcript, October 28.
Yes, I see that.
And you are aware, I think, as you refer in your thesis, to the fact that tech CEOs were called in to testify before Congress shortly before the 2020 election.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
I think you refer to this as one of the instances where pressure was put on them to take more aggressive action to keep a malign foreign influence off their platforms, right?
Yes, that was my assessment.
I'm going to jump ahead to page 56 of this document. So, Indranil, I don't know if you're following in the PDF.
Hasn't arrived yet, unfortunately.
If you look here on page 56, there's a question posed to Mark Zuckerberg, who's the CEO of Meta or Facebook, correct?
Can you highlight the question that you want me to look at?
I'd actually probably easier to just look at what he said. I don't think the question's that relevant.
If I may interrupt, the email just arrived, so we'll have it on the screen in a few seconds here.
Great. You see there,
May I ask which page?
page 56 of the PDF. You see there in the middle of the page, it indicates that Mark Zuckerberg is the one speaking.
I see that at 2:34:35.
That's the place, thanks. And in that answer, he says, along the lines of what you mentioned earlier, one of the threats that the FBI has alerted our companies and the public to was the possibility of a hack and leak operation in the days or weeks leading up to this election, correct?
Yeah, I am reading that.
Okay, and then Mr. Zuckerberg went on to say, so you had both the public testimony from the FBI and in private meeting alerts that were given to at least our company, assume others as well, that suggested we be on high alert and sensitivity, that if a trove of documents appeared, that we should view that with suspicion, that it might be part of a foreign manipulation attempt. You see that?
I do see that.
And this testimony is occurring 2 weeks after the Hunter Biden stories in the New York Post, correct? October 28th, 2020.
Yes, that's what it was dated.
Okay, let's go through his account there. Mr. Zuckerberg said one of the threats that the FBI has alerted our companies and the public to was the possibility of a hack and leak operations in the days or weeks leading up to this election, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and he says the FBI has alerted the public to that. Do you recall the FBI doing so?
I believe that we, much more frequently than in the 26 context, we meaning the FBI and CISA would put out advisories about concerns that we had about the elections. And these would be public advisories.
Do these include public advisories saying there might be a hack and leak operation shortly before the 2020 election?
I can't recollect. I know there are public advisories, and if you showed them to me, I would be able to read them and refresh my memory, but I don't recollect at this time.
Do you know whether such public advisories were made, as Mr. Zuckerberg says, relating to, quote, the possibility of hack and leak operation in the days or weeks leading up to this election?
I can't remember any specific advisories at this time.
Were you involved in preparing public advisories?
No.
Did you ever suggest that the FBI should issue a public advisory about a hack and leak operation?
No, not specifically. What I did tell our cyber intelligence section was that we, the FBI, should try to be as transparent as possible ahead of the 2020 elections.
In the next sentence, Mr. Zuckerberg says, so you had both the public testimony from the FBI and in private meetings alerts that were given to at least our company, assume others as well, that suggested we be on high alert and sensitivity. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that statement.
So do you know what he's referring to about the public testimony from the FBI?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know about the public testimony. I could assume it is from the director, Christopher Wray, or another senior official, but I'm not aware of what testimony he's talking about.
How about in private meetings alerts that were given to at least our company, assume others as well? Do you know what private meetings alerts he's referring to?
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know what private meetings he meant, but as I've discussed with you, I hosted several meetings with Facebook, ahead of the 2020 election. So these may be those private meetings.
And you hosted several private meetings with Facebook where the concern about a hack and leak operation was raised?
Yes.
Are you aware of any other private meetings between the FBI and Facebook?
I am not aware of any besides the ones I've hosted.
Is it possible that others occurred that didn't involve you?
That is possible, but I'm not aware of them.
And he describes those private meetings alerts as suggested that we be on high alert and sensitivity, that if a trove of documents appeared, that we should view that with suspicion, that it might be part of a foreign manipulation attempt. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was that discussed in your alerts that kind of that if a trove of documents appeared, that should be something should be viewed with suspicion?
I don't remember that exact framing of our discussions with them.
Do you remember saying, I know you talked about it, hey, there could be another hack and leak operation. Do you remember saying something like, if you get a whole bunch of documents that suddenly appear, that's something that should be viewed with suspicion?
No, I don't remember any of us saying that. I don't remember this for a fact, but what I think we would have said is we would have asked them, if you receive a whole, or if you see a trove of potentially hacked materials, what are you going to do about it? Which would be our way of asking them how their terms of service would handle a situation like that.
You recall asking them how they would handle it if potentially hacked materials appeared, correct?
Yes.
And what did they say?
So I believe that they would describe what their policies were validating the information and handling the information. In general, I can't remember what specific company said exactly what, but in general, I remember the social media companies having terms of service policies to handle this sort of situation.
Which social media companies did you ask that of? Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube?
Yes, I believe we would have asked them that. But I can't recollect when that would have happened, but I believe we would have asked them that at some point.
So you would have cautioned them that there might be a hack and leak operation and asked them how their terms of service would address it. Fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay, and you specifically asked them how their terms of service address it. You wanted to know whether and to what extent the material would be taken down or blocked if it appeared, correct?
Yeah, we wanted to know what actions they would take to include the two actions that you described.
Yeah, why did you want to know that? Why did you want to know whether or not the various social media platforms would take down hacked materials if they appeared? So this is just my personal opinion about why we wanted to know, was because I think internally we wanted to know what actions that we would need to take, whether we would need to take a legal remedy such as like a seizure warrant or something. Although I can't ever recollect discussing this because it never came up. But in my assessment, why I would be concerned is, if there's hacked materials and they stay up, then, and if the companies do not believe they violate their terms of service, what actions could the FBI take? So, I mean, these were all hypotheticals. And the idea would be the FBI could pursue a seizure warrant to basically take the materials down through legal process if the social media platforms wouldn't do it themselves.
So that was one hypothetical solution.
And that was one that occurred to you?
Yeah, that was one that occurred to me. I don't remember discussing it with anyone else.
Who on the FBI asked them, the social media platforms, how will your hacked materials policies address this?
I would say we would take turns asking. And when I say we, I would say either myself or the members of the Foreign Influence Task Force that I'd already mentioned to you. Wherever it seemed like an organic follow-up question, we would ask them, how would your terms of service apply to this situation or to that situation, just so that we would understand what types of actions they would take.
And then I take it that their answers would inform potential further actions by the FBI, such as potentially pursuing a seizure warrant to remove hacked materials.
I think we were dealing in hypotheticals, so there was no concrete plan. But in my mind, that would be one way to take down information. And the reason I say that is because in a different situation where the FBI became aware of Iranian fake news sites, we did pursue a seizure warrant, and got an IEPA/FARA based search or seizure warrant to take down over 70 Iranian fake news websites.
Did they contain hacked materials?
I don't know the specifics. I oversaw the squad that executed the seizure warrant.
Do you recall, did Ms. Demlow ever discuss what actions might be taken if there was a hack and leak operation before the 2020 election to take down materials?
No.
Do you recall discussing that with the FBI or anyone at the FBI? In other words, what will we do if there is a hack and leak operation? How will we get the materials down?
Objection. Calls for deliberative process privilege, internal discussions of the FBI.
Yeah, so
answer.
Yeah, we did have internal discussions, but as I mentioned, the only one of the solutions was potentially to see if we had enough probable cause to execute a seizure warrant. Another solution was to, ask the company to consensually take down the information, even if it did not violate their terms of service. So those were the two hypothetical solutions that I remember.
Right. With that second hypothetical solution about asking them to take it down, even if it didn't violate their terms of service, did you pursue that with respect to the Hunter Biden laptop story?
No.
Did you contact any social media platforms and say, hey, can you take this stuff down because it looks hacked?
No.
When the social media platforms answered, did Facebook and Twitter indicate that they would remove hacked materials under their terms of service when you asked them?
Yeah, from my recollection, I think both of those companies said that they would remove hacked materials if they were able to validate that it was hacked. And I don't remember the qualifiers that they used to determine whether they were hacked materials or not.
When did they tell you that?
I can't remember, but it was ahead of the 2020 elections.
And that would have been before that Hunter Biden laptop story broke.
I don't remember. It would have been, it might have happened in October. It could have happened before then. I think it may have happened before then, but I can't remember.
They made that representation to you, both Twitter and Facebook, in these FIDIF Facebook pre-election meetings? Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Did they make that representation to you in the FIDIF organized meetings with Facebook and then Twitter?
I can't remember the specifics, but generally speaking, the companies provided us an overview of what their terms of service was and how hacked materials could be categorized within these terms of service, and then just the types of actions that they would potentially take.
And I think you said a minute ago that the kinds of actions they would potentially take included taking the materials down.
Yeah, that was a potential action, but I think it had to reach, they had an internal validation process, and it had to clear internal hurdles before they would take that sort of content down. But I can't remember the specifics of what the internal hurdles were.
And that information was conveyed to a group of FBI officials that included you and Ms. Demlow, as well as Mr. Olson, Mr. Cohn, Ms. Chalk, and Mr. Giannini.
Yeah, I don't know if all of those people were present during any of those meetings where they were discussed, but in general, I would say that at least some subset of them would have been present.
Okay, and then did you guys relay that information to anyone? Hey, here's what Facebook and Twitter will do if they perceive hacked materials on their platforms.
So I did not relay it to anyone else. Outside of my internal discussions with them, I do not know if they relayed it to anyone else.
Do you know if you don't know if it was relayed to anyone else by anyone?
I do not. I am only privy to what I've discussed with them.
Do you remember anything else? Turning back to the screen share, and you see Mr. Zuckerberg's testimony. He talked about the information he received suggested that we be on high alert and sensitivity. Is that a fair characterization of the communications that from the FBI to Facebook that you were involved in?
So I would not have framed it like Mr. Zuckerberg did. As I mentioned, his language seems stronger than how I would have framed it or how I believe FBI officials would have framed it. We would have said something to the effect of, we are concerned about potential hack and leak operations ahead of the 2020 elections, and that one of the methods that they would use is to disseminate the hacked materials on the social media platforms. So I don't know if we would have said that we should view that with suspicion, and instead of foreign manipulation attempt, I would have said foreign malign influence.
Did you in fact tell them that if a trove of document appears, it should be viewed with suspicion?
No, that's what I'm saying is I don't think we would have said that language.
Did you tell him that if a trove of documents appeared, it might be part of a foreign manipulation attempt?
We would not have used that language. As I said before, what we would have told them, and what I recollect saying is that I was concerned about a potential hack and leak operation, especially right before the elections, and that one of the channels for disseminating that hacked information would be via the social media platforms.
You know Timothy Thibault or Thibault, Thibault?
I'm not familiar with that name.
Do you know?
I apologize, Mr. Sauer. Would you mind spelling that again? You're quiet again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know Timothy Thibault or Thibault? Thibault.
I am not familiar with that name.
Do you know Brian Auten, Auten?
Yes. I believe he was a supervisory intelligence analyst in the special counsel's office. That's how I know him.
So he's an FBI official?
Yeah, he is a supervisory intelligence analyst, I believe is his title.
What's a supervisory intelligence analyst?
It is the frontline supervisor position for analysts within the FBI.
How do you know him?
I only know him in passing because I had engaged with the special counsel's office, specifically Robert Mueller's special counsel's office. I know there are multiple special counsel's offices, but specifically Robert Mueller's. I believe that he was part of the special counsel's office team.
What was your engagement with Robert Mueller's special counsel's office?
So as I previously mentioned, my squad ran one of the investigations associated with the hack of the DNC in 2016. The special counsel's office consolidated all investigations that had to do with any Russian interference in the 2016 elections. So we, specifically my squad and I, had to hand off that portion of the investigation to the special counsel's office.
So they took over your investigation of the DNC hack?
Yes, they took over that portion of the investigation.
What other portions were there?
The other portion is the continuing active investigation against the individuals for other computer intrusions besides the 2016 DNC hack.
So it involves the same malign actors, but not the same hacking attempt.
Correct.
Is that?
Yeah, that is a correct assessment.
I'm going to email you, your counsel, a set of new exhibits. So Indranil, can you tell me when you get these?
I will.
Has that email come yet?
Still waiting.
Well, while you're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and share, just to keep things moving, Exhibit 13 with you. Can you see that now, sir? Exhibit 13.
Yeah, I see the title is Audio Transcription of Recording in Re-State of Missouri et al. Versus Joseph R. Biden Jr.
It goes on file, FBI on election. There's going to be a lot of noise, right?
I'm sorry, I do now have the email. So is this, this is Exhibit 13? I can pull up
Yeah.
that PDF.
And this is, we may have the court reporter make a transcription of his publicly record or public interviews, the audio of his public interviews. So, Mr.
Okay.
Agent Chan, on October 28, 2020, did you give an interview to someone called Tom Field relating to the upcoming election?
I believe I did. I give a lot of interviews, but yeah, I'm looking at the transcript from this one. Tom Field is associated with a media outlet called ISMG.
Interestingly, the date of this is October 28, 2020, the same date as the tech CEO's congressional testimony we just talked about, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't remember when the tech CEOs testified, but you have refreshed my memory.
But this would be just less than a week before the October 2020 election, right?
Yes.
And you told him there's going to be a lot of noise. Do you know what you were talking about there?
Can you tell me what page you're on?
That title, FBI on election, there's going to be a lot of noise. Did you say that to him?
What line is that? On what page?
I'm highlighting it. It's the all caps title on lines 10 and 11 of page 1. FBI on election, there's going to be a lot of noise.
So I don't recall making that title.
Or do you remember making that statement that there's going to be a lot of noise?
Is it in the transcript anywhere?
I'm just asking, do you remember that?
I don't remember it. That's why I'm asking if it's in the transcript anywhere.
That's fair enough. You don't remember.
Yeah.
Let me just go down to page 9 in the transcript. There's a paragraph here starting on line 3 of page 9 where you say, so I'm going to ask, I'm probably going to say the same thing that I said the last time, but if you see something, say something, right? So if you are seeing any types of cyber attacks against your companies, let your local FBI office know, right?
Yes, I see that.
Is that, you recall saying that to Tom Field?
I don't specifically remember, but it appears to be a transcript of an interview I had with him. That seems like something I would say.
Yeah, and then you go on to say, if you're seeing something related to the election on your social media platform, all of them have portals where you can report that sort of information, correct?
Yes.
And so there you're encouraging the listeners of the podcast, if they see something inaccurate on their social media platform, to go ahead and report it directly to the social media platform, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and then you go on to say they're being very aggressive in trying to take down any disinformation or misinformation, right?
Yes.
And I take it the context here is you're talking about disinformation and misinformation relating to the election, right?
Yes.
So you're encouraging the listeners of this podcast to report to social media companies any election-related speech that they see that they think is disinformation or misinformation, so that the social media platforms can take it down, right?
So that the social media platforms can review it and determine if it violates their terms of service.
And it was your view at that time that the social media platforms were being, quote, very aggressive in trying to take down any disinformation or misinformation relating to elections, right?
Yes.
And you go on to say if they see anything on election day or before election day, you can always report it to FBI.gov or justice.gov. And you know there's a little button you can click to submit a complaint, correct?
Yes.
So you're encouraging the listeners to report any disinformation or misinformation to FBI.gov or justice.gov, correct?
That is correct.
And FBI.gov is the FBI's website, right?
Yes.
And justice.gov is that Department of Justice's website?
That is correct.
Federal Department of Justice, right?
Yes, the U.S. Department of Justice.
What happens to disinformation complaints that get submitted to FBI.gov related to election misinformation and disinformation?
I believe that all these tips are reviewed by an intake analyst, either an FBI employee or FBI contractor, and then I believe they have certain levels of predication where they would keep sending it, higher up the chain.
What do you mean by certain levels of predication where they would keep sending it higher up the chain?
So I would say if something is a vague threat about, for example, a common type of threat is, I hate politician X. And then someone sends in a complaint like, I believe this user wants to kill politician X. But what that person said was a vague statement with no threat in it. So that is like one type of example. So in that situation, that type of complaint would be filed away. In another situation, for example, a threat to life situation, I want to kill politician X and I know where he lives. So then that would be, the analysts would try to figure out, what field office does politician X reside in, and then forward that information to the appropriate field office to conduct an initial assessment. So that would be an example of how we would handle two types of complaints.
But those are complaints about threats, and in this context, you're referring to disinformation and misinformation, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody reports not a threat to a public official, but someone reports disinformation or misinformation on social media to FBI.gov, how would that be processed?
So that would also be reviewed by the analyst, and then it would be the same situation. So if I can give you a hypothetical example, political party A, vote on Tuesday. Political party B, vote on Wednesday. So if someone submitted something like that, that would probably be flagged. Like an analyst would say, this is involving the time, place, or manner of an actual election. I need to send this up to someone who is more authoritative that can review this information. So they may actually kick this out to the field office, depending on if they can figure out where the account holder is from.
What if, if that, sorry, say it again, they send it out to the field office?
In this hypothetical situation, let's say a social media account user somehow identifies themselves as being from the state of Missouri, like it's a handle, and then they say, or they portray themselves as being from St. Louis, Missouri, and they say, if you are affiliated with party A, you vote on Tuesday. If you are affiliated with party B, you vote on Wednesday. And so that information would be reviewed by the analyst that does the intake, and that would likely result in a lead being sent to the St. Louis field office to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office to see if they should serve a subpoena to get the additional information, or if it rises to the level of an election crime.
And does the FBI then also report it, or does anyone on that chain in the FBI report it to the social media platform to be assessed under their content modulation policies?
So that would that type of process that I'm aware of only happened during the election command post that I mentioned to you previously.
So if somebody went to FBI.gov and said, hey, someone's saying in Missouri, Republicans vote on Tuesday, Democrats vote on Wednesday, that would be referred to the Missouri field office for investigation?
Yeah, that would be referred to the St. Louis field office for investigation. And then the investigators in the St. Louis office, along with the U.S. Attorney's Office, would determine if that is something that should be sent to FBI headquarters, and then that would be sent to FBI headquarters, and there would be an FBI OGC attorney as well as a DOJ public integrity attorney, along with another FBI official. They would all look at it and say, yes, we believe that this should be sent to FBI San Francisco. So by the time it's reached us, there's already been what I will characterize as an FBI headquarters stamp of approval.
And the FBI San Francisco then would relay those to social media platforms.
Yes.
As you discussed earlier
Yes.
in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And there the idea is that the social media platforms will assess those in connection with their terms of service, or assess them for compliance with their terms of service, correct?
That is correct.
What if somebody posts something like, voting by mail is unreliable and your ballot probably won't get there, so don't vote that way?
Objection, hypothetical.
What would happen to a report like that to FBI.gov?
So I think that would also be reviewed by the attorneys. And when I mean the attorneys, I mean specifically the FBI headquarters attorney, as well as a DOJ public integrity attorney, and they would determine whether it would get sent to San Francisco or not.
And would something like that, in your experience, get sent to San Francisco?
In my experience, something vague like that would not get sent to San Francisco.
How about something specific like voting by mail is rife with fraud and it involves tons of people cheating, and therefore it should be abolished? How about that?
Objection, hypothetical.
Honestly, I never saw that type of complaint being submitted to us through the command post. As I mentioned to you previously, it was, from my recollection, time, place, or manner, disinformation or misinformation.
What do you remember specifically of those being referred to you?
So
What kinds of stuff do you
the
specifically
example
remember?
I gave you, where if you are registered with Party A, you vote on Tuesday. If you're registered with Party B, you vote on Wednesday. So that was a frequent one. Another one was, depending on what state, some states where it has to arrive at the polling location on election day, whereas other states allow it, the ballot, the mail-in ballot, to be postmarked by election day. And so I remember I would look and I was like, I don't understand this one. And then maybe I would follow up with the field office and they say, Elvis, in our state, it has to arrive at the polling location by a certain date. So that would be the type of tipper information that we would provide to the social media companies.
And I take it you testified earlier that posting the wrong information about that, the date that your ballot has to arrive, is criminal on the government's view. Is that right?
It is a potential violation of federal election crimes.
What federal election statute does it violate?
So
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
yeah, I'm not an attorney, but you hear me saying the words time, place, or manner, disinformation. So just based on my law enforcement training, when the attorneys tell me that anything that is related to false information about the time, place, or manner of an election or about the voting process, that is a potential election crime.
You refer to the social media platforms being very aggressive in trying to take down any disinformation and misinformation. What were you talking about?
I was saying in contrast to 2016 when they took no actions.
Oh, yeah. What did they do to be very aggressive?
So, as I mentioned to you previously, they developed technologies to be able to detect foreign malign influence operations, and they also adjusted their policies to be able to handle foreign malign influence operations.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 15. Neil, it should be in that same email.
Okay. 15.
Agent Chan, can you see this in the screen share?
Yeah, it's the title, Preparing for Retaliatory Attacks from Russia.
Yeah, June 29th, 2022.
Yes.
And again, this is a court reporter created transcript of your podcast or interview with Anna Delaney on that date. Do you see that?
Yeah, on June 29th, 2022.
Who's Anna Delaney?
She is, now that I'm looking at the transcript, she is a reporter with ISMG.
Do you remember giving this interview last June?
I believe this was in the context of the RSA conference, but I can't remember specifically. As I mentioned, I do a lot of public speaking, and I get interviewed frequently by media outlets.
Going down to page 8 of this transcript. Starting on page 7, you see that Ms. Delaney asked about the midterm elections 2022, and she asked you what the FBI is doing to prepare, right? What's the FBI doing to prepare? Do you see that?
Okay, I see that question.
Yeah, and you responded, I think the good news is post-2020 we've never stopped, right?
Yes, I said that.
Yeah, and you say that you were, as soon as November 3rd happened in 2020, we just pretty much rolled into preparing for 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you say, a little lower down, you say, from FBI San Francisco's standpoint, we are also really engaged with the technology companies out here and represented here at the RSA conference. There you go.
Yeah, so yeah, it was at the RSA conference.
So making sure that, any vulnerabilities we think advanced persistent threats would be using and so forth, right?
Yes.
I think what you're talking about there is potential hacking attempts and working with the social media companies to defend against hacking attempts. Is that right?
I would say, because I mentioned technology companies, against all types of companies, even non-social media companies.
Oh, gotcha. But then in the next sentence, you say we're also working with the social media companies to make sure that any foreign disinformation that's coming out, that, like if we can identify them, we can share that information with them so they can knock down accounts, knock down disinformation content. Correct?
Yes, I said that.
Yeah, and so do you agree with that statement that you were working with social media companies in the 2022 election cycle to make sure that foreign disinformation would be identified and you could share that information with them so they could knock down accounts and knock down disinformation content?
Yeah, so looking at that sentence, and from my recollection, the FBI part of it is the information sharing portion, and then the social media company portion is to decide if it violates their terms of service, and to, if it does violate the terms of service, one of the actions they could take is to knock down accounts or to knock down content.
And the purpose of the information sharing is to get them to assess it and potentially, if it violates the terms of service, to knock down content, right?
Objection
Right.
is characterized as a document cause for speculation.
My purpose was to share information with them so that they could protect their platforms as they deemed appropriate. And I did highlight two of the actions that they could potentially take, which include knocking down accounts or knocking down disinformation content.
And you're aware that they do both of those things in response to your reports of disinformation on their platforms?
I am aware of that because of the feedback they have provided me on several occasions.
You know Jen Easterly?
I do know Jen Easterly.
How do you know Jen Easterly?
I actually met her at this conference for the first time.
Had you been aware of her before that?
I was aware when she was nominated and confirmed for her role as the director of CISA.
Were you aware that she's a Star Trek fan?
I am aware that she is a Star Trek fan.
How do you know that?
From reading news articles about her specifically at the Black Hat and DEF CON conference, which had happened previously.
What is the Black Hat and DEF CON conference?
Those are two conferences which are back-to-back in Las Vegas sometime in the summer, and they are next to the RSA conference, the leading cybersecurity conferences in the American industry.
And have you had any communications with Jen Easterly about disinformation?
No, I have not had. The one time I met her in person was at the RSA conference, and primarily what I recollect us talking about was that I wanted her to have additional CISA personnel, specifically to embed with FBI San Francisco Cyber Task Force.
Did she agree to that?
She said that she would work on it.
Did it happen?
I was told by the CISA official, the regional CISA officials that I work with, that there are funded billets to hire people, but I believe they're still going through the hiring process.
Who are the regional CISA officials that you work with?
There are two regional CISA officials that I work with. One individual is based in Sacramento. His name is Mario Garcia. And then the second individual is based in the Los Angeles area. His name is Joseph Oregon.
What do you do to work with them?
So primarily when I work with them, it is on cybersecurity matters. So we coordinate regularly with CISA on any cyber attacks against critical infrastructure companies. For example, a ransomware attack or a data breach against an energy company, or specifically an example I can give you is the ransomware attack against the Colonial Pipeline company.
Do you work with CISA on any disinformation issues?
I do not work with those two individuals on disinformation issues.
Do you work with anyone else at CISA on any disinformation issues?
Only as we have discussed in the CISA-led USG industry working group meetings.
I'm going to open up Exhibit 6 again and share it with you. These are the amended interrogatory responses. Can you see them on the screen share now?
Yeah, which exhibit is that?
This is 6. He
It's
has
6.
us on the first page.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to scroll back down to page 38.
Okay.
And we talked a bit about this USG industry meeting that's identified here, correct?
You're on the first bullet on that page. Is that what you're referring to?
All right, this first bullet on page 37.
Okay. A recurring meeting, usually entitled USG Industry Meeting. Yes.
Okay. We talked about, I think we talked about the participants in this meeting in detail, and the CISA participants you mentioned are Matt Masterson and Brian Scully, right?
That is correct.
How about in DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis? Who participated from there?
I can't remember. I believe whoever was the head of that organization may have briefed. Someone from INA showed up, but I don't remember their names.
What does INA do? I mean, what is it?
So, from my knowledge of INA, they are the intelligence community agency, or at least one of them within the Department of Homeland Security. And the products that I've seen from them are all source products, which means I've seen them take intelligence reports from different government agencies and provide more strategic overview types of products. That is what I've personally seen from INA.
Let's scroll down to this next bullet point where it talks about a CISA cybersecurity advisory meetings. Do you know anything about those meetings between CISA and social media platforms?
I have never heard of the CISA Cybersecurity Advisory Committee I've never heard of that organization within CISA.
How about ASD/HKS Tech Policy Paper Series? You know anything about those meetings?
No, I don't even know what the acronym stands for.
How about DHS Microsoft Disinformation Follow-Up?
I have no idea what that is in reference to.
Let's scroll down a little bit to the CISA response. See, there's an additional response here under the heading CISA. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's CISA is CISA in all caps.
Yes.
Just give me the first bullet point because it's identical to the bullet point above that we discussed. There's a reference here in the second bullet point to a recurring meeting to prepare for and set the agenda for the USG industry meeting, and participants have generally included CISA and Facebook. Do you see that?
I see that.
So that's a meeting to prepare for the USG industry meetings that we've talked about in detail, right?
I see that.
Were you aware that there were such meetings?
No, I was not aware that there was a separate preparatory meeting between CISA and Facebook ahead of the broader USG industry meeting. I was only aware of the USG side, where they would convene us to ask us, specifically the FBI and the other federal components, what agenda topics we wanted to talk about.
So you participated in your own preparatory meeting with CISA that did not involve social media platforms, correct?
That is correct.
And in the course of those preparatory meetings, CISA would ask the FBI, you, Elvis Chan, what topics it might be useful to discuss at the USG industry meeting?
Yes, they would ask the FBI, and I was a part of the contingent.
Who was on that contingent?
It would typically be the individuals that I mentioned from FIDIF, Laura Demlow, Luke Giannini, Bill Cohn, Brady Olson, Judy Chalk. It wouldn't be necessarily all of them, but it would be like a subset of them, or at least one of them. And sometimes the FBI would not have any agenda items for these CISA-hosted meetings.
Anyone else from FBI participate in those meetings?
I can't recollect anyone else.
How about who from CISA would participate in those meetings?
As I mentioned to you, the two people I remember are Mr. Masterson and Mr. Scully.
The same two who would run the USG industry meeting, the big meeting, right?
Yeah, they were the two ranking officials that I was aware of from CISA.
Would those preparatory meetings be just Mr. Scully and Mr. Masterson and FBI, or would other agencies be involved in them?
From my recollection, the ODNI, INA, they would be involved in them as well. So we may have a preparatory call, or we may just have a coordination email. I remember both of those methods happening.
In either the email or the preparatory call, did anyone ever discuss raising hack and leak operations or the risk of hack and leak operations at the USG industry meeting?
Objection falls within the deliberative process privilege. for interagency discussion and advice and recommendations.
Yeah, I don't recollect that being a specific topic of discussion. That would, in my recollection, or in my opinion, this would be just a general topic of continued interest.
What else was discussed in those preparatory meetings to your recollection?
Objection, the deliberative process privilege covers interagency advice and recommendations before a decision is made. So I'm going to, if you can respond if you can without describing the specifics of any proposals or recommendations.
All I can remember are the actual agenda items. So as I mentioned to you previously, CISA would talk about state, county, local election processes and infrastructure and cybersecurity. ODNI, when they spoke substantively, would discuss an unclassified description or overview of potential nation-state threats. And then the FBI would discuss any unclassified information or concerns that we had related to malign foreign influence disinformation campaigns.
Because that would include the strategic and tactical information you testified about earlier.
No, that would actually...
I apologize, Mr. Sauer. You were too low there. I didn't hear you.
Would that include the kinds of strategic and tactical information you testified about earlier?
No. It would be a very condensed, or I'm sorry, more general version of strategic information that we would share with the specific companies, and we would never share tactical information at the CISA hosted meetings.
That would only be on the kind of one-on-one meeting, not really one-on-one, but FBI meeting with a specific social media platform.
Yes,
Right.
that is correct, and the reason for that is because we would be providing law enforcement sensitive information in some instances to the companies.
Next bullet point refers to a CISA Cybersecurity Advisory Committee meetings on certain dates in 2021 and 2022. Do you know what those meetings are about?
I do not.
And then below that, CISA CSAC, Protecting Critical Infrastructure from Misinformation and Disinformation Subcommittee meetings.
I have no idea what those are.
How about this next bullet point? Meetings convened by the Election Infrastructure Subsector Government Coordinating Council, EISGCC. Do you know what the EISGCC is?
I do not know what that organization is.
How about the Election Infrastructure Subsector Coordinating Council, EISCC, Joint MDM Working Group?
I do not know what that organization is.
Do you know what the Joint MDM Working Group is?
I do not know what that is.
Slipping back ahead to these recurring USG industry meetings, I can't remember you said this earlier, these continued throughout 2022, correct?
Yeah, they are continuing.
And they're planned to continue up through 2024, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume so.
And disinformation concerns are discussed at these meetings on a regular basis.
I would say from the companies. So as I mentioned to you previously, the federal agencies discuss the topics that they discuss, and then the social media companies, they provide an overview of the content, which is what I would categorize the disinformation as. So, for example, like CISA would talk about the state election process, and different states have different dates for primaries, and the ODNI would provide nation-state threat actor updates, and then the FBI would provide a broad overview of what we were seeing from like Russian state-sponsored actors.
And then the social media platforms, would they report on what sorts of disinformation they were seeing posted on their platforms?
Yes, that is correct. And from my recollection, this primarily came from the three social media companies, Google, Facebook, and Twitter.
So in these USG industry meetings, Google, Facebook, and Twitter would report on what sorts of election-related disinformation they're seeing on their platforms.
I would say they would discuss what broad types of disinformation they were seeing, whether it was election related or not. And the example I want to flag for you is from my thesis where, for example, you saw like the postings about like Black Lives Matters or about Second Amendment rights. They would highlight the current topics that they saw the Russians were either amplifying information about or sowing disinformation about.
And would you take anything, let me ask this, if they provided that information, would there be a back and forth with FBI or another federal agency about how that jives with the information the FBI was seeing in its investigations?
We would not discuss that during the CISA-hosted USG industry meetings.
Would you take what the social media platforms had reported, that information, and take further action based on that, generally?
In general, what the social media companies provided at the CISA industry USG working group meetings was just broad strategic trends that they were seeing. So there was no actionable information from there. The actionable information shared with the FBI was, one-on-one from the companies with FBI San Francisco, either during the FIDF meetings or, outside of the FIDF meetings, just during the regular course of work.
Why don't we go off the record?
Off the record at 5:05 p.m. Back on the record at 5:15 p.m.
Mr. Chan, I'm going to show you Exhibit 2, which I emailed to your counsel earlier today. This is the read-through version on the screen of the LinkedIn emails. Mr. Chan, have you actually reviewed this collection of emails?
I have not.
Okay. Are you aware that you're on 121 pages of emails with the social media platform LinkedIn, setting up meetings in 2020 and 2022, as you just talked about today?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact number, but I believe that sounds about right.
And that would be what you did here with LinkedIn. You also would have done with about 6 or 7 other social media platforms as well, scheduling quarterly, then monthly, then weekly meetings leading up to the elections, right?
That is correct. It would be similar types of correspondence.
In the first page here, you talk about increased cadence touch point before election when you're sending an invite to them. Why do you do increased cadence before the election?
This was actually at the company's request. We said, do you think a quarterly cadence is enough, or should we go to a more frequent cadence? And I would say, I can't remember which companies, but I would characterize most of the companies as wanting at least a weekly cadence, just to have a touch point on the calendar in case they or we wanted to talk about something.
And typically, did you actually meet with them on a weekly basis in the 2 months or so before the election?
I think generally we had a meeting, but like I don't remember like the substance. Like if during this message thread I may have put an agenda item or two, then we would have had substance. But I can't remember just from looking at these emails. I would have documented any substantive meetings that we had with LinkedIn or any of the other companies.
You say documented, you write up a report of it?
Yes. So the system of record for the FBI is called Sentinel. It's a file management system, and I would have, and I did, document every substantive interaction that I had with the social media companies, or actually any organization for that matter.
Would you have written Sentinel reports for all of the FITF social media platform meetings?
Based on my recollection, I wrote almost all of them, but maybe not all of them. And the reason I say that is malign foreign influence is just one of the issues that I have to deal with in my role. The majority of my role is dealing with cyber investigations. And so maybe on a couple of occasions I may have asked someone else to write the meeting summary on my behalf.
But there would be a Sentinel report for every meeting you had with a social media platform that discussed disinformation and or malign foreign influence?
Yes, there would be. In FBI parlance, they're called electronic communications, ECs.
And so ECs exist that record your contemporaneous recollection of all of these meetings we were talking about.
That is correct.
And did those ECs exist with respect to the USG industry meetings?
I would say that I documented all the meetings that I attended at those CISA USG industry meetings.
So would you have documented what discussions there were related to foreign hacking attempts?
I think in general, my practice for that was I would take the agenda from the email provided by CISA, and then I would cut and paste that, or I would just retype that into my meeting summary.
So your meeting summary would just be the agenda that you were given?
Yes, I would say in the vast majority, if not all, of those communications. And the reason for that is because they were just very broad overviews or trends that were being discussed.
Whereas you'd have more specific detail in your ECs with respect to the FITF social media platform bilateral sync meetings.
That is correct. And I believe the reason for that is because the companies felt more comfortable or more forthcoming in a bilateral setting as opposed to in a group setting, because these companies are all competitors at the end of the day. That is just my personal opinion.
On the third page of this document, where are those ECs stored, or they're all housed by the FBI?
Yeah, as I mentioned, they are in an application called Sentinel. And they would be stored, so as I mentioned, Sentinel is a case file management system, so they would be documented to the appropriate case files.
And those reports still exist, correct?
Yes.
In the third page of this document, there's a response to you from someone at LinkedIn whose identity is redacted, but they're identified as the Director of Threat Prevention for LinkedIn Trust and Safety. Do you see that?
Can you tell me?
Mr. Sauer, there is that green.
Yeah.
Oh, I have the screen shared. Just a second. Third page of this document. Now do you see it on the screen share?
Is it the one?
Communicating with the director.
Is it the one dated September 29, 2020, 11:17 a.m.?
Yes. No, 11:39 a.m. Third page of the document. Just if you look at can you see it on the screen share? I'm highlighting it.
Yeah, it looks like the email was sent Tuesday, September 29, 2020, 11:17 a.m.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I was looking at the top. My only question is, this is consistent with what you testified earlier, is that in these bilateral meetings between FITF and the social media platforms, the people you'd be meeting with would be trust and safety and site integrity people, correct?
Yes, yeah. It would be typically director level, and then their direct reports and people from the organizations.
And I'm going to jump ahead to this page, which is labeled LinkedIn 86. It's the 7th page of the PDF. Here in your email, you see dated November 17th, 2020, which is right after the 2020 election. You tell LinkedIn folks that you want to have a, quote, post-election hot wash. What on earth does that mean, hot wash?
I'm sorry to interrupt. May I ask if you could repeat what page you're on? This is a large document, so I'm...
7th page of the PDF.
7th page of the PDF.
It's got page number 86 at the bottom.
Okay. Mr. Chan, if you need a moment to read the document.
Is this the document dated Tuesday, November 17th, 2020, 12:16:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
If you could bear with me while I read my email.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. And so you said the second agenda item was post-election hot wash.
Yeah, what does that mean?
So, sorry, that is a law enforcement term. A hot wash, so after the FBI, when we conduct a search operation or execute an arrest operation, after we're done with the operation, then we have a meeting as closely thereafter the operation as we can to discuss what we thought went well, what we thought needs improvement, what we think needs to change for next time. So a hot wash is an after action meeting, so I don't know if that's a more familiar term for you, but it's just a post election meeting.
A hot wash is a what meeting?
A hot wash is similar to an after action meeting.
Thank you.
Did you discuss with all the social media platforms what went well, what didn't go well, and what we need to do differently next time?
Yes, from my recollection, we had hot wash meetings with all of the social media companies that I had previously listed.
And what did you all think went well and think didn't go well?
So, based on my recollection, this is specifically during the election command post that this hot wash occurred. So after the election command post. So my recollection was the hot wash was specifically about the election command post. And for that context, what the companies said worked well was that, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but we used two separate communication channels to communicate with the social media companies at the election command post. One was called Signal. I don't know if you're familiar with that communication application. It's an encrypted chat app. And then the second method is via the teleporter application, which I referenced before, is the FBI's secure file transfer application. And so, as I mentioned before, the companies liked knowing that they were getting information in real time from the FBI and that they were getting the same information as all of the other companies on the Signal chat app. That was one of the things that was highlighted as good. Another thing that was highlighted as good by the companies who received information from us is we would send information about malign foreign influence to specific companies as we became aware of it, and then they would review it and determine if they needed to take action. So the companies who did receive one-to-one teleporter information from us also like that. So those were the two things that I remember that people liked in general.
What do they not like?
So I think I don't remember the social media companies telling us there wasn't anything that they did not like. What I do remember was, I can't remember who, perhaps it was me. Just so you're aware, for the Signal channel, it was one-way communication. It was the FBI, specifically the FBI San Francisco command post, disseminating information to the companies. If the companies needed to relay information back to the FBI, they would contact the FBI San Francisco election command post, either by telephone or by email, and request a teleporter link, and then they would share information back to us in that fashion.
You think that was a cumbersome process?
It was not real time. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't remember any specific instance where the delay caused any harm to anything, but I think what my preference would have been was for, if they needed to set up direct signal channels only with the FBI so that they could in real time share information as well. But the social media companies, or actually all of the companies who were on the receiving end, I was told that they all had an internal discussion and their preference was to only use Signal for FBI broadcasts.
You mentioned Signal and Teleporter as two channels of communication between the FBI and the social media companies. Are there any others?
No. So I mean, let me rephrase that. The only other situations where we relayed information to the companies was during those quarterly or monthly or weekly FIDF meetings with the social media companies. So that I guess would be a third method of relaying information.
Is Signal a self-deleting app? Is it an app where your messages disappear after they're read?
Yes. So yes, in general, Signal is a self-deleting app, but based on guidance from FBI headquarters, we had to turn that functionality off because we needed to save all of that information, and so we did. We took screenshots of all of the information on the Signal channel. We burned it to DVDs, and then we have saved it as evidence.
So all the communications on Signal between FBI and social media platforms from 2022 and 2020 are saved on DVDs or CDs?
No, only the Signal information from the 2020 FBI San Francisco command post was saved. And the reason for that was both the social media companies as well as the FBI assessed that there would not require the need for the Signal channel because we did not anticipate a large amount of information being disseminated from the FBI for the 2022 midterm elections.
So did you not use Signal at all in 2022?
No, it was primarily through Teleporter.
You did use Teleporter for the 2022 elections to report misinformation concerns to social media platforms.
That is correct.
And then you used both channels in 2020.
That is correct.
Okay, and the Teleporter communication still exists as well. Is that right?
Yes, it currently exists.
On this same page, you talk about what we need to do differently next time. What did you all decide you needed to do differently next time?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Honestly, I wrote that down, but I don't remember any things that the companies wanted to do differently.
I take it one thing you did do differently is you stopped using Signal, right?
Well, that was for the 2022 elections, only because both the companies and the FBI assessed that there would not be the same volume of information that happened in the 2020 cycle, and I believe that differentiation is, between a general election versus a midterm election.
I'm going to jump ahead to the page marked LinkedIn 146. And Indriel, this is the 10th page of the PDF.
10th page of the PDF.
If you go up there on the 9th page, Agent Chan, you see Tuesday, July 14th, 2020 at 11:02 a.m. There's an email from you to the LinkedIn team.
I apologize. I'm not seeing the date. Is the date at the bottom of the previous page?
Yeah, the date's at the bottom of page 9. If you look at the file share.
Did you say July 14th, 2020, 11:02 a.m.?
Yeah, you see that?
Okay.
And then if you scroll down, you talk about having the next round of FITF bilateral meetings with LinkedIn scheduled. You see that?
Correct.
Yeah, and then at the bottom you say, planning for U.S. elections, FBI posture, your posture, and information sharing channels and methods, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by FBI posture and your posture?
So the FBI posture was what the FBI San Francisco command post would look like, when it would be active, who it would be staffed by, and then the FITF personnel would describe what the FBI headquarters command post would look like. That's what was meant by FBI posture. And then your
This is planning. Yeah, go ahead.
And then your posture, that's when we asked the companies how they expected to have personnel. Just so you're aware, I think in general, like FBI headquarters, they just ran 24 hours a day for their command posts. I believe from Friday to Tuesday. FBI San Francisco ran from, I believe 8 o'clock in the morning to perhaps 10 o'clock at night every day except the election, when we ran till midnight. And so asking about your posture would be asking the companies when they intended to have personnel on what days, monitoring their platform for any threats that they saw.
And what did you say about information sharing channels and methods?
So I think that is when we wanted to confirm if Signal and Teleporter would be the accepted communication channels.
Anything else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were the tech companies okay with using Signal and Teleporter?
So the tech companies were the ones who suggested Signal app as the quote unquote real-time communication platform.
And the FBI continued to use Teleporter as well.
Yes, because that is our secure file transfer system, and I believe that the companies were comfortable using that system.
Jump ahead, page marked LinkedIn 163.
What is the page, Mr. Sauer? You're getting softer as we go on.
LinkedIn 163.
May I ask what the ECF heading is?
This is the 21st page of the PDF. And if this Agent Chad, you see there in the file share, this is an email from you to the LinkedIn team dated October 19th, 2020.
Yes, let's just give him a moment to see it on the screen.
Yes, I see that email.
And in this email, you say, LinkedIn folks, it says subject additional information, correct?
Yes.
There's a gentleman here who you've copied from right there with the initials AF from the FBI. Do you see him?
Yes, I do.
Who's he?
He is a member of the Foreign Influence Task Force, specifically the Global Unit.
What task force is he part of?
The Global Unit of the Foreign Influence Task Force.
What does CID stand for? Next to his name.
Criminal Investigative Division. That's a headquarters component.
And you refer to someone by a nickname here in the body of the email. Is that same individual with the initials AF?
That is correct.
And you say, LinkedIn folks, please see additional information from FITF Global Unit. I've CC'd that guy in case you have any questions. Thanks. you have any idea what the additional information was that you're sending here?
I have no idea. I can't remember. I send so much, like it happens so regularly. I couldn't even speculate.
It says, it looks like you've cut and pasted some text saying named U.S. political party Republicans, named U.S. presidential candidate Biden, the U.S. President Trump. Do you have any idea what that's referring to?
I don't. I can provide you with my speculation.
Go ahead.
I believe that we may not have named with specificity the U.S. political party, the U.S. presidential candidate, or the U.S. president, and that LinkedIn may have asked for clarifying information.
About what?
About the information that was shared.
And here, there's a reference here to information sharing 5, right?
Yes.
What's that mean?
So, to me, that would mean I probably shared, I don't know this for a fact, but from my own speculation, I would believe that at some point in October, I shared 5 separate documents with, at least 5 separate documents with LinkedIn, and that one of the documents was named Information Sharing 5, and that within that document, we had information about a U.S. political party, a U.S. presidential candidate, and a U.S. president.
What kind of information about a U.S. political party, presidential candidate, and president would you have shared with LinkedIn?
I have no idea. I can't recollect, unfortunately, without looking at the actual document.
Would it be disinformation related?
My guess would be it would be disinformation related, and because it's coming from the global unit, it would be disinformation information not related to Russia or China, because global unit handles Iran and other countries.
So this would be potentially malign foreign influence type activity from countries other than Russia or China.
Without seeing the actual document or remembering at this time, that would be my best assessment.
Let me jump ahead to a page marked LinkedIn 168. This is the 26th page of the PDF. Are you with me?
Yes, Mr. Chen needs a moment to view the document.
Is this a document sent on 11/19/2020, 9:07:16 a.m.?
Correct. And in this email you say, LinkedIn folks, heads up, I'll be sending you a teleporter link with new indicators which are not election related. Do you know what that means?
I can't remember, but I would surmise it meant that it was not related to the election that just occurred earlier in the month.
And then indicators, I think you testified earlier, refers to URLs or specific accounts or things of that nature, right?
Yes, it would be different indicia of that nature.
So do you flag disinformation, misinformation from malign foreign actors to social media platforms that doesn't relate to elections?
I don't know why I can't remember why I flagged that as not being election related. I think the only, I don't recall exactly, but I would surmise that I would have flagged it as election related. Like if it was election related, I believe that all of the companies, including LinkedIn, would have acted on it quickly. But everyone was very tired from working very long hours and very long shifts during the election command post. So that would be the only reason, or that would be a reason why I believe I would have flagged it as not election related, so that they wouldn't have to, if they were taking a day off or taking time off, because it was near Thanksgiving time frame.
What malign foreign influence activities do you flag for social media companies that aren't related to elections? What sort of content do you flag?
So in general, it would be from our cyber investigations, like from state-sponsored actors, or that we did not believe were associated with hack and dump campaigns. That would be one type of non-election related
Are there
information.
others?
Are there others what?
Are there others?
Off the top of my head, that's the one that's sticking out to me. That would be a likely type of information. It would be related to a cyber investigation that was not necessarily related to any disinformation, specifically any malign foreign influence.
I don't have any further questions.
I have a few.
Sitting.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I have an issue at 6 o'clock. Is that going to be a problem?
I don't think so. I have just a few questions. I think we would be able to conclude before
Okay.
then. Yeah. So if I may, Mr. Chan, you testified earlier today about the 2020 Hunter Biden laptop story, and in questioning with Mr. Sauer. And do you remember the question that came from a Facebook analyst at one of the meetings in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that question to your recollection?
To my recollection, the question was, what can you share about the Hunter Biden case?
Okay. And at that meeting, you were there with other FBI officials. Is that right?
Yes, with Foreign Influence Task Force officials.
Okay. And who were they again? Could you?
I specifically remember Laura Demlow was present because she was the official who said that the FBI had no comment.
Okay. And did she say anything else?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I apologize. You broke up there. All we heard was, okay, did she? And then we heard an answer.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
we don't know what the question was.
Okay, we'll try that. So, may I ask you to read back the last part that you have?
I just told you. All you asked was, okay, did she? And then you cut out, and then Mr. Chan had answered no. But I have no idea what your question was after did she.
Okay, I'm sorry. May I have the exchange before that?
Okay, you were questioning at that meeting. You were there with other FBI officials. Is that right? Answer, yes, with Foreign Influence Task Force officials. Question, and who were they again? Answer, I specifically remember Laura Demlow was present because she was the official who said that the FBI had no comment. Question, okay, did she?
So picking up there, did Ms. Demlow say anything else?
Not in response to the Hunter Biden question.
That's all I have.
Nothing further.
So we will read and sign.
Oh, do you want to take us off the record, or do you want to put this on the record?
I think we're fine going off the record.
Then, Mr. Videographer, will you take us off the record, please?
Okay, this concludes our today's deposition of Elvis Chan. We are off the record at 5:47 p.m.
Wow, that reception got